Tano Continent, Bayun City, the Y family. Kicking down the door, they entered the house and stopped in the middle of the hall. The manager of the E family called out to Yoon. He called the young man trash and ordered him to crawl over immediately. The young man sat helplessly, bowing his head and closing his eyes. He was a genius. At the 9th stage of body tempering, even after a huge dose of poison, he did not die. The manager of the E family wanted to send the young man away with a single blow. The soldiers were given the order to attack. They did not want to, but they had no choice. Suddenly, the young man opened his eyes. He told the attackers not to even try to apologize. Something incomprehensible happened. The young man's gaze remained serious. A sharp pain pierced the villain's arm and the sound of breaking bones was heard. He only had time to cry out, "Ah!" The young man grabbed his sword and dealt with his enemies. Standing over the defeated villains, the guy wanted to give them one simple piece of advice. He suggested that they act first and then talk or boast about their victories. After all, he was the winner. The attackers asked each other in surprise, "How is that possible? Wasn't he wounded and poisoned too?" But he finished off his comrade with a single move. They noticed that the young man's cultivation had been instantly restored and couldn't understand how it had happened. The young man did not hide the truth. He decided to tell the villains his story. At first, the guy was just a gamer, a high school senior. But one day, he woke up in the body of the young master of the Eve family. His whole body was torn apart by pain. He realized that he had been poisoned and would not survive. The young man was coughing up blood, his body and mind damaged by the poison. Overnight, he became a martial arts genius. He didn't understand what to do next or how to proceed. Fortunately, his torment soon came to an end. The young man began to receive notifications about his condition. It seemed that the multiverse devourer system had been activated specifically for him. He learned that the huge amount of poison in his body could kill him. The guy had no choice. He activated his body's ability to absorb poison, and after that, his strength returned. The young man continued to receive notifications about his condition. It turned out that he had passed all levels of cultivation, the 3rd stage of body tempering. His martial arts skills became incredible and he turned into a superhero. The manager listened to this story, but it did not surprise him. He was only interested in how the guy had restored his cultivation. The young man replied that heaven could not tolerate such villains and sent him a powerful ability, the super thick golden finger. The attackers couldn't understand what it was all about and what this young warrior was going to do to them. The young man said that his body had just recovered, but he was still physically weak, so he wanted to get it over with as quickly as possible. Suddenly, the young man received a notification. He had been given a beginner's gift pack. What was inside? The notification said that a 1,000,000-point attack speed was an extremely powerful divine ability. The young man had received it right now. The manager shouted at his servant to go immediately and cut off the young man's limbs before it was too late. The young man said only one thing. His attack speed had tripled. What could that mean? A grimace of excruciating pain distorted the manager's face. A pillar of fire appeared between him and the young man. His body flew 20 meters into the air as if it were a light feather. The villain lay with his eyes rolled back, overcoming the terrible pain and taking his last breaths. The young man himself did not expect this. He was glad to take advantage of his increased speed and saw that his explosive power had become enormous. In the last minutes of his life, the villain was tormented by only one question. Why did the young man have such speed and power? The young man suggested asking the god of death and the king of hell about this. He slowly approached the dying man. Placing his hand on the villain's head, the young man performed cultivation. He simply drained the enemy's remaining strength. A grimace of death distorted the villain's face, and the young man received a notification of successful absorption and new cultivation. The surviving servant fell to his knees and begged for mercy. He said he was wrong. Eong received a character panel. He had reached the 3rd stage of body tempering and was practically invincible. His attack speed reached 1,000,000. The Black Moon mountain range. Only birds of prey soared in the sky. Suddenly, there was the sound of breaking bones, cracking, screams, cries, and the dull thud of a clenched fist. It turned out that the young man was training his strength and cultivating himself. This time, he was fighting a herd of wild boars and dealing with them with his bare hands. After the fight, the young man's endurance was running out. He touched the lifeless body of a huge boar and began to absorb its strength. As a result, the young man received a notification. Now his abilities contained the essence of the thick-skinned king of wild boars. His body tempering had reached the 5th stage. The young man thought about his abilities with satisfaction. His physique had advanced to the 5th stage of body tempering. But there was something else. The guy realized that the system was capable of absorbing not only cultivation, but also pills, techniques, and spirit stones. He was able to absorb the manager's treasure in his body. He had turned into high-grade pills and increased his cultivation level. In addition, he learned that demons could also become targets for absorption. Demons range from 1st to 9th rank, and their cultivation can strengthen the young man's powers. To cultivate, the young man realized that the target must be dead or seriously injured. He was pleased that he could absorb non-living beings, restore his stamina, and heal his wounds. The young man realized that the system had its own perception and helped him avoid many problems. The young man received a notification. There was a herd of demons 30 steps to the southwest. He set out to destroy them and reach the 5th stage of body tempering. The herd was finished off in an instant. However, the young man was dissatisfied and realized that he needed new opponents to raise his level even higher. Late at night, he entered the E family's estate. He didn't meet anyone in the backyard. His neck ached. He had absorbed most of the demons, and now his cultivation had reached a high level. The young man approached the family's house and realized that although he had quickly increased his level of power, it was still not enough. Upon entering the courtyard, the young man learned that in order to open the inner circle, it was necessary to combine the forces of the 3 main clans. The young man decided to postpone the new cultivation methods until tomorrow. Looking through the window, he saw something unusual. It was a sword, the dream of any warrior. However, at that moment, someone called out to him. It was the servants of the Eve family. They asked how the young man dared to kill their people. The elder son decided to stop the uninvited guest. His tempering stage was 6th. Yang recognized Yi-kun and realized that it would not be an easy victory. The villain was surprised that the soul-corroding corpse poison had not killed the young man. However, he was glad that the boy had survived. Now he was going to deal with him and take revenge for everyone. He dropped his sword and suggested that the young man pray for a quick death because he was going to tear Ye Yang apart with his own hands. Their hands touched, and the villain immediately realized his mistake. How did this happen so quickly? When did the young man manage to cultivate himself to such a level? A few precise movements, the sound of breaking bones, and victory went to the young man. A group of villains came to their leader's aid. With swords in their hands, they pounced on the young man. Yun didn't even flinch. The bones of his enemies cracked in his hands. A terrible grimace of pain distorted the villain's face. His eyes filled with blood, and he shouted, "I'll kill you!" However, the young man promised to break not only his arm, but also his leg. And that's exactly what he did. Unbearable pain pierced the enemy's body. He knew his days were numbered. The young man paid no attention to the villain's cries and acted methodically and decisively. The servants tried to rescue their master. They demanded that he be returned. The young man did not argue and complied with their demand. He threw the enemy's body up in the air, pierced it through with his sword, and then threw it back to the servants. The young man looked at the defeated villains and realized that he had passed the cultivation test again. He admitted to himself that he didn't know what to do, but now his enemies were helping him improve his abilities and giving him experience. This made him happy. One of the servants ordered the others to capture Yayun alive because his master wanted to say goodbye to him personally. The young man did not argue, but suddenly found himself in the air a moment later in another part of the room and a fraction of a second later in a third. The servants looked around in fear, not understanding where the young man had disappeared to. But they knew one thing. They would not leave here alive. Amazing everyone with his speed, the young man appeared with a sword in his hands. His 5th stage tempering proved sufficient to defeat his enemies. In a matter of moments, he scattered all the servants, broke their bones, and completely neutralized them. The leader watched this with undisguised horror. He couldn't understand how this was possible. They were left alone. The villain couldn't move. His arms and legs were broken. All he could do was say, "Don't come any closer." The young man recognized him. It was the same villain who loved to poison people. The frightened enemy only screamed in fear. The young man said that now he would give him a chance to feel the pain for himself. He used his fiery, poisonous palm. The villain's body was pierced with unbearable pain. Everything inside burned with a wild flame. The enemy screamed for the young man to kill him, otherwise he would find the young man and take revenge for the humiliation. However, the young man did not flinch. He said that the villain would have no chance to take revenge because something was about to happen. The young man cultivated the enemy was mortally wounded, and the absorption was successful. The young man's overall level of body tempering reached the 6th stage. Aeyong said that he had cultivated the enemy and repaid him tenfold for what he had done. He called on the villain to get out of his territory. The enemy was completely exhausted, becoming nothing more than a shell. But the young man's portrait was clearly imprinted in his eyes. Revenge was near. After the young man left, the defeated enemies lay scattered throughout the courtyard and suggested calling the elder back. The man paid no attention to their moans, stepped over the broken bodies, and entered the E family's house. He was pleased with himself. Not only had he absorbed a lot of cultivation, but he had also found the key to the great elders' treasure trove. The young man was not stupid. He understood that the father of the slain enemy would not spare him when he returned. The elder of the E family was a secondary master of the Bloodchi sect. No one could match him in strength, speed, and power. The young man realized that he was only at the 6th stage of body tempering, and even with triple attack speed, he would not be able to defeat the elder. He needed to increase his cultivation as soon as possible. Upon receiving notification that a great treasure had been discovered 5 meters to the southeast, the young man immediately set off for that location. Passing through the long corridors of the Ehlers' house, he came to a door, opened it with a key, and found himself in an unprecedented hall. The huge room was filled to the brim with gold, diamonds, precious stones, weapons, and securities. The young man felt like Ali Baba in the cave of the robbers. In addition to the treasures, there were many useful things here. The young man absorbed the essence of Shuyan grass, 5-second order pills, and also mastered the technique of the sword of spiritual radiance and the technique of advanced martial arts. As a result, he reached the 9th stage of body tempering. His level rose to advanced yellow. His attack speed reached 1 million points and also tripled. Yang continued to take the pills, considering them to be very effective. But the main discovery was the sword of spiritual execution. The elder's treasure, its absorption, was successful. With the sword in his hand, the young man was confident. A third-order weapon was capable of withstanding the martial arts of the abode of great masters. The young man hid the sword in a system storage from which he could retrieve it at any time. Fortunately, it was unlimited. It could store all healing elixirs in case of an emergency. The next day, the young man headed home. There was nothing left to absorb. He had taken everything, and now he was going to kill the elder with his own weapon. The guy understood that he had reached a high level of power, gained experience, upgraded his skills, and now his path lay home. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind him. The young man turned and recognized his servant. The butler was out of breath, sweat streaming down his face. Instead of resting and recovering his strength after work, he had been wandering around the mountains. The young man asked why the butler, his favorite servant, was not at home. However, the servant did not answer his young master's question, but only urged him to hurry back to his home. There was trouble at home. The young man's father was seriously ill, coughing up blood and living out his last hours. The huge, once strong head of the family was bandaged, seriously wounded, and almost dead. The young servant tried to put his master to bed, convincing him that the young master would return soon, that nothing had happened to him, and that the wounded man needed to rest. Yun appeared at the doorstep of his family home before his father, who, despite his pain and mortal wounds, was waiting for his son. The wounded man looked at him with difficulty, not believing his eyes. His son was alive. He had come. Now he could die in peace. The young man asked the servant what had happened, why his father was in such a state, and who had dared to harm him. The butler explained that his master had been seriously wounded while venturing into the dangerous misty swamp to exterminate demonic beasts. He was searching for an antidote for his son, but paid for it with his health. His father, suppressing his pain and coughing, demanded that the mysterious elixir be brought to him quickly. It was a medicine for his son that could remove 30% of the poison. The second-order elixir was supposed to remove some of the poison and increase the level of cultivation. Despite his severe injuries, the father continued to fight for his son's life. He dreamed of finding a way to get rid of the remaining poison. The young man was amazed. His father risked his life for an elixir that removed only part of the poison. The young man thought he did not deserve such paternal love. The strength of the head of the family's feelings touched him deeply. The young man approached his father, placed his hand on the wound on his chest, and froze. His cultivation was sufficient to begin healing his parents' wounds. Everyone was amazed by what was happening. The young man explained that he had received enlightenment from his mentor. The poison had left his body, and he was able to regain his cultivation, gaining enormous strength. The son confessed that he was already at the 9th stage of body tempering. His father no longer needed to worry about him so much. He had many healing elixirs. and he gave one of them to his father. His father asked who had given his son these elixirs. Could it be the same mentor? The young man was a little embarrassed, but admitted that he had robbed Yanni's treasure trove. In addition, he had destroyed the elder son who would no longer be able to cultivate. His father and servants were shocked by what they heard. The servants watched the conversation with horror and fear. They understood that after the young master's attack on the great Ellers' family, his father would be furious. They waited with bated breath for the head of the family's reaction to his son's actions. However, the head of the family was pleased with the young man. He had expected something like this and was glad to hear it. But it was clear to everyone that Ya-chan would not spare the young man because his son had been crippled. The father admitted that even as the head of the family, he had been persecuted by Ya-chani for many years because his own cultivation remained at the first level. He assumed that they wanted to remove him from his position as head of the family because 5 of the 8 elders had sided with Ya-chani. In the future, the father and son would have to be careful. Ye Yang told his father not to worry. If they came here, he would personally make sure that no one left alive. Suddenly, the doors of the house flew open and gray shadows appeared on the threshold. The strangers shouted that the Grand Elder had ordered the entire Ye family to appear immediately in the council hall and no one was to be late. At that moment, a meeting was taking place in the council hall. It became known there that Aeyong had not only beaten their servants but also tortured the young master, breaking his arms and legs. It was also said that the young man had taken the key to the treasury, robbed it, and now faced the death penalty. Upon hearing this, Elder Yatinhi said that he would tear the young man to pieces and punish him for all the evil he had done. 2 strangers in cloaks and hoods listened attentively to the elders' meeting. The second elder of the family cursed, indignant that Ya-yun dared to raise his hand against his close companions, calling him an insolent scoundrel. Suddenly, a wave of air, dust, and smoke swept through the room, scattering the elders into the corners of the hall. Everyone was puzzled and couldn't understand who dared to cause such trouble. Ya-yun appeared before the elders and declared that they were the ones who had attacked their comrades first. One of the elders looked at the young man with anger. He did not bow to him, did not show him the proper respect, and completely broke away from his control. He must be taught a lesson. The young man did not lose his composure and accused the supreme elder of breaking the rules. He shouted in the face of the council that they were nothing and unworthy of standing in his father's place. All the elders looked confusedly from the supreme elder to the young man, wondering what was really going on. The young man was absolutely sure he was right. He looked at the council and waited for their answer. The young man's father arrived just in time to support his son in his struggle. Ya-yun said that the show would begin soon and everyone would see who the real villain was. The young man's father asked Ya-yin why he was trying to start a rebellion and how to understand his actions. A murmur spread among the council members. Confusion, laughter, and surprise. The elders believed that Ya Wang could not be the head of the family without any experience. Yachini raised his hands and shouted that the position of head of the family should be held by a special, truly capable person. Some members of the council supported his opinion and declared that they agreed to serve the Grand Elder. Later, they admitted that their wives and children were with the elder and they were forced to obey his orders. The Grand Elder shouted at the father to kill his son immediately and then his life would be spared. The young man did not lose his composure and said that if the great elder wanted to be the head of the family, he should show what he was capable of. The elder was sure that the young man was not up to the task and calmly waited for the outcome. The young man stretched out his hand with a fiery, poisonous palm and touched the elder. It was the palm of Dark Wind. Everyone watched in horror as the young man fought on equal terms with the elder who had reached the 2nd degree of the blood she abode. The young man calmly demonstrated his skill, laughing at the elder, teasing him and assuring him that he had many more surprises in store. Without taking his angry gaze off the nasty old man, the young man shouted the word sword in a thunderous voice. Horror reflected in the Ellers' eyes. He recognized his sword, a weapon that could kill anyone. He still couldn't believe what was happening and just shouted, "How did you?" Cries of elder rang out from all sides, but his lifeless body was already lying in the middle of the council hall. The young man stood over the body of the slain man and asked what it was like to die by his own sword. Suddenly, the unimaginable happened. The earth split open. Everything exploded. Fragments of stone and glass flew in all directions. Fire and lightning mingled in chaos. Someone very strong pushed Ya-yun to the ground and shouted that he had not only crippled the family's beloved son-in-law, but also killed the great elder. The Yai family would not let this go. It became clear to everyone that the stranger in the hood and mask belonged to the Ya family, but who he was and what he wanted remained a mystery. Yayun got to his feet, calmed his father down, and went out to meet the stranger, preparing to deal with his new enemy. He knew that the Yang family was one of the 4 great families that held a powerful position in the Qinyang district. The Yang family not only wanted to unite with the Yai family but also demanded that all their people give up their surnames and become a branch of the clan. The young man said that now he understood why the old man was so arrogant. He was trying to appease the Yang family, but the Ye family, although not as prestigious, would never stoop so low. The masked stranger shouted that if the young man did not immediately cut his throat as a sign of apology, his father would die. The second stranger in a hood and mask asked to be allowed to kill the insolent boy and then behead his father, after which they would return home together. The strangers in hoods and masks urged the young man to prepare for death and took out a green magic sword. A stopped the huge blade with a slight movement of his hand, touching it with his fingers, and continued to look at his enemies with complete calm. Moreover, he teased the attackers, saying that their level of the abode was not that strong. A wild cry rang out, and the sword split the villain in 2. The family watched in horror, unable to believe their eyes and unable to comprehend how such a thing could be possible. The young man did not answer their questions. He was simply defending himself, his father, and his home. He said he did to them what they tried to do to him. If someone wants to kill him, he will kill them in return. This time the young man used the technique of the Sword of Spiritual Radiance, and nothing and no one could defeat him. The young man turned to his enemies and offered them 2 options: submit to his father, swearing allegiance and service, or be cut into small pieces. The choice was theirs. Yayun turned to the brother of the head of the Yang clan, confident that he would definitely not want to surrender. Yayun understood that the second brother would not surrender, so he used a powerful burst of energy from the ball. For the young man, it was no problem at all, practically a snap of his fingers. The enemy was almost defeated, clinging to life with his last ounce of strength. The young man had no intention of killing him. He offered him a chance to choose the right path. After that, the young man carried out the absorption and received a notification that his experience had increased and he had reached the 2nd degree of the Bloodshi realm. In addition, his skill points had increased and now he could use a 5-fold attack speed. The young man was delighted. Now he could strengthen his attack by advancing to a new level of the abode. This was very timely because enemies had once again crept up on the young man. They did not understand how he had become so strong and was able to deal with all the members of the Yang family. They were terrified by what they saw, and the only thing they could do was to go into the service of the leader. They understood that otherwise death awaited them. The young man said that those who had been forced to serve the enemies could restore their dignity if they helped get rid of the corpses. As for the 5 traitors, the young man wanted them to be stripped of their cultivation and locked up in a dungeon for life. The faces of the enemies were contorted with fear, anger, and malice. They did not want to believe what they had heard. When they were led into the dungeon, they shouted angrily that the Yang family would destroy the young man and that sooner or later the entire Ye family would perish. After that, the young man and his father walked around the temple. His father asked if his son had been hurt, to which he replied that he was fine and that they had gotten rid of all the people of Chun. His father proudly thanked his son, saying that he had grown up and was now behaving like the head of the family and that in the future he would take his place. Yun wanted to know one thing. When would the seal on the secret cave of the Black Moon be removed? His father told him that the 3 great families would join forces to remove the seal in 10 days. He did not understand why his son needed this information. The secret cave of the Black Moon is located in the deepest part of the Black Moon mountain range. The heads of the families left it there many years ago, and it is guarded by the 3 great families of the city of Bayun. The secret black cave is filled with a spiritual aura and is home to many demonic beasts. It also holds a huge amount of rare and valuable treasures, making it an ideal refuge for martial arts masters to cultivate their skills. To prevent masters from flocking to this cave and depleting its resources, the 3 great families sealed it 100 years ago and agreed to remove the seal once every 3 years. The young man had his own thoughts about this cave. He knew that there were many masters of the Bloodshi realm in the young family. It was also said that their eldest son, Yang Luyan, was at the peak of his mastery of the Bloodshi realm. The young man understood that he would have to find his way into the cave himself. His next destination was a beautiful waterfall. Jumping from the height of the waterfall, he plunged into the deepest lake with the sole purpose of opening the seal of the cave. He swam closer and closer to the bottom of the lake, knowing that the treasure was there. To make sure everything worked out, he took an underwater breathing pill. During the dive, the young man received a notification that the scent of treasure was coming from the south. The goal was close. The young man knew that a very powerful treasure was hidden in this spiritual reserve. Soon a notification came that the young man's experience had reached 4,000 points thanks to the absorption of treasures from the spiritual reserve. He rose to the 3rd degree of the abode of bloodshide. Well, that wasn't bad. Tired but satisfied, the young man emerged from the water. His level had reached the 9th stage of body tempering. He had advanced all his abilities and his attack speed was 1,000,000 points. Suddenly, he saw something that shook him to the core. What was it? He couldn't believe his eyes. A beautiful, half-naked stranger was standing on the shore of the lake. Her hair was blowing in the wind, and the hem of her robe revealed her beautiful legs. In anger, she rushed at the young man, thinking that he was spying on her bathing. The young man had no time or opportunity to explain himself, so he fled. The girl not only caught up with the young man, but also intended to kill him using techniques she was familiar with. Yoon wanted to explain to her that he had not intended to spy on her and that their meeting had been accidental. He did not want to hurt her and was only trying to distance himself. Suddenly, blood gushed from the girl's mouth. The young man only had time to catch her and help her stay on her feet. He tried to find out how she was feeling. The girl stopped resisting, and then the young man saw a sword wound on her shoulder, but he couldn't help her because a crowd of thugs on horseback galloped up to the lake. Seeing the beauty, they shouted that they had finally found her. The leader of the pursuers was happy to have found the girl and praised her for her ability to run away. Now he was going to deal with her. After that, he turned to the young man. He said that the beauty was the target of the wild horse gang and advised him to leave if he valued his life. Otherwise, he would finish him off with his saber. The young man knew about Wild Horse's gang. It was a notorious band of thieves who lived near Bayun. They often robbed the city and committed all kinds of crimes. The leader threatened the young man once again, saying that as soon as his saber left its sheath, the young man would be in serious trouble. Yun was not afraid at all. He knew his strength and threatened the bandit in return. The gang leader did not have time to understand what had happened before the young man drew his sword. Pieces of clothing flew into the air and the frightened horse threw the bandit to the ground. In the blink of an eye, it was all over. The gang leader lay with a hole in his chest and his subordinates circled around him in horror, screaming. The young man knew that all the other bandits were only at the first level of the blood cult, so he wasn't even going to waste his energy on them. The bandits, however, did not know about his abilities. They wanted to avenge their boss and destroy the young man. In a few moments, the entire gang was defeated. The young man, without letting go of the beauty, dealt with everyone with a light movement of his sword. After that, he received a notification that the absorption of 7 people and a huge number of items they had brought with them had begun. The system would absorb all of this and give the young man new experience. The young man was surprised that the system could absorb everything at once, thereby saving a huge amount of time. He gladly took advantage of this skill. Absorbing the gang allowed the young man to advance to the 4th level, and he was very pleased that despite the delay, he was able to gain experience and move up to the next level. Yayun left the beautiful girl on the shore of the lake and went on his way. Soon she caught up with him and began to apologize and thank him. She realized that the young man had healed her and saved her from the bandits. The girl wanted to know his name and where he came from. The young man introduced himself and said his name was Yaun and that he was from the city of Bayun. He was pleased to have dealt with Wild Horse's gang because they were real criminals. The girl turned out to be from the Kaiyuan sect. She had come here with the elders to recruit outstanding students. She realized that the young man was a brilliant fighter and wanted to invite him to become her disciple. However, suddenly the sky lit up with fireworks. The young man instantly realized that something serious had happened, most likely trouble. He rushed to help, leaving the girl alone. She only had time to shout, "Hey, where are you going? Wait for me." Yun ran to his family's house. The guards had been killed, their bodies lying in the courtyard. The young man turned to one of the servants. He wanted to find out what had happened and who had attacked his people. Suddenly, someone called out to him. The strangers turned to the young man and accused him of killing the 2 messengers and disrupting the wedding between the Ye and Yang families. Standing before the young man was Yang King Mu, the chief steward of the Yang family. He called the young man quite brave for a loser who had lost his cultivation. Suddenly, the young man's father jumped out of the crowd of enemies. He was wounded in the shoulder and looking at his son only managed to shout, "Run!" Seeing his wounded father and hearing the accusations that he was a loser who had lost his cultivation, the young man's gaze became harder and more serious. While his enemies offered him a painless death, the young man used his abilities. The enemies were shocked by the speed of his actions. They thought he was a failure. The young man's father also looked at his son with interest and could not immediately figure out what abilities his offspring was using to deal with his enemies. The uninvited guests were stalling for time, and their leader couldn't believe that his legs were broken. Yoon tucked his sword into his belt with satisfaction and remarked mockingly that the Yang family was too slow on the uptake. The enemies whispered among themselves, "How is this possible? How could this have happened? What happened? We didn't even see him draw his sword. How did this loser become so strong?" The young man rushed to his father and asked about his health, asking if he was all right. An outsider watched the conversation between father and son. He thought that this young punk was only at the 4th level of the blood abode, but his martial arts skills were impressive, and his talent could rival that of the geniuses of the Yang family. The young man felt the hostile gaze of one of the strangers. He was ready for anything and had no intention of letting the situation slide. The chief manager turned to the young man and said that he didn't care about Ya's death because he was a weakling. And if the young man joined the Yang family, nothing would threaten the Ye family's life. Yayun was speechless at such arrogance. Someone was offering to spare his life. But was he worthy of saying such things? The manager suggested that he not be insolent, but show what he was capable of. He took out his sword and prepared to strike using the Qinghong sword technique. The young man used the sword of spiritual execution. Before their swords could cross in battle, the sky opened up and a stranger appeared between them. He addressed the rivals with words urging them to listen to him before the fight began. The manager recognized the old man as Elder Chu, a first-level master of the Supreme Abode. Everyone discussed the newcomer. They knew that Ka Yuan was a prestigious sect that included the best royal-level martial arts masters. The elder addressed everyone present and said that he had come to repay a debt to Mr. E. In addition, he wanted to ask Mr. E personally if he would like to join the Kailan sect. Everyone present was shocked. They knew that the sect only accepted students once every 100 years and that its requirements were extremely strict. The elders would not accept new students just like that. Yoon said he was not interested in the offer. He had always enjoyed simply teaching people. Although no one usually passed up such an opportunity, the manager's face contorted with hatred. He rushed at the young man, shouting and accusing him of courting death. The elder stopped the chief manager, Yang, with a slight movement of his hand, and asked if he understood what the elder had said. The elder threatened the manager that he could become a personal enemy of the Kayuan sect. No matter how angry and hateful the manager was, he was not a fool. He did not want to become an enemy of the Kayuan sect. After that, the elder said that he would forget about today's unpleasant situation, but if the manager set foot in the county, he would be beheaded. The young man watched the dialogue between the elder and the administrator without interfering. When the administrator turned to leave, the young man called out to him and asked if he had given him permission to leave. The young man declared that the manager must leave behind the hand with which he had wounded his father. It seemed that the administrator had no choice. He was weak and could not disobey the Ehlers' will. He still hoped to defeat the young man, but it was already impossible to stop him. In the blink of an eye, the manager's arm was broken. All he could do was scream in pain and glare with hatred. The young man, however, was completely calm. He continued to avenge his father and mocked him. It turned out that he had mixed up his hands. A few seconds later, the manager's other arm was broken. Bad luck. The elder turned to the chief manager, Jan, and suggested that he not resist, otherwise he would regret it. Full of anger and hatred, the manager swore that he would never forget today's insult. He promised to repay Yayun twice over in the future. The young man looked with satisfaction at his fleeing opponent, rubbed his hands, and said that he was simply incapable of dealing with him. After the manager and his men fled, the wounded father turned to the elder with words of gratitude. The elder reassured the father and said that the girl Uayun had saved that morning had asked him to thank the young master for saving her life. The elder addressed the young man with deep gratitude and invited him to practice at the Kayuan sects sometime in the future. As a token of appreciation, he gave the young man a brooch that would serve as a pass to the entrance exam. The young man accepted the brooch and thanked the elder, but all he could think about was that the secret cave of the Black Moon would soon be opened, and he could not leave this place. The young man looked with satisfaction at the entrance to the cave. He had finally reached it. Yayun explained to the elder that he wanted to strengthen his cultivation as quickly as possible. He needed to absorb more experience points. Sooner or later he would leave this place, and with this brooch he would be able to choose an alternative path if he wished. The elder supported him. When the elder left, representatives of the victims approached the father and son. They said that although there were no fatalities, many who wanted to go to the secret cave of the Black Moon were seriously injured. They would not be able to go there in 7 days. But the young man reassured everyone. He showed them something that amazed everyone. It turned out that he had some useful treasures. These were not only high-quality medicinal elixirs, but also pills and healing substances. Everyone wondered where they came from. The guy didn't tell the truth. He knew that he had collected some of the elixirs from thieves and hidden them just in case. These elixirs would not only help heal wounds quickly, but also advance to the next level of the blood she aboded. Those with sufficient abilities would be able to explore the secret cave of the Black Moon with the young man in 7 days. All thanks to the elixirs. Everyone enthusiastically welcomed this news. 7 days passed and the Black Moon mountain range revealed its riches to the group of travelers. Finally, they reached the entrance to the secret cave of the Black Moon. Unexplored and alluring, the young man stood at the entrance, realizing that unprecedented adventures awaited him soon. The goal was close, but then someone called out to him and everyone turned toward the voice. At the head of the group of enemies was the manager. He asked where the great elder E was. He had always brought his family here before. The father replied that as difficult as it was to break the bad news, he would not hide anything. That scoundrel had been expelled from the family. The representatives of the Zhou family were very surprised that the E family had fallen into decline and that their group looked very weak. The strangers continued to mock the family, hinting that they would need special care, and mockingly saying that the E family looked better this year. They recalled that in previous years, as soon as representatives of the Ye family tried to enter the secret cave of the Black Moon, spiritual beasts immediately attacked them and drove them away. The young man and his father listened calmly to all this and noted that they still needed the special care of the head of the Zhou family. Yayun calmly looked at his opponents and said that this year he himself would provide special care. The rivals checked the Ye family and realized that they were all at the 3rd level of the abode, and some had even reached the 4th. They couldn't believe their eyes and couldn't understand how the family members had been able to advance to the next level in just a few days. The young men calmly continued the conversation, asking why they were so surprised and when they would remove the seal from the secret cave of the Black Moon. A representative of the Zhou family suggested that they see who would be the strongest. This would become clear when they entered the cave. So representatives of the 3 families began to perform the ritual to open the secret cave of the Black Moon. The unsealing of the cave went smoothly. Representatives of all the families rushed to the entrance, hoping to be the first to gain new knowledge and abilities. Like wild animals, they rushed past each other, trying not to give up a single moment. Ayun, together with representatives of his family, watched this calmly and with dignity. Now they too went inside the Black Moon cave. As expected, a huge amount of spiritual energy flowed from the depths of the secret cave. The young man suggested using spiritual herbs for cultivation so that their power would increase significantly. Everyone gratefully turned to the young man for showing them the right path, and soon they managed to gather a rich harvest of herbs. The young man received a notification that there were many sacred treasures to the northwest. He decided to go there and then search for other treasures in the Black Moon cave. After the representatives of the Ye family disappeared, their rivals rejoiced and rushed to find the treasures themselves. The young representative of the Zhou family hoped to take advantage of the knowledge that the members of the E family would acquire and take all their treasures for himself. He planned to kill them at the last moment. The young villain explained to his servants that no one would be able to prove their involvement in the death of the Eve family. This place was full of dangers and monsters, and it would be impossible to accuse them. The servants bowed to their vile master and called him very wise. He suggested saying that the Eve family had been killed by a beast and no one would ever guess the truth. Suddenly someone's sword fell on the young villain's shoulder. Surprised, he jumped up, turned around, and found himself face to face with a young. His servants demanded that the young man release their master. The villain tried to calm them down. He said that he was the young master of the Zhou family and was sure that Yan would not have the courage to do such a thing. In the next moment, a sharp sword cut through his opponent. Yan was completely calm and called the servants a bunch of weaklings. After a few moments and a few swings of his sword, the enemies were scattered across the clearing like splinters. The young master of the Zhou family sat on the ground, pressing his hand to the wound on his neck, unable to believe that the young man dared to do this to him. The young man not only confirmed that he was ready to hurt him, but also threatened to kill him. His opponent finally realized that he was facing a truly powerful enemy who was not joking. He threatened the young man that his father would never forgive the murder of young Joe and would one day want to bury the entire Ya family along with his son. Yoon did not argue and agreed that he was right. However, he did not understand how the Joe family would prove his guilt. After all, the cave was full of dangers and wild animals, which meant that everything could always be blamed on them. Young Joe had nothing to say in response. This was his perfect plan. No one would even think about who the real killer was. He realized that his only chance of salvation was his fast legs. He had to run immediately, but the young man stopped him and asked him not to rush. He had one small task to complete. He decided to show his enemy special care, namely to lend a hand and use him for cultivation. The secret cave of the Black Moon looked eerie from the inside. It was teeming with wild wolves, which the members of the E family quickly dealt with. Then the young man arrived, and his friends told him that they had collected the crystals of a pack of second-order demon wolves. But Yayun's thoughts were far away. He had received a notification about his abilities and realized that his leveling speed was too slow. Even though he had absorbed the Joe family group and many spiritual treasures, he still lacked experience points. He also received a notification that there was a third-order spiritual elixir and green sacred fruits to the southwest. The young man decided to go there immediately and collect everything. He ordered his friends to stay put while he went to get the sacred materials because such treasures could only be obtained by a royal-level martial arts master. The young man understood that his companions would not be able to cope with the local obstacles. This place was inhabited by bats of the dark wind and third-order demonic beasts. The young man engaged in battle with the bats, intending to use them to gain experience. Suddenly, the bats launched sonic attacks. The young man resisted with all his might, and the enemies scattered, dying one after another. After the bats, it was the turn of the black, scaly crocodiles, demonic beasts of the third order. The battle was fierce, and the young man had no choice but to destroy them first. Soon, the scaly crocodiles suffered the same fate as the previous monsters. The young man used the technique of the Sword of Spiritual Radiance. It proved to be particularly useful here. Thanks to his strength, abilities, and persistence, he managed to overcome the crocodiles. Finally, he reached the bottom of the cave and was able to rest a little. After devouring all the monsters, the young man received a notification that his stats had improved by 500,000 experience points. His cultivation rose 2 levels at once, all thanks to the group of demonic beasts. It was time to get the green sacred fruits. Suddenly, the cave was illuminated by a red light and a fireball rushed towards the young man. Enemies jumped out of it, demanding that he hand over the green sacred fruits and leave if he valued his life. Yoon calmly asked if they really thought they could harm him in any way. The villains accused him of arrogance and declared that this chatterbox's life would now come to an end. One of the enemies tried to start a fight, but he couldn't do anything. He lacked both strength and speed. With a slight movement of his hand, the young man unleashed such power that his enemies scattered to the corners of the cave. It was an unconditional victory. Yoon warned that he would take the life of young Master Chen if he laid a finger on what belonged to him. The enemy did not understand how this would be done, but he did not give up and continued to make threats. He put a red berry in his mouth. Something terrible was about to happen. Suddenly, the young enemy turned into a red, fiery monster. He exuded strength and power and was sure that the young master of the Ye family was doomed. The servants whispered among themselves. They understood that the young man would not survive because their master had eaten a second-order blood elixir that tripled his strength. The villain shouted again that he would spare the young man if he knelt down and called him his father. Yoon remained completely calm, allowing his enemy to enjoy his last moments of life. He knew what would make him run away in tears. At that very moment, other events were taking place outside the secret cave of the Black Moon. The 3 fathers of the main family stood near the entrance and waited for their sons, hoping to meet their heirs soon. The men laughed at the head of the Ye family, asking why he was so silent and whether he was worried about his son. They said that there were so many monsters inside the cave that it was only natural to come out wounded. But even if the young men did not encounter demonic beasts, the troops would still fight each other for the treasures. They rejoiced at the thought that their offspring would be able to defeat young Lord Yi, and that only his weakness could be blamed for this. They hoped that the head of the Yi family would not be offended by their sons. After all, they did not make up these rules. The young man's father confirmed that he was indeed worried about his son's life. But there was one but. He was not worried about his safety, but rather that the young man would enjoy dealing with his enemies and would not want to return and settle down. Suddenly, A sound caught the attention of all the fathers. They turned their heads toward the cave exit, and their faces were contorted with horror. With a crash, smoke, and sparks, the bodies of broken warriors flew out of the Black Moon Cave. Loner fell lifeless into his father's arms. His father tried to find out what had happened to his son, but he only screamed, "It hurts. It hurts. Help me." A minute before his death, he confessed that Yayun had done all this to him. Soon, Yayun himself appeared at the cave entrance. He told the head of Gina that his son had cried and begged for mercy. Therefore, the young man kindly agreed to bring him out so that he could see his father before he died. A grimace of anger appeared on the face of the head of the Jin family. He shouted that he would tear the young man to pieces. All the heads of families jumped to their feet and began to ask the young man questions. Why did only he and his squad return from the secret cave? Where were the people of the Zhou family? The young man continued to be defiant. He told the head of the Zhou family that he wanted to take special care of him. However, the secret cave turned out to be so dangerous that his son remained there. The head of the Zhou family called the young man a brat and accused him of using a dirty trick to secretly harm the head's son. The dissatisfied heads of families wanted to take revenge on the young representative of the Yi family because they understood that in the future he would become a huge problem for them. But then the young man's father spoke up. He asked the head of the Zhou family if he was trying to break the established rules, to which the head of the Zhou family shouted that today he would kill this brat from the Yi family. The young man did not lose his composure and said that if the head of the Zhou family did not want to play by the rules, then he himself would no longer do so either. In less than a second, his hand grabbed the elder by the throat, and a look of horror distorted the face of the head of the Zhou clan. Chief Jin saw this and realized that he had never encountered such strength before. Yun turned to him and said that Jin would be next. Chief Jin had no intention of giving up. He hoped to fight and defeat the young man. However, he was also finished in a matter of seconds. The young man drew his sword and finished him off. Chief Jin did not understand how the young man was able to dodge his blow. The young man replied that the head was too slow to defeat him. He was not even able to see the attack. The young man continued to taunt Chief Jin, asking, "Is that all you can do?" And the fight continued. Suddenly, Chief Jin's spear broke into small pieces, and he was left with his bare hands. The servants of the Ye family watched the fight and noted with admiration that their young master was very strong. Chief Jin finally accepted his situation and said that he never thought he would lose to this brat. However, such is life. The three great families had lived in harmony for hundreds of years, and now the Ye family was destroying it. If the two families united, would it be able to withstand it? The young man confirmed that Hejin's fears were absolutely justified. Hejin asked for mercy and said he would serve the Ye family. He also promised to mend relations with the Zhou family. The young man agreed that the three families had lived in peace and tranquility for many years. However, from this moment on, there would be only one main family in Bayan, the Ya family. He announced that the Zhou and Jin families had been using trips to the secret cave for years to secretly mock the members of the Y family. This cannot be forgotten. The young man stretched out his hand toward the head of the Jin family and said, "Since your bond is so dear to you, you will be together in hell." The last thing Jin's head saw was the young man's hand, but at the same time he still doubted whether this was really his last day. A few seconds later, his lifeless body lay sprawled on the ground, and the young man completed his cultivation and took advantage of his power. After these events, the action moved to the city of Bayune to the Zhou family estate. Han Li, the right-hand man of the Wild Horse Gang, impatiently asked how much longer they had to wait. At that moment, Zhou's brother tried to calm him down. He told Commander Han not to be angry because the boss had not yet given the signal. They would have to wait a little longer. The bully attacked Zhou and said, "Since you hired Wild Horse's gang but don't believe we can deal with the families, does that mean you don't trust me and my guys?" Brother Zhou calmed the commander down and said that he knew about his skills and of course trusted him. But in order for everything to go as planned, they had to wait for their master's plan to succeed and only then begin to act. Each family chose their elite warriors who set off to hunt for the treasures of the secret cave. According to the plan, as soon as the hunt for the treasures of the Black Moon was over and the Chen family let their guard down, their master would strike and they would come to the rescue. Then all that would remain would be to kill the heads of the families and destroy their main forces, because then the rest would have no reason to disobey. This was the plan that Brother Zhou told the gang leader about. The plan was approved. The bandit continued to have doubts and asked, "How can such prestigious, wealthy, noble people use dirty tricks no better than us bandits?" Brother Joe said that the end justified the means, but if the city authorities found out about it, they would have to ask Commander Han to take the blame. The gang leader was satisfied. He said there was no need to worry about that because they had been paid and would take care of everything. The gang leader drew his sword and warned that his saber loved blood most of all. So when he started killing, it was best not to stop him. Brother Joe confirmed that Commander Han would help get rid of the rival families, and he would be only too happy if no one was left alive. The leader, with impatience and bloodlust in his eyes, confirmed that today he would show everyone what the Wild Horse Gang was worth. Suddenly, Ye Yun appeared before them. He said that they would not be able to wipe out the Ye family with such a low level of martial arts. The villains raised their sabers and swords and wondered where and how this insolent young man had appeared. They hadn't even noticed him enter. The bandits immediately decided to kill the young man, believing that he had asked for it. The young man, without changing his expression, simply told them not to get their hopes up for victory. He knew his own strength very well. In the next moment, the sword pierced Brother Joe through and through, and he did not even have time to cry out. His lifeless body flew across the hall and fell at the feet of the bandits. The gang leader called on his followers to finish off the young man and avenge their partner. The young man, confident in himself and his abilities, calmly said that the whole gang would die today. The doors flew open and the head of the Joe gang entered the house beaten with bruises and bloodstains on his face. Seeing the bodies of his supporters and piles of corpses, he sat down on the ground and could only sob, repeating that this was impossible. On, with a satisfied expression on his face, remarked that he had forgotten to warn him about the death of all his allies. Completely calm and confident in the righteousness of his actions, the young man said that all the people had already gone to hell. The courtyard of the Joe family was littered with corpses, and the moans of wounded bandits could be heard in the corners. The young man walked around the courtyard and argued that the Joe and Jen families, as well as the Wild Horse Gang, had made 3 unforgivable mistakes. The young man wanted to take advantage of the power of the head of the Joe family. However, he was still alive and resisted. Then the young man continued. He said that the first mistake the villains had made was that they should not have provoked the E family. The second mistake was that they foolishly thought they could compete with the E family. The third mistake was that they angered him, the most vengeful member of the E family. Chief Joe wouldn't let up. He shouted that killing them would do the young man no good, and if the mayor started investigating, the E family would be in trouble. The young man replied that they did not have much choice. Anyone who did not obey today would have to die immediately. That was the end of the conversation. At that moment, the doors of the house opened and representatives of the E family entered. The father rushed to his son and asked how he was doing and if he needed help. The young man replied that he needed to visit the Jen family. He left everything to his father, who in turn began to worry that his son would get carried away with revenge and murder. 3 days passed. Servants carried the treasures of the Joe family into the hall. The father, son, and steward accepted the chest and recorded the details. The head and young master of the Joe and Jen families who were involved in the murder of the Yair family students were killed. Now all the clans of Bayern looked up to the Yai family. The uncle reported to the young master that during the searches all the treasures had been confiscated and transported to the Yai family's house. The father said to his son that this time they had managed to escape danger thanks to his vindictiveness. If it weren't for the young man's intelligence and strength, the Ye family would have long since disappeared from the city of Bayon. Suddenly the door burst open and a messenger ran into the house, shouting for the father and son to listen to him carefully. He announced that the city governor was summoning the young master to his residence for questioning. The young man obediently followed to the city governor's palace and saw that a large number of guards had gathered there. He had never met the mayor face to face before. The young man bowed, introduced himself, and said that he was a representative of the E family and was pleased to meet him. At that moment, sharp shards of glass rained down from the ceiling. The young man did not lose his composure, and with the help of his inner strength, deflected all the dangerous shards. The next moment, full of indignation, he turned to the city governor and demanded an explanation. The mayor turned and faced the young man. He praised him for his quick reaction and admitted that he was surprised that such a young man had been able to reach the 9th level of the Bloodshee realm. Without a hint of embarrassment, the young man glanced at the city governor, who was sitting motionless in his chair, and asked if he really planned to press charges. The mayor confirmed his intention and asked what the young man's reaction would be. The young man asked if the mayor really believed that the Ye family should have stood by and done nothing while they were being killed. Yun said that blind patience turns people into objects of ridicule, and if the mayor did not even understand this, then the conversation was over. The young man suggested that in that case the city leader should be replaced. Tension arose between the men, and they glared at each other murderously. Suddenly the mayor turned to his daughter and asked her to give him some eye drops. He was feeling unwell and suffering from dry eyes. When he came to his senses, the mayor turned to the young man and confessed that he was on the verge of death. His body could no longer withstand the use of energy. He asked the young man not to laugh at him. Then the mayor expressed his admiration for the young man's youth and courage. And then he got to the point. He did not want to interrogate the young man at all. His subordinates had conducted an investigation and found out that the Jin and Zhou families had conspired with the Wild Horse Gang to destroy the members of the Ye family. Yun listened attentively to the mayor and asked why he had been invited to the palace. The mayor lowered his gaze and continued. He admitted that he had a personal request for the young man. He asked the young man to become the protector of his daughter Yalin on her way to the Keilun sect in Xinjiang. The young people looked at each other with distrust. It was clear that neither of them liked this idea. The young man remembered how the oldest elder had spoken about this sect. The mayor's daughter was extremely upset. She rushed to her father and demanded that he not send her away. Her father replied that Yalin was no longer a child. It was time for her to live independently, and his health was deteriorating and he would no longer be able to take care of his daughter. He also admitted that his daughter was much more talented and stronger than he was, and he was no longer able to teach her. Only in the Ken sect would she be able to unlock her potential and become truly strong. The son of the head of the Ye family still hasn't promised the mayor that he'll protect his daughter and take her to the sect. However, the city governor said that he considers the young man's entry into the sect to be an extremely useful step. Of course, he is strong. Otherwise, he would not have been able to deal with all the enemies of the family. But in order to become a true defender of the clan, he must stand firm. A short-term surge of strength can indeed hold back even two great families. But this is only a temporary phenomenon. Soon, other clans will also rise up in rebellion, and then an enemy will appear with whom the young man will have to fight a real battle. And in order to learn how to protect his family, the young man must join a sect. The city governor said that there are many martial arts masters in the world, and the young man needs to choose a path and learn everything. While he is studying, the city governor will protect his family, and in return, the young man must protect Yayin and bring her back safe and sound. After his training, the young man continued to insist. He told the mayor that his family was no longer what it used to be and no longer needed anyone's protection. This included the city governor's protection, which the members of Y family did not need. The young man's audacity struck Fan. He snapped his fingers, and at that very moment, his guards appeared. But even faster, the members of the E family put their swords to their throats. The young man apologized to the city governor Fan, saying that it was his family who had shown themselves in action. The mayor's daughter rushed to the young man in indignation, but that was the end of it. The young man praised his companions and thanked them for taking complete control of the mayor's residence in a matter of seconds. A group of servants stood outside the palace gates, ready to carry out the young master's orders at any moment. After this show of force, the young man turned to the city governor Fan and his daughter and asked if they thought his family needed anyone's protection. The mayor was impressed by what he saw. All of his guards were only at the 7th level of the Qi bloodline. He acknowledged that the members of the family possessed a previously unseen power, and that the time when they could be mistreated with impunity was gone forever. The city governor was wise enough to admit his mistake and realized that he had misjudged the situation. Yun accepted the city governor's apology with dignity and said that there were indeed many martial arts masters in the world, and it was time to test their strength. The mayor was losing his patience. He realized that he could not convince the young man to help and decided to play his last card. The young man waited for the attack, but the mayor threw himself at his feet and began to beg. He explained that he had raised his daughter with great difficulty and now he needed to protect her, but he simply did not have the strength. The young man could not bear the mayor's tears. He knew that he would most likely give in to his pleas. Mayor Fan soaked the young man's clothes with tears, sobbing and begging. He said he would cry every day until the end of time if the young man did not promise to grant his request. It seemed that the young man had no choice. He gave in and agreed to protect the girl. After that, the city governor reminded him that a man must keep his word and said that he was counting on the young man. He was obliged to take care of Yale. A scroll appeared in the mayor's hands. It was his family's legacy, a martial art, every movement of which exuded a masculine and powerful aura. Unfortunately, little Yin could not practice this art, and the city governor gave the scroll to the young man as a token of gratitude. The young man studied the scroll and found that he had become a master of the earth-level martial art. The young man agreed to accept the book and accompany Ya to the sect within 3 days. Soon they found themselves in the county of Kimian, where the Kowloon sect was located. Soldiers were sitting in a tavern discussing why so many strangers had appeared in the city recently. One of the guests explained that this was not surprising. All these people had come because the Kowloon sect was recruiting disciples. It was one of the strongest sects in the county. Many masters had gathered there, which is why warriors flocked to it. However, the conditions for admission were very strict. One had to pass more than one test. Every year, many young men and women come to the sect, but only a few succeed. And even if a person passes all the tests, he will only become an external disciple, and only internal disciples receive resources for cultivation. Yaun overheard this conversation by chance. He was having lunch with the city governor's daughter at the same inn. The girl laughed at the young man and asked if he was frightened by what he had heard, if he was afraid that he would not be able to join the sect. The young man, of course, was not afraid. In fact, he was simply excited and full of anticipation. The streets were very lively. Huge crowds of warriors were heading to the sect, hoping to pass the test and become its disciples. The girl did not believe the young man when he said he was excited. She told him not to count on success and not to get in her way. The Kayan sect was located on Mount Xinyu, and to get there one had to overcome many obstacles. First, one had to climb the mountain, which was no easy task. 1,000 steps under the scorching sun. The young man decided that this was the first test. Climbing the stone staircase seemed quite easy to him. He became curious about what the young lady Fang thought about it. The girl could barely stand on her feet. Drenched in sweat, she struggled to climb the stairs, her whole body trembling. Yoon climbed easily and without effort, which puzzled the girl. She couldn't believe her eyes. How could he overtake her so easily? When he reached the top, the young man realized that if she didn't speed up, she would not reach the top of the mountain before nightfall. Approaching her, the young man took her by the hand and said he wanted to help. The girl did not expect this. She was confused and realized that the young man wanted to carry her in his arms. But how could that be? The solution came naturally. Taking the girl by her arms and legs, the young man lifted her off the ground. He advised the girl not to move and not to grab his hands, as this would only hinder him. Then, swinging the girl on his outstretched arms, the young man carried her to the top of the mountain. He ran so fast that the other applicants and soldiers did not have time to see what lightning had flashed past them. They stood with their mouths open, realizing that something unusual had just passed by. At some point, it dawned on the warriors that it was none other than a member of the Ye family, Ya Yun. When he reached the top of the mountain, the guy put down his burden and she cried out, "Ouch!" and got to her feet. After that, the girl said that she had made it on her own, but her head was spinning. 2 sect leaders were waiting for the warriors at the top of the mountain and congratulated them on passing the first test. One of the administrators said, since they came here, it means they want to join the sect. However, the sect does not accept everyone. Prospective disciples must be at least 18 years old and must have reached the level of Shi blood. In addition, they showed the sect's power-determining stone, which is capable of recognizing age and cultivation level. The warriors whispered among themselves. They knew that the sect had very strict conditions. If the stone did not light up, it meant that the warrior was not suitable, and there was no point in even starting the test. 2 hours passed. All the warriors who had passed the Power Stone test were lined up in the courtyard. However, they were warned that their power level must also be high enough. The administrator glanced at the crowd. There were now about 40 people gathered here, and they were all moving on to the second stage of the test. The warriors lined up in a row and stood in a chain, not knowing what awaited them. As they passed by the sect members, they warmed up and looked at the newcomers with laughter. Everyone approached the Cayenne sect's combat arena. It was here that the warriors would have to fight each other to prove their strength. The applicants lined up in a chain. Behind the young man stood the city governor's daughter, humbly waiting for her turn. One of the administrators confirmed that this was the final test and that the winners of the battle would become disciples of the Siyun sect. The rules were quite simple. They had to fight each other on a rectangular platform. The 20 people who remained standing would be considered the winners. Any weapon could be used, but no one could be wounded or killed. The organizer announced the rules and gave the command to start the fighting. At this time, one of the sect's disciples was watching the newcomers. He looked at them with interest and tried to guess if there were any worthy opponents and truly strong warriors among the newcomers. Another disciple approached him and suggested placing a bet on who would advance to the next round. They watched Ye Yun with interest. thinking that he was not bad and could become a disciple. They chose 5 Thirtle Life Force elixirs as the bet. Another student bet everything on the contender standing behind the young man. He looked formidable and had every chance of becoming a disciple. The guys had a lot of fun joking with each other and advising each other not to whine or get upset if they lost. Yoon overheard someone talking about how Cowian was a unique genius in the cow family. 4 years ago, when he was 15, he broke through to the 4th level of the Blood Chi realm. And now his cultivation had reached the 1st level of the Supreme Realm. The bettors began to quarrel among themselves, accusing each other of dishonesty. How could you bet on someone you knew in advance? The organizers announced the start of the battle. The fight for a place as a disciple in the sect had begun. A tense training battle unfolded between the disciples. Everyone showed their maximum potential. Their strength was at its limit. Too much was at stake. The young man suggested that the girl cover for each other as the other guys looked very strong. Suddenly, Yayun stopped the fight and called the administrators over. Everyone froze and turned to look at him. It was time to play his trump card. The young man announced that he wanted to use one thing to join the sect. The administrators immediately recognized it as Elder Tu's brooch. One of the administrators announced that since the young man had already received Elder Tu's approval, he could skip this test, and no one had the right to attack him. Ye was pleased. He was invited to stay on the grounds and watch the other warriors fight. The city governor's daughter was surprised by what had happened. She asked the young man if he wasn't supposed to fight alongside her and help her. The young man replied that he couldn't be by her side all the time because she had to gain her own experience. If she hoped that he would protect her for the rest of her life, then she should become a disciple of the sector herself. This upset the beauty. She did not need to be protected for the rest of her life. She wanted to take the test to become an external disciple and was sure she could handle it. The next moment, the girl grabbed a whip and began to fight off the attackers, skillfully using her weapon. Yoon watched the fight with interest. He realized that teasing really worked with the beauty. He thought to himself, although he had promised to protect her, it would be better to develop her strength so that she could protect herself. It turned out that only real combat could make her stronger. And now everything depended on the girl herself. The 2 students who had bet on the newcomers quarreled again. One of them was the winner because he had bet on the son of the Ye family. The other accused him of being too cocky in his bet, as if he was sure of victory in advance. This seemed suspicious. The embittered student told him not to rejoice prematurely. If Taoyan passed the test, the defeat would not count and everything would come down to a draw. Meanwhile, a fierce battle continued in the courtyard. The warriors fought to the death even though it was only a test. By that time, the young beauty had already defeated 5 opponents, and there were about 23 people left on the field. As she continued to fight her opponents, the girl was surprised to find that she was no longer nervous after Yu Yun's words. Suddenly, she saw her next opponent and decided that this was her chance to prove herself. However, her opponent proved to be formidable, managing to deceive her and sneak up behind her. She did not expect such a turn of events. The fighter grabbed her by the throat and threatened her with a sword. The girl realized that she couldn't escape, and the warrior continued to taunt her, asking why such a weak woman had come to the Kayan sect and demanding that she admit defeat, otherwise he would simply break her neck. Yoon continued to watch the fight, but the piercing gaze of the girl's eyes could not leave him indifferent. Summoning her last ounce of strength, she replied to her enemy that he should not underestimate women, and it's not worth doing because it could end badly. After these words, the girl threw her enemy away, smearing him across the road. It was a total failure. The guy was literally crushed. Another victory was won by the young beauty. The defeated warrior lay exhausted on the courtyard slabs, stunned by how this could have happened to him. After that, the eyes of all the applicants were fixed on young Fang. They realized that she had escaped from her opponent's clutches and that she was strong enough to join the sect. Yuan was also pleased with the result, although not a single muscle in his face twitched, and his gaze remained as cold as ever. Young Fan caught her breath, calmed down, and prepared to face her new opponent. This time she greatly angered the warrior. With a cry of die, he lunged at her from behind. However, at the last moment, someone grabbed the attacker by the shoulder and stopped him. There was no way to resist, nor did she have the strength. It was Yayun. In the blink of an eye, he broke the villain's legs. Yayun looked with satisfaction at the defeated enemy, who lay motionless, but continued to swear and curse. The young man took the beaten man by the hand and said that he had tried to cheat, to poison the girl after losing to her in a fair fight. The loser continued to scream hysterically throughout the courtyard and demand that the young man let him go. At that moment, the young man saw a mark on his opponent's palm, a black ink stain, and said that he did not want to study with people like him. The defeated man could not understand what was happening. He tried to remind the young man that he had forgotten the words of the administrator Zuo. Administrator Zuo said that no one could attack a young man who already had a pass to the sect. But that did not mean that he could not attack someone else. The opponent continued to appeal to the young man. Would he really kill him? After all, they were forbidden to kill each other. This was only a training fight, a test. Yun confirmed that his opponent was right. Indeed, Administrator Zuo had warned that students could not kill each other, but Administrator Zuo did not say that it was forbidden to take away cultivation, which meant that it was not a violation of the rules. After this warning, the young man drained all of his opponent's abilities and threw his mangled body onto the parade ground. The sect administrators watched the events with interest. They understood that if the young man had not protected the young woman, she would have died instantly. They also noted that the young representative of the Ye family possessed incredible speed and was worthy of being a disciple of the sect. The young man turned to the administrators saying that he did not want to study with such scum and asked if they thought he had broken the rules by cultivating him. The administrators confirmed that they saw no problem with the young man's actions and did not consider him a violator. After that, the young beauty approached Yu and thanked him for saving her life. The young man calmly accepted her gratitude and advised her not to relax because there were still many opponents left in the courtyard and the test was continuing. The older students also watched the competition. One of them happily teased his defeated comrade. The loser saw Yun as his main problem and promised to remember this in the future. Half an hour later, the courtyard was littered with defeated students. Young Fan looked around with satisfaction. The test was almost over and soon it would be time to rest. She turned to one of her rivals and thanked him for giving her the opportunity to win, to which the boy honestly replied that his skills were inferior to hers. Another warrior finished the test with a victory. It was Hub. Finally, the administrator raised his hand and announced that time was up. He said that the remaining 20 people had passed the test and that they had all become external disciples of the Keilun sect. The disciples were mentally and physically exhausted, and Young Fun could barely stand on her feet, relieved to realize that she had passed the exam. Yun understood that the beautiful Xiaowen Qin was very good at fighting. He also agreed that Hui would become a worthy opponent in the future. The administrator addressed the disciples and said that he would take them to the assembly hall where they would receive jade tokens and other insignia. He explained to the newcomers that the sect had 7 great peaks, 36 secondary peaks, and 300 minor peaks. The 7 great peaks were the core of the sect's cultivation, where the best resources were concentrated. But only inner disciples can enter there. If an outsider gets in, he will be torn to pieces. In addition, there is also the Spirit Tempering Hall, the Treasure Hall, the Assembly Hall, the Arena, and the Pagoda. The Spirit Tempering Hall is divided into 36 isolated stone rooms in which strong spiritual energy is gathered. There, disciples cultivate solitude. The Treasure Vault is where the sect's treasures are kept. It houses collections of rare artifacts, elixirs, martial arts, and sacred weapons. The Assembly Hall, where they had just been, was intended for planning the sect's affairs and issuing daily tasks and assignments. The administrator said that the combat arena and the 7-story pagoda were not yet necessary for the newcomers and that they would learn about them later. The administrators announced that everyone had received their introductory rewards, jade tokens, storage bags, and 5 spirit stones. These spiritual stones are used as currency in the sect. In the future, disciples would activate their information and receive jade stones as salary. It turns out that all past statuses and wealth after joining the Cayenne sect mean nothing, which means that cultivation will be even more difficult. One of the disciples brought a lot of money, but it turned out to be useless. The administrator confirmed that all disciples are equal in the sect, and everyone starts from scratch, and then he led them to the cave where the external disciples will live. The male disciples would live in this cave while the girls would go to another place. The applicants were surprised at how poor and miserable the cave was. They did not expect to have to live in such Spartan conditions. The administrator said that the external students would be able to move to the Peikoff estates and enjoy good conditions only when they became internal students. The newcomers listened carefully to the rules of life. They were told that if they did not give up now and trained hard and won the competition in 3 months, they would be able to become internal disciples. Yoon listened carefully to all the instructions and said that he would definitely win these competitions. After months of training, the young man continued to prepare himself mentally and physically. He received a notification that he had reached 6,000 experience points. He learned that if he collected spirit stones in a magic circle, he could get 3 times more spiritual power. But it also became clear that absorbing this spiritual power would not increase his experience. Apparently, he would have to find another way to obtain more spirit stones. 5 days passed. In the assembly hall, the steward was asleep at the table, drunk on wine. 2 inner disciples came to him. One laughed at his companion, asking why he had come to the assembly hall had he run out of money. Fun said that the bed of 5 elixirs of life force had cost him too much. If he did not accumulate spiritual stones for new elixirs, he would not be able to improve his cultivation. But many disciples were already queuing for spiritual stones. They needed them too. The disciples couldn't understand what was going on and why such a crowd had gathered in the assembly hall. One of the inner disciples told Brother Fun that recently a new outer disciple had been taking all the assembly hall tasks and completing them very quickly. Therefore, the other disciples had to queue up in advance to get a task for spiritual stones. Otherwise, there would be nothing left. New disciples are weak and they have no choice but to work harder than others. Taking this information calmly, he thought that there were only 20 new disciples and there were more than 300 in the task hall every day. Why rush? He still didn't understand anything. It turned out that someone was capable of completing nearly 100 tasks a day. And of course, we know who that student was. The administrator was furious. He chased Yayun away because he kept coming and disturbing him while he was drinking. At one point, he simply threw a huge amount of spirit stones in the guy's face and said he didn't want to see him anymore. Yun took the stones he had earned and as he left, promised to return the next day. The manager yelled after him to get lost and not to come back tomorrow because he wanted to sleep in and not see the young man. The young man held back until the last moment. Then he used his power. Reaching out to the administrator, he smiled and thanked him for everything. The inner disciples stood with their mouths open. They realized that Old Man Shu had given the young man a 7th level task, and there were 10 levels of difficulty in the task hall. It was believed that external disciples were suited to levels 1 through 4, gathering herbs and hunting demonic beasts whose ranks did not exceed 3. Tasks above level 5 were very difficult. It was unclear how this newcomer among the external disciples was able to complete so many 7-level tasks. Who was he? At that moment, the administrator announced that there were no more tasks for the other students today, and they could leave. All the disciples watched Yayun leave with hatred and anger in their eyes. Yayun paid no attention to his comrades. He went outside to complete the next task, which did not seem too difficult. All that awaited him was a pack of 3rd-rank storm wolves, which were too good at group combat. The young man estimated that there were about 30 or even 40 storm wolves, each as strong as the leader. The guy got ready to do the job. He knew that he only needed to take down 2 wolves for the result to count. However, the pack had other ideas and the rest of the wolves joined in. Yun gathered all his strength and prepared for a difficult battle. He told himself that these wolves would be stepping stones on his path to gaining great power. Standing firmly on his feet, he reached out toward the wolves and began to deal with them. A large number of creatures were destroyed, which added to the young man's experience. The young man used the brilliant Vajradhara style. However, the result was not what he had expected. The young man continued to use the fire and brilliant style, improving his performance. He had already reached the 1st level of Grandmaster. The young man noted that the brilliant Vajra style was worthy of being an earthal art. It was indeed very powerful. The young man understood that with his current level of cultivation, he could ask for an 8th level task next time. Suddenly, there was an explosion under the young man's feet, and fragments of rock, fire, and lightning flew into the air. The dissatisfied inner disciples surrounded the young man and demanded that he give them the demonic elixirs. Yun was surprised and asked how the inner disciples knew him. One of the disciples replied that not only did he know the young man, but he also considered him his personal enemy. After losing a bet, however, he would spare the young man if he gave him the demonic elixirs. Then the young man would be set free. Yayun listened to the proposal calmly and even laughed slightly at his rivals. The inner disciples asked Brother Fun not to talk to the young man, but to simply step aside. They were going to shut him up and take all his things away. One of the inner disciples reminded them that they must not harm their fellow disciples. If any of the administrators found out about this, everyone would be in trouble. However, she was told that there was nothing to fear because students regularly broke their arms and legs during assignments, and if they didn't say anything, no one would know what had happened to Yan. The internal disciples eagerly awaited the start of the young man's punishment. They wanted to show Brother Fun how they would beat the guy. Surrounding the young man on all sides, they applied the spiritual cage seal. The young man realized that this seal was absorbing his spiritual power and understood that he had underestimated his opponents. One of the senior disciples said that brother probably had not yet seen the sect's spiritual cage seal in action. It sucks out spiritual power, preventing escape. The more spells a person casts, the stronger the shackles become. It must have been terrible to be restrained by 10 people. And soon there was practically nothing left of the young man. They offered to give him the elixir and then he would be free. However, in the next moment, the most unexpected thing happened. They thought that with such a level of power they would be able to restrain the young man, but they were bitterly mistaken. The guy used the same brilliant Vajra style and the shackles flew apart, dragging his opponents with them. Fun's inner disciple watched what was happening with indelible interest. He did not understand how this scoundrel was able to break through to the level of Grandmaster so quickly, and how he managed to do it. The attackers were scattered across the field. Beaten and broken, they lay helplessly. At that moment, Fun rushed at the young man with his sword. However, the young managed to use his T-fold attack speed. The sword split in the attacker's hands like an icicle. Yayun grabbed Fun by the throat and said he would return his own words to him. He lifted his opponent with an outstretched arm and said that he was doomed, and his end came at the moment when Fun coveted the young man's possessions. Fun finally realized that his life was hanging by a thread. He began to beg the young man to spare him. Yayun did not accept any promises or gifts from Fun, but simply threw him away without getting his hands dirty. 15 minutes passed. All the attackers woke up, cleaned themselves up, and realized they were wrong. They gathered all the spirit stones they had and offered them to the young man in exchange for their lives. He took the stones and asked with a smile if their lives were really worth so little. He said he was not as foolish as they thought and understood that the senior inner disciples must have more stones. He asked if they had brought bags to store them in. The defeated disciples realized that he was not only very strong but also smart and ruthless. He looked with satisfaction at the pile of bags filled with stones. This was all that the inner disciples had accumulated since joining the sect. They hoped that he would spare them. The young man gathered the stones with satisfaction and said that the inner disciples had collected a lot of good things and he was very pleased with that. After these words, the young men and women turned around and quietly went on their way. They promised not to tell anyone about today's events, for it was their shame. The young man called out to them and asked them to wait a moment. Then he drew his sword and slashed the air around him. The students howled in pain and screamed at the same moment. They called the young man a scoundrel who had broken his word. Yaun calmly asked when he had broken his word and why they were saying such things. After all, he had promised to spare the disciples, but he had not said that they would remain unharmed. Anger distorted the disciples' faces, but they could not argue because they themselves had reasoned that it was natural to lose an arm or a leg on a mission. After that, leaving his crippled comrades to lick their wounds and stop the bleeding, the young man went about his business. After a while, he appeared inside Yayun's cave. The young man had finished meditating. His cultivation was complete and he had reached the second level of Grandmaster. He never thought that there would be so many spirit stones and elixirs in the storage bags, thanks to which he was able to reach the second level of Grandmaster so quickly. It seemed that they often bullied their classmates, so he taught them a lesson that would be useful to everyone. Now it was time to rest. But then he heard someone calling his name. He picked up the communication stone and asked what was going on. From the voice, he realized it was Fun Yalin calling him. The girl said that her friend had been given a 5th level assignment. It required a group of 4 people to complete, but there were only 3 of them. So the girls asked the young man to help them. Fun also said that it was difficult to get an assignment in the assembly hall at the moment, and that the young man might find it interesting, but no one knew yet who was to blame for the whole mess. The young man replied that he wanted to rest and therefore could not help the girls. Besides, in team assignments, the rewards are divided equally among all members of the group, so it was not worth it. Of course, Fun was disappointed, but she didn't argue. She wished the young man a good rest and said goodbye to him. After that, she explained to Wong King that her friend would not be coming because he needed a rest and they would have to find someone else. Wong King was very disappointed because she really wanted to meet the young E. Covering her face with a fan and staring thoughtfully into space, she said only that she was very sorry. One of the students asked Fun if she thought her friend E liked her. Otherwise, it was unclear why he had rushed over so quickly when he found out that Xiao's brother would be there. If E hadn't come, they would have had to postpone the assignment indefinitely. The mayor's young daughter began to wonder if the young man liked her. After all, he had an icy heart. Or maybe he liked Xiao Wangji. The girl began to recall all her previous conversations with the young man, which had taken place in her family home and in front of her father. She had known him for too long, but still could not understand what was really going on in his head. Young Feng replied to her friend that she had misunderstood everything and that she was sure Ya was not in love with her. After that, barely holding back her tears, Fun rushed away from her friend. Xianxin explained to the young man that this task was very dangerous. They had to get to the black swamp in the middle of a dense forest and pick the bone eclipse flower there. They say it contains pure yin energy, but almost nothing is known about it and few people are able to find it. While they could handle any monsters they might encounter along the way, the poisonous fumes of the swamp could be a serious problem for them. Yun didn't understand why Wankin had taken such weaklings for this task. She should have found those who had already reached the level of Grandmaster because the poisonous vapors could destroy a person's internal organs. The young apprentice was boiling with indignation. She told the young man that Brother Xiao was at the 3rd level of Grandmaster and had no objection to their participation in this task. Xiao asked if the young man doubted her. In fact, he had assembled the group because he had an item that would guarantee the success of this task. It was an elixir called Yan Yuan, a protective potion created by his family. Taking it made one immune to the swamp vapors for 2 hours. This elixir would protect them in the black swamp. And of course, it was much more pleasant to go on a mission accompanied by beautiful women than a group of guys. The girls really liked this answer. They smiled sweetly, giggled, and thanked him for the compliment. The young man did not respond to this. Everything seemed too suspicious. He suggested drinking the elixir quickly because their bodies would not be able to withstand the poisonous vapors. The girls giggled again and called Shia's older brother very sweet and caring. Shu asked the young people why they weren't drinking the elixir since the poisonous fumes were extremely harmful. They had worked so hard to pass the test for external disciples and it would be a shame if they died here. When the elixir was drunk, Xiao said with a sly look that everything had gone well and it was time for them to go. While the potion was still working, everyone rushed toward the swamp. It was already very close and they couldn't stop for a moment. Soon they reached their destination and saw an unseen flower in the middle of the swamp. It was the goal of their journey, the bone eclipse flower. It was striking in its beauty and unusualness. The girls looked at the flower with admiration. How lucky they were. However, everything was going too smoothly. They hadn't encountered a single demonic beast along the way, and the task had turned out to be suspiciously easy. Soon, everyone began to think that it would be very difficult to reach the flower because there was a swamp ahead. How could they get through it? Xiao had an idea. He had studied a spell that transformed spiritual energy into stone platforms that could be walked on, but it required constant maintenance. Therefore, Brother Yi would have to go there himself and pick the bone eclipse flower. The young man, of course, agreed to carry out this task, although it all seemed very strange and suspicious to him. Xiao also explained that it was dangerous to go there alone. Therefore, he advised Yan to go with the young man. After that, Xiao activated the 7-star heavenly path and stone platforms appeared on the swamp. The young man had to reach the flower by walking across these platforms. Suddenly, young Fong asked if they thought it all seemed too strange. The young man agreed. It was too quiet here, even eerie. No birds, no animals, too suspicious. He suggested that perhaps something was wrong with the flower. The young man grabbed the flower with his icy blow. The girls watched what was happening with interest, but Xiao's gaze was icy. Suddenly, sharp thorns sprang up around the flower from the swamp. The girls screamed, "Watch out!" All 4 members of the expedition watched in horror. Yun drew his sword and began to fight the countless thorns. At that moment, Xiao shouted for the young people not to go too far because the platform was only 7 steps long. At that moment, the swamp near the flower parted and everyone saw something emerging from inside. Young, standing on the platform, watched in horror as huge jaws and paws emerged from the quagmire. He had never seen such a monster before. A huge eyes stared at him from the mist. Who was the owner of that gaze? Holding onto the platform, the boys realized that this demonic flower lured animals and devoured them. That was why they hadn't met anyone on their way. The young man realized that they were in mortal danger. He remembered that he had to protect Yan and shouted at her to leave. At that moment, Xiao shouted that they should not fight the monster but rather pick the flower and run. Yun replied that he would decide for himself what to do in this situation. He was his own master and no one would tell him what to do. Using an ice strike, the young stood in front of the huge eye, ready to withstand any blow. He was going to pick the flower so that the task would be completed. The young man reached out toward the flower and tried to grab it with his inner strength. The monster resisted with all its might. Young Fun continued to fight off the sharp thorns which were becoming more and more numerous. She realized that the attacks were getting stronger and stronger, and if the young man had already picked the flower, they had to leave as soon as possible. Suddenly, Fun's gaze fell on something she did not expect. Her friend was trying to shout to Brother Xiao and begged him to create another platform, but he said it was too late and he simply wouldn't have time. The young man used 10 times the attack speed to not only fight off the monster, but also to save the beautiful Yalin, who was falling from the platform into the swamp. He pulled her close and told her to hold on tight. Then he pushed off and with the same tenfold speed rushed away from the swamp. Young Lady Fun, her eyes filled with terror, looked at her savior, clutching the precious flower tightly in her hand. Jumping from boulder to boulder, the young man rushed away from the monster, away from the swamp. His friend threw her arms around the girl, telling her how happy she was that everyone had been saved and how scared she had been to death by the situation. Busen said she was very sorry. The demon had tried to deliver the final blow and it was too strong and powerful. She had no way to repel it, so she didn't have time to create another platform. Of course, they were lucky that Brother Yi had managed to save himself and Yalin. Even more miraculous was that the task had been completed safely. "With this flower, we can go back," Xiao said. But at that moment, the young man stopped her. He said that he understood Xiao's true nature and was glad that everything had ended this way. Yun realized that if Yalin had picked the flower, there would have been no platform under their feet. This meant that her plan had 3 stages: to send 2 comrades to risk their lives for the flower, and then to get rid of them. Shio kept her closest friend by her side to protect her, and then she could easily get rid of her too. And the 3rd stage was to kill the last companion who had the least spiritual power left and take the entire reward for herself. Wasn't that right? Wonking did not deny it. She only said that the words about getting rid of her were actually very surprising. After all, she had initially believed that the group of girls and boys was doomed from the start. At that moment, the girls were seized by excruciating pain, as if a sharp knife were cutting them from within. They began to cough up blood and felt unbearable pain in their chests. Winston calmly watched her friends and said that she wanted to get rid of a potential rival before the test for internal disciples, but it seemed that this would not work out for now. However, she did not deceive anyone. The elixir really could make a person invulnerable to poisonous fumes, but if you used your inner strength at that moment, you would suffer from the recoil. The youngest girl felt very ill. She turned pale. Tears streamed from her eyes and her whole body was covered in blood and bile. She was tormented by only one question. Why did Xiao do this to them? The young man did not try to find out anything. He took out his sword and asked his friends to step aside. The girls just wished him luck. Xiao realized that the young man had not drunk the elixir. Of course, this complicated the situation, but she decided to kill him right then and there. He, on the other hand, was absolutely confident in his abilities. Using her inner strength, she called the young man a worthy opponent and admitted that she would feel bad about killing him. Ye Yin replied that she would die and he would live. The battle began. It was so swift and fierce that outside observers could not even tell who had the upper hand. At one point, Xiao's face contorted in pain. She couldn't understand how this was possible. The young man's level and strength were clearly inferior to Xiao's abilities, but because of his high speed, she couldn't react in time. His sword was too fast. The fight continued. Xiao's fan flew away, and she looked at the young man with horror at his strength. The young man realized that she was not strong enough to kill him. He was completely calm and confident in his abilities. He knew the value of his success and his abilities. Winston still couldn't believe what was happening. It was impossible to understand and comprehend, but she had been defeated. A grimace of hatred distorted Xiao's beautiful face. She became ugly like a witch and began to scream that she wanted to kill young Yi. She might have succeeded because she decided to sneak up behind him, but at that moment the beautiful Yan stopped her with her sword and said she would pierce her through if she made another move. Xiao was stunned and couldn't believe her eyes. The young Fun had drunk the elixir. Had she been pretending all this time? The girl did not deny Xiao's assumptions. She said only one thing: many people can lie. Yongfang admitted that upon entering the swamp, she immediately began to control her energy to protect herself from the poisonous fumes. Otherwise, she would have crippled Xiao long ago. The young man watched what was happening and realized that Yalin had grown up and was no longer the naive girl she used to be. With the help of a whip, the young girl pinned Xia to the ground. After that, she asked the young man what they would do next. Although she wanted to kill the traitor with her whip, the rules of the sect forbade killing fellow students, even if the task did not go according to plan. At that moment, Xiao said that if they tried to cause a scandal in front of the distributors and elders, she would simply claim that they had tried to steal the reward for themselves, and then it was unclear who would win. She understood that all was not lost. Someday she would deal with the elders and return again. As for the witnesses, she would be able to pull the wool over the eyes of the young fool Tang. She would definitely believe her. The young man saw right through her. He realized that she was looking for a way out and asked why she thought they had no proof of her dirty tricks. Xiao was puzzled. How could the young man know everything? Could he read minds? However, the guy guessed everything when he saw her excited and thoughtful face. The young man threw the traitor to the ground and announced his decision. He said he would destroy Xiao's perfect plan. Everything was recorded on a crystal. All her plans were laid out there. But where did he get this crystal? It was impossible to get it in the sect. Even all of Xiao's money would not be enough to buy it. How did it end up with the young man? Shay cursed and realized that at that moment she had lost to some brat. Yun said that she still didn't know much about him and threw up a bag full of all kinds of crystals. Perhaps he had gotten them from his previous owners. Yalang was very happy. She realized that thanks to the crystal, no one would accuse them of lying. After all, the rules stated that causing injury while performing tasks could result in severe punishment. The girl suggested tying Xiao up. The young man, unable to hide his satisfied smile, said that before returning to the sect, he had one small task to complete. A look of horror and fear distorted Shou's face. She didn't understand what was happening, but it was clear that something bad was about to happen. The young man simply placed his hand on her head, and the absorption took place. All her powers and abilities passed to him. The young man explained that Xiao was now completely harmless because all her strength and abilities had gone to him. She would no longer cause harm to anyone. Suddenly, the girl became very pensive, as if she had lost touch with reality. Her thoughts completely flew out of her head. Yun rushed to her aid with a look of concern on his face and asked her what had happened and how she was feeling. He was very worried about her health. The girl was suddenly overcome by chills in the middle of the day. It was as if she had found herself at the North Pole. Her skin turned white and blue. She was shivering and breathing heavily. The young man did not hesitate for long and realized that this was the result of the poisonous fumes of the swamp and the effects of the elixir. He just had to help his friend. Grabbing her in his arms, the young man rushed to the meeting hall. Everything was as usual there. The steward was asleep at the table hugging a jar of wine. It was a rare and wonderful wine that he was going to enjoy to the fullest. Suddenly, an explosion nearly destroyed half of the assembly hall and woke the drunk steward. He immediately recognized the uninvited guests. They turned out to be the young man and his two friends, Tan and Yan. Yellen was barely showing signs of life. Her breathing had slowed and blood was barely circulating in her frozen, lifeless body. Young Tan asked Old Shu for help, knowing how wise and kind he was. However, Old Man Chu was not in the mood. He said that the assembly hall was not a hospital, and since they were carrying out a task, their health was their own problem. He began to chase them away and demanded that they not disturb him while he was drinking. Suddenly, a strange sound came from behind Old Man Chu. He froze, trying to understand what was happening. He realized that the young man was trying to get his attention. "Well," said Chu, "if you want to fight and are going to force me to obey, I accept your challenge." He took out a box with an unknown device and told the young man that he was not someone who could be easily defeated. Yun replied that he had no intention of fighting Old Chu. He respected him and considered him one of the most intelligent and powerful administrators. Instead of fighting, he handed him a huge bottle of fine wine, aged 50 years, and said that Old Shu should not waste time, otherwise someone else would enjoy this magical drink. The steward was delighted to receive such a gift. He hugged the young man with love and tenderness and asked how he could help. The friends told him about their problem. Old Man Shu took Yalen by the hand and tried to figure out how he could help her. He realized that the girl had a rare problem. She was born with congenital coldness. Tiang and the young man were very surprised by this diagnosis. They had never heard of this before and did not know what to do next. Old Man Chu explained that congenital coldness is when a person is born with cold poison in their body. This poison corrodes the body and makes cultivation very difficult. The friends couldn't understand how this could be. Why had they never known about the girl's illness? Old Man Chu explained that she had always been protected by a harsh, pure young that resisted the congenital cold. Sipping wine, Old Man Chu added that this young must be skillfully controlled. If there is more than normal, it will kill the girl. If there is less, it will cease to protect her. This girl used her internal energy to protect herself from the poisonous fumes during the task, but she expended too much energy. In addition, she was affected by the cold energy of the bone flower of eclipse. Now 2 cold energies flowed through her veins, and if she was not treated urgently, she would hardly live longer than 3 days. The young man understood why the city governor had shown such unprecedented generosity and given him the glass vajra style. His father knew that his daughter would never be able to master this technique. At first glance, it seemed that Old Man Fun had rewarded the young man, but in fact, he was only trying to help his daughter in case of trouble. The young man knew that the glass vajra style contained pure yang capable of regulating the girl's internal energy. However, Old Man Shu assured him that regulation alone would not save her. Now the young man asked what other methods of treatment existed and how he could help his friend. Old Man Shu said that the best weapon against poison is another poison. All the icy energy must be removed from her body and replaced with pure yang energy. Then her body will be filled with the power of sacred ice. Innate coldness harms spellcasters, but there is a chance to transform it into the energy of sacred ice. This was news to the young man. It is one of the best energies. After its activation, the spellcaster is able to go beyond his level. He will be able to fight enemies superior to him in strength, and thanks to this, the girl can be saved. Red-haired Tan rushed to Old Man Chu and demanded that he save her friend quickly. The next night, following Old Man Chu's instructions, they used the method of directing spiritual energy. Young Lady Fen was in a hot bath, still in a semi-conscious state. However, her skin turned pink, and there was hope for her recovery. The young man was also immersed in the bath with the girl. It cannot be said that he was happy about what was happening, but his desire to save his friend outweighed everything else. And although he did not like the situation, he understood that the most important thing was Fen's life and health. The main thing was to save her. 4 days passed. Yalan was still in bed, but she had already lived a day longer than predicted, so the medicine had helped. All that remained was to wait. She opened her eyes slightly and saw her friend, the red-haired Tan, through narrow slits. The girl did not understand where she was. The friends hugged and rejoiced. Yalan didn't understand why she was in the hospital, and Tan was just happy that her friend had survived this nightmare. Youngfin listened to her friend's story, who admired how reliable and kind the young man had turned out to be and how everyone was now drawn to him. Tan admitted that she had previously considered him harsh and rude, but now she realized that she had been blind all this time. He was a real treasure to their sect. She said that after Yalan lost consciousness, he carried her in his arms in search of a doctor and managed to cure her poisoning. In addition, her friend did not forget to mention what the treatment was like and what hot baths Yalan took with young Yi. Yoon did everything that was recommended and finished the process of directing her energy. Old Man Chu said that the ice elixir could activate the sacred ice energy and completely cure her if the girl took it and regulated her internal forces for 7 days in a row. He added that her friends were incredibly lucky to find the right person, the only one in the entire sect who had this elixir. Tang hoped that Old Man Chu would save her friend. However, he refused, saying that he could not give away such a priceless elixir for free and demanded 500 spirit stones for it. No one in the entire sect had such a large number of stones. However, the young man took out 1,000 spirit stones and gave them to Old Man Shu, offering to spend the rest on wine. Old Man Shu was beside himself with joy. He couldn't believe his luck. Of course, he immediately became interested in the question of what kind of relationship the young man had with the girl. The young man admitted that he had made a promise to someone and was obliged to keep it. The treatment of young Fen cost 500 spiritual stones, which he paid immediately. He even gave twice as much as was required. She had never met such a determined man in the sect before. He turned out to be a real treasure. Yellen realized that she now owed her life to the young man. The ice elixir was priceless, but the young man was so generous that no one else in his place would have done the same. Red-haired Tan believed that Yalen should devote herself to the young man for the rest of her life, since they had spent 3 days and 3 nights together at the hot springs. Yellen was confused. She had indeed spent 3 days and 3 nights at the hot springs with the young man. She began to cry, and her friend, frightened, began to calm her down, saying that she needed to learn to regulate her energy, otherwise she would feel bad again. At the same time, in the throne room, a former disciple of the sect knelt before the ruler and told him about the misfortunes that had befallen him. He accused the young of behaving arrogantly. Elder Qi was his patron, but the young man not only mocked the disciples, he also appropriated all the treasures they had accumulated over 10 years. The sixth elder of the sect, Hanchan, said that the new disciple was an insolent brat. The young man told his uncle that Elder Shu was the 10th and newest elder whom the head of Qin had appointed only half a month ago, and trained himself. Han told his nephew not to worry. The head of Qin thanked Elder Chu for saving his daughter, but he had not yet secured his position and gained enough influence. But he decided to deal with Yang Ye himself and show what awaited those who dared to insult the Han family in the sect. The nephew thanked his Uncle Hansen and, satisfied, headed back. A joyful smile appeared on his face. He knew that a sad future awaited the young Ye in the sect. The unsuspecting young man pondered the fact that his strength had slowed down again, even though he had already spent a whole month in the sect. He wanted to make a breakthrough in the near future, and was thinking about how he could achieve this. At that moment, the inner disciples passed by him. They discussed the news and marveled at the fact that someone had won 4 times in a row in the arena today. Yoon remembered that the arena was an open place for fair fights where sect disciples could place bets in the form of spirit stones, elixirs, and weapons. Before the start of the fight, the inner disciples also discussed how the arena was a great place to earn spirit stones and grow their own abilities. The young man decided that he definitely needed to go there as soon as possible. No sooner said than done, he went to the arena that same day. Inside the arena, a battle between 2 disciples was taking place at that moment. They fought, honing their skills and testing their strength. One of the fighters had almost defeated his opponent. As we remember, killing is prohibited in student fights. The duel ended with the victory of one of the warriors, but it was not very interesting as the fighters were almost equal in strength. The audience admired Hui. He had already won 5 victories in a row. His murderous aura during the fight showed that he wanted not just to win, but to destroy his enemy. It was said that Hui had an incurably ill sister, and to pay for her treatment he became a hired killer. But when he had too many enemies, he had to seek refuge in a sect. The audience discussed Hui and said that he was not afraid of death and fought desperately. Yoon realized that this was the opponent he needed. By fighting him, he would be able to gain new strength. Hui stood waiting for his next opponent. He was calm and completely confident in his strength. Suddenly, another stage of the battle broke out between the fighters and weapons flew towards each other. They felt no pain and continued to fight until one of the students' weapons wounded his opponent. According to the rules of the arena, the fight does not end until one side either surrenders or admits defeat and leaves the arena. Hui felt that he was in trouble. He had been struck with a poisoned weapon. His opponent had used deception, a warrior's best ally. In the next moment, the enemy struck the big man in the face with all his might. He demanded that Hui surrender. The spectators could no longer watch this cruel mockery of their comrade. The next moment, his lifeless body was already lying on the arena floor, and his opponent continued to mock him and demanded that he leave the arena with nothing. Suddenly, something changed in the air. Masses of energy began to move. Lightning flashed and no one understood what had happened. Behind the bully appeared the young Yi. He struck the warrior with all his might and knocked him off his feet. A minute later, the defeated fighter was lying on his back. He still did not understand what had happened, how he had ended up here, and who had defeated him. Yoon announced that he would fight instead of Hui because Hui had been poisoned and was unable to defend himself. The young man turned to the administrator and asked how he could issue a challenge. Hai confirmed that he would not fight and withdrew from the battle. It turned out that 160 spirit stones were at stake. If the young man wanted to challenge, he had to bet the same amount. In case of victory, all the stones would go to the winner. The opponent told the young man that he had heard about him among the outer disciples and advised him not to rush recklessly into the arena, otherwise he would lose everything, even his last pair of underwear. Yoon suggested that his opponent admit defeat right away because he would not have a second chance. The spectators watched with excitement, shouting and cheering for the young. Everyone wanted the dishonest Tinbei to get what he deserved. The young man gave the administrator the required number of stones and said that he was in a hurry and demanded that the fight begin immediately. Tenbei warned that he was at the 4th level of Grandmaster and that it was simply impossible to defeat him. It was like trying to break a stone with an egg. The fight began. The opponents stood facing each other and the gong sounded. Un raised his sword toward his enemy and strained all his inner strength. Now he needed it more than ever. The battle turned out to be very spectacular. The speed and the strength of the opponents were equal. Weapons flew, arrows flew, sparks and lightning flashed. Tinbei realized with bewilderment that everything was happening too fast. The young was completely calm. He understood that only by clashing directly would he know his opponent's true strength. Tenbei was completely confused. He was drenched in sweat. His muscles were burning, but he couldn't defeat the young warrior. The spectators were ecstatic. They couldn't believe their eyes. The newcomer was superior to Tianbei in every way. The fight continued. His opponent, beside himself with anger and pain, hoped to crush the cocky upstart with a precise move. He gathered all his strength and shouted at the young man to prepare for death. Yun was confident. He advised his opponent not to overestimate his abilities, put out his hand, and began to absorb his in him strength. Tianbei froze. He realized that for some reason his body had stopped obeying him. He realized that the young spiritual energy was putting unbearable pressure and intense stress on him. In addition, the movements of his sword were so fast that they were impossible to catch with the naked eye. The truth began to dawn on Tianbei. He realized that if he didn't admit defeat right now, he would die. So in the next second, he shouted that he was giving up. Yun said that he had warned his opponent. He would not have another chance to surrender. It was all over. He cut TBE in two with a sword strike. The arena was covered in smoke, lightning, and debris. None of the spectators could understand what had actually happened. When the smoke cleared, the spectators looked at each other in amazement and asked each other what it was because they had barely noticed the movement. The young man held his defeated opponent by the chin and asked the referee for his verdict because his opponent was unconscious at that moment. The referee threw all the stones he had earned at the young man and demanded that he take them and leave. The young man was puzzled as to why he had to leave. After all, Hui had fought 5 fights in a row, so why couldn't he fight one more? The administrator shouted at him to open his eyes and look at his feet. It turned out that during the fight, the arena had been completely destroyed. Where would the next fight take place now? The young man looked around and only then noticed that almost nothing remained of the arena. He analyzed his behavior and realized that he had used only a third of his strength. The day was coming to an end. The young man was returning to his lodgings, walking alone through the forest. Suddenly, someone called out to him. The young man stopped and tried to get a better look at the stranger. It was the big guy, Hui. The young man asked if he had gotten rid of the poison. The bully replied that he was not going to thank the young man for saving him, but had come to kill him. Yun remained completely calm. He asked how the big guy was going to kill his classmate. Wasn't he afraid of the consequences? To which Hui coldly replied that dead men tell no tales. He was confident that he would defeat the young man and there would be no witnesses. The fight began, but the young remained calm. He knew that the bully would not be able to defeat him. Finally, it dawned on the attacker that the young man was not using his full strength in the arena. He wanted to see the young man's true power, so he provoked him, attacked him, and demanded a response. Yun played along with his opponent and suddenly uttered a strange word, slap. The bully was even taken aback for a moment, but then the young man used the glass Vajra style. The bully's body was thrown high into the air and his sword flew off to the side. Then he fell slowly and for a long time, knocking down trees, bushes, and rocks on his way, breaking branches and along with him his arms, legs, and bones. In the next moment, a huge stream of blood gushed from his body. Yun added that his power was enough to finish off Hui with a single slap. The young man tried to analyze his actions. It was the first time he had controlled spiritual power, but he did not expect it to be so destructive. If he developed it to its limit, it would become even more powerful. The bully lay on the rocks, unable to even move his eyes. He admitted that he was not as skilled as the young man and agreed that he could be killed. The young man was surprised that the bully admitted defeat so quickly and asked what last words he wanted to say before he died. Hui told the young man about his sister who lived in the village and asked him to give her everything he had accumulated in the sect, but not to tell her that he was dead. The young man listened sadly to his words and his next actions were written all over his face. He turned and walked away, saying that the bully was free. His opponent did not understand why the young man had not killed him, why he had left him alive. The young man did not admit it, but only replied that he wanted to kill the thug. But that did not mean he would do it right now. The bully laughed hysterically, realizing that the young man did not consider him a rival. The young man did not try to convince his defeated enemy, but suggested that he think whatever he wanted. Hui said he didn't like to be in debt and warned the young man that he should be wary of the sixth elder. It was he who had hired the killer. Yun thanked his rival and walked away, lost in thought and serious. The next time he went to a deserted place because the system warned him about a huge amount of treasure. Once there, the young man absorbed energy en masse. His experience enriched and he reached the 3rd level of Grandmaster. The young man thought that there were now 10 elders in the sect, but they were rarely seen. They only appeared at major events. If you rank them from strongest to weakest, Heian would be 6th. His methods are rough and he's selfish, unlike Elder Chu. After receiving notification of the treasure he had spotted, The young man set off for it. But he understood that he must not underestimate the enemy, and that he needed to strengthen his martial arts skills. The guy did not rush into the thick of things right away, but calmly began to observe. He was very attentive and tense. At first, he couldn't understand what was in front of him, but suddenly knowledge dawned on him. It was a huge demonic beast of the highest fifth order, a giant scorpion. It sprayed poisonous saliva in all directions, while several high-ranking warriors tried to defeat it. The young man's eyes fell on a beautiful flower that grew almost out of the fire. It was datura. The boy knew that datura was a precious plant capable of resurrecting the dead. He realized that the warriors had come to take it, but had encountered the giant scorpion. The beast's attack was too fierce, and it changed position very quickly, preventing the warriors from reaching the dura. They realized that at this rate they would run out of breath before they could kill the wild beast. Even though they were at the 7th level of training, the giant scorpion continued to attack. Although the warriors combined their sword techniques, they already doubted that they could defeat the enemy. At some point, they realized that their attacks were not working. They ran away trying to save their lives and no longer thinking about the dope flower. Yoon watched the battle with interest, noting the high speed and powerful sword techniques of these warriors. The beautiful Lee, who possessed the 9th level of mastery, tried to support her friends. The leader, Wang Gan, who had the 8th level of Grandmaster, also gave advice to the younger warriors on how to improve the quality of their fighting. Yun noticed that all the warriors were wearing inner disciple uniforms, and they were all quite strong. The weakest had reached the 6th level of Grandmaster. The young man thought that they were carrying out the tasks of the assembly hall, so he would not be able to take the treasure right away. But the battle continued. The giant scorpion intensified its attack, and the warriors had to put up strong resistance. At some point, they realized that the scorpion was attacking at the cost of its own life. They realized that they were unlikely to defeat it because the scorpion was prepared to die along with its enemies. The warriors decided to abandon the task, which of course greatly pleased the young E, who was ready to complete the task himself. Dressed in a cloak and mask, making himself unrecognizable, the young man rushed headlong toward the detour flower. At that moment, the fleeing warriors noticed that someone had appeared on the battlefield. It turned out that it wasn't so difficult after all. The stranger was leaving the battlefield with the data of flowers in his hands. The demonic scorpion exploded, and the soldiers had to block themselves from the poisonous gas. When the effects of the gas had worn off and the disciples had caught their breath, they were faced with many puzzling questions. They did not understand who had taken the doubter of flower, and they also noticed that the beautiful Liingu was not among them. Having fled the battlefield, the young man was still in his robes. He couldn't understand what kind of scent was preventing him from relaxing. The beautiful Li asked him to return the flower. She said that he was an external disciple of the sect and asked why he had stolen their treasure. Was he really that stupid, or was he simply not afraid of death? The young man replied that they themselves had refused to carry out the task, so the treasure belonged to no one. He also explained that anyone capable could take the flower. With that, the young man rushed back to his hideout. The beautiful Lear was amazed at his speed. She rushed after him. Yoon also noticed that this girl had incredible speed and could compete with him, but she was still far from his level. He used his T-fold speed, soared upward, and disappeared. The beautiful Lee felt that she would not be able to catch up with him because he had practically dissolved into thin air. She tried to find him with her inner powers, but realized that the stranger's aura had also completely disappeared. At that moment, Chen approached her. He asked how it went and if she was able to catch the thief. The girl admitted that the stranger in the cloak who had stolen the dope flower had escaped. Everyone was puzzled. They understood that he was no higher than the 3rd level of Grandmaster, and moreover, he was only an external disciple. Could he be hiding his cultivation and actually be an expert? Jealousy stabbed painfully at the heart of the beautiful Li. She said that 5 inner disciples of the highest order could not cope with an outer disciple of the blood level and catch him. Perhaps he had a teleportation talisman. The idea of a teleportation talisman struck everyone. Could it be true? It turned out that a teleportation talisman could only be created by someone who had reached the royal level when they were already capable of controlling all space themselves. The price of the talisman depends on its rank, and even the cheapest one sells for no less than tens of thousands of spirit stones. Could the external disciple really have such a treasure? The warriors continued to wonder how the 20 best inner disciples could have lost to an outer disciple. If this became known, they would simply be ridiculed. What's done is done. But if they could find the guy and get the treasure back, the mission wouldn't be a failure. In any case, the young man would return to the sect sooner or later. After that, it was decided to return and keep a close eye on all the disciples. Yoon was in the cave of the outer disciples thinking about where to store his treasures. He thought he hadn't planned to use the teleportation talisman so soon and wanted to save it. He also had a recording crystal, a soul-capturing pearl, and a bow. He added a dope flower to the mix, hoping it wouldn't let him down. He absorbed the dope and received a huge amount of experience points for it. Reaching the 4th level of Grandmaster, with all this knowledge and ability, the young man felt great in his body. A shadow flashed near his cave, but the young man did not have time to figure out who it was. The next day, the young man went to the market with Mrs. Fan. The girl justified herself by saying that they weren't just going shopping, but that there would be an auction in the treasure pavilion, the biggest auction ever. She knew there would be many treasures there, and wanted to buy something as a thank you for the young man saving her life with the ice elixir. She still hadn't thanked him for saving her, but she also didn't want him to think it was a date. The young man reacted calmly to this information and stopped grumbling. The girl admitted that they needed to hurry because she had bought a place at the auction for a lot of money. Walking through the market, the young couple was noticed by an internal student who had a conflict with the young man. Having suffered broken arms and legs, he was recovering at Yang's residence. There, he told about the misfortune that had befallen him. The young master of the Yang family, a 7th-level master, offered a reward for information about the Yong Yai and Mrs. Fan. The young man sincerely thanked Yong Yang, hoping that with his help he could take revenge for his injuries. Yang eventually expelled him from his palace because he realized that he was insolent and deceitful. The head of the Yang family appeared in the meeting room and asked why his son was so impulsive since he would soon be ruling. The young man said that this scum had failed to do his job, lost his hand, and thus insulted the Yang family. The father agreed that the boy deserved only death. The servants congratulated the head of the family on the premature completion of his secluded cultivation. Jung Yang noted that he had not seen his father for 2 months, and his level of cultivation had grown so powerfully. His father replied harshly that the misfortune that had befallen the family had happened precisely because he had been away. Yong Yang agreed that his father was right and now he would deal with Yong Ya and not let him leave the sect alive. His father scolded his son and said that he had sent him to study, but he refused, saying that he would learn martial arts from a suspicious old man. Now he was only 20 years old, but he looked like an old man. It turned out that the more young Yang developed his dark secret arts, the older he looked, and his current appearance proved that his level of cultivation was very high. His father accepted the information that his son had reached the 7th level of Grandmaster and asked him to show what he had learned over the years. So his father sent Jung Yang after Yayun's head because he really wanted to make a new bone cup out of it. The son did not dare to argue and left his home to take his father's test. At that time, students were flocking to the treasure pavilion. The inner disciples also arrived. They knew that everyone would come to the anniversary auction. Chen offered the beauty his treasure, which he had accidentally received last month. It was capable of blocking attacks of the 3rd supreme level. However, the girl did not want to accept the gift. Shen did not insist because he knew that the beautiful Li was accustomed to such rarities. At that moment, the girl confessed that she thought she had seen someone. Young and Yan entered the hall. It was in him that the beautiful Li saw the kidnapper of the intoxicant. Mrs. Fang continued to chatter incessantly, saying that there would be many exotic treasures at this auction and that they would see them all today. Suddenly, Chen blocked their way. He stopped them and said that they had already met recently. The young Ye and the beautiful Li's eyes met. They recognized each other. The girl spoke first. She asked if young Yi was really a disciple of the sect. Yellen replied that they were external disciples of the sect. The beautiful girl held out her hand to introduce herself and said that she was also a disciple of the sect, only an inner disciple, and her name was Liang Zhu. Fong frowned, wondering why she was extending her hand. The young man guessed that the beauty was going to test his strength. The beauty's companion said his name was Wan Gun, and that he was also a disciple of the sect. He said that on their last assignment, some external disciple had stolen a treasure. Yin didn't understand how they knew this and asked if they suspected the young Yi. Wang Gan said that they were only checking their targets and suggested that young Yi prove his innocence by allowing them to check his storage bag. Yellen was genuinely outraged that they were demanding to see his personal belongings. The beautiful Li was also not thrilled with her colleague's actions. Wangan said that it was perfectly natural for an older student to discipline a younger one, and even if the younger student took offense, it didn't matter. He offered to give the young Ya 100 spirit stones as compensation if he was proven wrong. Mrs. Fang flatly refused to accept these terms. Yun demanded 1,000 spirit stones and a kneeling apology. In that case, he would agree to the test. The senior disciples consulted among themselves. Wangan asked how confident the beautiful Li was that this young man was the one they were looking for. The girl said that there was an 80% chance that it was him, and the decision was made. The young man handed the bag with his treasures to the senior disciples for inspection. The beautiful Li was the best at spiritual reading, and she undertook to carefully examine the bag. Straining all her strength and using her spiritual reading ability, she could not detect Dur. She did a second reading, then a third, and still there was no trace of Duran. She had to admit that she was wrong, although she was not at all sure about it. Wangan was simply devastated by the situation. Yun looked like the winner and waited with satisfaction for an apology. Yellen was genuinely happy and celebrated. The young man took his bag of treasures from the beautiful Li and said that there were quite a few external disciples, so it was normal to make mistakes. His hand touched the bag of treasures, but at that moment something unexpected happened. The beautiful Li once again activated her spiritual reading ability and was able to read the young man himself. She learned a lot about the guy, but she still couldn't find the Duran flower. Yelene was furious. She didn't understand why this beauty was constantly touching her friend. Wangan began a mental dialogue with the beautiful Li. She admitted that when she passed her spiritual energy through the young man's body, she found no residual aura. This meant that he had not consumed Duran. Moreover, there was no aura associated with Duran in the storage bag either. It was astonishing where he could have hidden such an important treasure if it was neither in the bag nor in the warrior himself. Yun knew that the system had a built-in storage facility. And if Duran was consumed through absorption, no traces of aura would remain. He told the senior disciples that they had checked his storage bag and asked when their promise would be fulfilled. After these words, the beautiful Li left the hall. She reminded them that the bet wasn't her idea. She had checked the bag and checked the guy himself, and now he had to finish the job. Wangan was upset. He did it for them for his love for Li. The girl replied that he didn't need to do anything for her and reminded him that she had rejected Wangan several times over the years. She said she didn't feel obligated to love him because it was his choice. The guy was devastated. Yelene really liked the girl's words, and Young noted that she was not only beautiful but also smart. He had to stay away from her. Li left the hall and said she would wait for Wanga in a private box. Wanga angrily threw down the bag of precious stones. He said that in his haste he had only taken 300 spiritual stones and would return the rest after his return. Yun caught the bag in midair and called out to his rival. He shouted after Wangan, who was leaving, that he would not allow him to leave the hall. Wangan was speechless with surprise. How could this be? This youngster was 4 levels below him. He didn't understand why the young was putting so much pressure on him. He knelt before the young man and asked for his forgiveness. The young man replied that Wangan was simply ill-mannered, and now the younger student would correct that. Putting Wangan on his knees, the young man put his hand on him and began to absorb him. The other disciples watched with interest. Wangan understood that he could not resist such power. Yun said he wanted to tell his older brother one more thing. He admitted that he accepted other forms of payment. After that, Wanga's artifact passed to its new owner. The young man was pleased with what had happened. He had received stones, apologies, and treasure. It was time to go to the auction. The crowd also began to disperse. Time was running out, and everything interesting was ahead. Only the humiliated and crushed Wangan remained in the room. He said that he would never forget today's humiliation and would definitely return it twice as much in the future. Spectators gathered in the auction hall of the treasure pavilion. Finally, the auctioneer came out and apologized for the delay. She happily greeted everyone present and introduced herself. Her name was Hungang. The young people were happy and eagerly awaited the start of the bidding. The first lot of the auction was a second-order weapon, a sword that cut through waves. The sword was made from the blood and horn of a fierce rhinoceros. When swung, the weapon released powerful energy, and in the hands of a warrior, the sword greatly increased its owner's strength. The auction started with an initial price of 100 gold coins. The young man said he was not interested in this sword. He understood that this blade was inferior to the sword of spiritual execution, which he possessed. The auctioneer announced that the sword had been sold. At that moment, in the box of the inner disciples, Wangan was glad that the beautiful Li had not seen his disgrace. He considered her indifferent and heartless. But today he intended to use gold coins to make her look at him differently. The auction was coming to an end, and the last lot was announced. It turned out to be a vial of the blood of a 6th-order Ice Jade Toad King. Everyone knew that the blood of an ice jade toad was an excellent antidote, much more effective than that of an ordinary ice toad. If a spellcaster drank this blood, not only would they be cured of the poison, but they would also strengthen their cultivation as if they had trained for 10 years straight. This auction lot, of course, could not fail to interest the young man. The bidding began, and Wangan bid 100,000 gold coins. It was an unheard of price. Young shouted back, 200. Yellen said she would buy it for the young man. She promised to thank him for saving her, and she could afford such a gift. The young man remembered that his friend was the daughter of the city governor, which meant she was one of the wealthy ladies. Ms. Fan shouted 300,000 gold coins. Even if she had to spend all the gift money she had saved her entire life, she would buy a gift for the young man. The young man looked at his girlfriend with interest. He didn't expect her to be so rich. Wangan was simply torn apart with rage. The auction was coming to an end, and the lot was going to Yellen. At that moment, the beautiful Lee made her bid. 500,000 gold coins. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. The auctioneer was immensely happy with what was happening. Mrs. Fan was very upset. She apologized to the young man because she didn't have enough money. He was sincerely grateful to her for her kindness and desire to repay him, but he realized that it would be best to do it himself. At that moment, a cry rang out, and a bid of 1,000,000 gold coins surpassed all other offers. Different emotions were reflected on the faces of those present. Joy, anger, sadness, delight. It turned out to be the city governor, Fan. He was the one who bought the blood of the king of the ice toads. The company returned home. The mayor, his daughter Young, and the guard. Mrs. Fan asked her father if he had sent someone to follow her. Her father, of course, denied it, but it was clear that he was lying. After that, the mayor handed the young man a bottle of elixir. Yoon was in no hurry to take the gift. He understood that Mr. Fan would want something from him in return. The mayor noted that the young man was still as annoying as ever, but insisted that he accept the gift. He said that in a month, his daughter had risen from the 9th level of Key to the 5th level of Grandmaster, and this was thanks to the young man's help. The father also noted that he knew about Yalin's life being saved and that the elixir was part of her dowie. These words shocked his daughter. She began to calm the young man down and suggested that he ignore her father's nonsense. What dowie? That's not how it is at all. The young man confirmed that he had never even considered her as a bride. The girl was very upset. Deep down, she loved the young man and hoped he felt the same way. Leaving her father and the young man in the yard, Yellen rushed away. Jan watched what was happening and realized that his heart did not respond to Yellen's feelings. Yayun decided not to bother with matters of the heart and to first find a secluded place to study the blood of the Ice Jade Toad King. Late at night, he went to a secluded place because the blood of ice jade toads can cure any poison and must be saved for a special occasion. Suddenly, a huge snake appeared from behind a rock. The young man walked on as if he did not notice it. However, the reptile was getting closer and closer. With a sharp movement of his hand, the young man threw the snake back. A sharp beam pierced the creature, and it became pliable in the young man's hands. He demanded that it reveal itself because its pathetic rat tricks had no effect on him. The snake turned into a man. It was one of the representatives of the Yang family. The young man recognized him and realized that it was Yang Long, even though he continued to age. The villain admitted that since the young man had recognized him, it would be better for him not to move, otherwise his corpse would be damaged. Yun had no intention of complying with Yang's demands. Yang Longhai was amazed by the young man's speed and quick reactions. The young man noted that he had not met a single worthy opponent since rising to the level of Grandmaster. Therefore, he really hoped that young Lujian would be able to hold out a little longer than the others. The villain was furious. He said he would defeat the insolent chatterbox with just one palm strike. Dark arts came into play. It consumed the spirit and broke bones. Against such a young man, Ya decided to use the technique of spiritual radiance. Yang did not understand his opponent's plan. He thought that he was simply cowardly running away from the battlefield. The young man's spiritual energy was corrupted, and all this happened thanks to the technique of the bone hand that absorbed the spirit. The young man felt that his energy was not only corrupted, but also weakened, and the power of his martial arts had decreased by many %. Yang Luch-chan claimed that this was his mentor's best technique, and he was proud that he would use it to deal with the young man. After that, the villain added a touch of despair and summoned the spirit-consuming power to bury the young man's soul. By this point, An had already figured out how to fight. He promised to return his words to his opponent. The brilliant Vajra style came into action. The villain was bound hand and foot, not expecting to encounter the technique of pure yang. Although the spirit absorption technique was powerful, it had one flaw. It feared the attributes of fire and pure yang. The young man was already in a frenzy. The villain was waiting for dusk, his ideal time, and did not expect to be repelled. Yoon used both hands in the technique of the fiery Budra. The villain continued to shout that it was impossible. However, the young man calmly did his job. His two fiery hands tore the snake in half. Soon, the young man was standing over the half-dead body. At the last moment, the spirit transfer technique was used. The villain tried to escape. The young man noticed his cunning but doubted that the plan would succeed. He caught the escaping snake and returned it to its human body. After that, according to tradition, the young man placed his hand on the wounded enemy's head and began the process of absorption. At that moment, the elder who was in his house sensed that something bad had happened to his son. Yun weighed the bag of treasures he had received as a result of the battle in his hand with satisfaction. It was quite heavy, and now it should become clear how much wealth the young and strong master of the Yang family had. The young man received notification that the mass absorption was complete and that he had reached the 5th level of Grandmaster. His cultivation had increased again. Suddenly, an unidentified star appeared in the sky, rapidly approaching the young man. There was a flash of light and a loud explosion, throwing the young man to the side. Father Jang Era bent over the body of his dying son, trying to revive him. The young man thought about what a problematic family the Yangs were. First they attack others and then they get upset. The young man realized that he would also have to deal with his father. The eldest member of the Yang family left his dying son near the cliff and went to take revenge on the offender. He swore that Young would pay for his actions with his life. The power of the Scarlet Flame Sword was used, but the young man did not even flinch. He replied that he would use the elder to test his abilities. The young man promised to return the insults his father had directed at him. The fight continued. This time, the young man used a spiral technique, thanks to which he managed to intercept his opponent's weapon. At one point, it turned out that the villain had nothing in his hands. His Scarlet Flame Sword had disappeared. Yoon looked at his newly acquired weapon with satisfaction. He liked it very much. Elder Yang couldn't understand how this boy managed to hit the weakest spot on his wrist and wrestled the sword from his hands. He hoped to deal with the brat even without a sword and do something worse than death to him. Anger and hatred tore at the old man. He lost control of himself and rushed at the young man. The next stage was the use of the dance of the burning yang. Young Yi continued to dodge all of his opponent's blows. In addition, he did not stop mocking the old man and reminding him how easy it was to defeat his son. The battle continued with Elder Yan barely able to stay on his feet. The burning shield technique was used again, but the young man's speed saved him once more. In the end, having tried all his techniques and tricks, Elder Yang was exhausted and weakened. The young man's blow struck him right in the heart. The young man said that Elder Yang was doomed from the moment he lost his composure and showed his weakness, and that the sword would only send him on his final journey. Finally, it was almost over. Chief Yang was dying, repeating the young man's name over and over and cursing him in the last minutes of his life. Yoon calmly packed up his sword and said that Elder Yang was no match for him, even though he had reached the supreme level. The villain said that the young man would not go unpunished even if he was not killed by him. What this meant became clear in the next second. Chief Yang managed to use the blood explosion technique. He hoped to take the young man with him to the afterlife. However, the young man had other plans for the situation. He had no intention of dying. It turned out that he had managed to put on a protective sleeve on his arm, thanks to which the villain's latest plan failed, and death did not threaten him. Chief Yang couldn't understand where this brat got such a high-level magical item. Young didn't even try to explain anything, but he took Chief Yang's beautiful sword and his treasures for himself. In the next moment, he placed his hand on the head of his defeated opponent, as was the tradition. The cultivation and absorption were complete. A notification informed the young man that the absorption was complete and he had reached the 7th level of Grandmaster, rising 3 levels at once. It had been a long time since such a miracle had happened. Yoon dusted himself off, straightened his clothes, and shouted toward the trees for someone to come out and stop hiding. It turned out to be the beautiful Li Ju. She had been following the young man since he left the treasure pavilion. Yayun wanted to know what she wanted. The girl immediately explained the reason for her actions. She needed the blood of the king of the ice jade toads. The young man asked what she wanted it for, whether she wanted to take it for herself. The beauty explained that she did not want to take it, but wanted to ask for it. The county town of Chinyan spread its houses across a beautiful gorge. The beautiful Li accompanied the young man to the Li family residence. He knew that 3 prominent families lived in this city: the Yang family, the Li family, and the Mu family. They were very powerful and balanced each other out. He had no idea that Li Ying-chu was a member of one of these 3 families. But what surprised him even more was that the girl had seen with her own eyes how he had killed 2 members of the Yang family and absorbed their cultivation. Yet she said nothing. At that moment, the servants who noticed the new arrivals were shocked that the lady had brought a man home. Maids and servants whispered in every corner. They were happy for her and afraid of scaring off her future husband. Finally, they arrived, and the girl led the young man to the bed. Lying on it was her grandfather, Li Yunjin, who was apparently dying. The beauty explained that 3 years ago her grandfather had gone to cultivate in a cave, but had been poisoned by the bite of the king of black scaly snakes, a 5th-order demonic beast. After this poisoning, he began to be covered with black scales, and the poison slowly ate away at his internal organs. He could no longer speak, eat, or move, and was only tormented by terrible pain. On the day the scales covered his face, he would die. The young man understood that the Li family had spent a huge amount of money and effort to help him. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. He guessed that the girl wanted to buy the blood of the Ice Jade Toad King at auction to save her grandfather. She confirmed his guess and said that if he gave her the medicine, she would grant him any request. In addition to the girl, all the servants in the house knelt before the young man and begged him to save their master. He didn't like the situation very much because deep down he was a kind-hearted guy, and such actions touched his soul. He understood that if he did not agree, the beautiful Li would beg and plead with him in the SEC. So he gave her the medicine, saying that life was more precious than all treasures. The medicine was poured into the patient because the young man did not dare to treat him without the elixir. After that, the young man also gave the old man an antidote. Before the eyes of all those present, the scales on the patient's body began to dissolve. 15 minutes later, the old man was sitting in bed, coughing and smiling. The beautiful Li rushed to her grandfather, who said that he felt much better and that his spiritual energy was gradually returning. The grandfather asked who his savior was. Li pointed to her classmate, young Yi. The grandfather rushed to thank the young man and began calling him his granddaughter's husband. Then he jumped on the young man, kissed him, and said he was happy to see such a handsome guy in his family. Yun was a little shocked by this behavior, but he managed to note that the old man had the strength of a person who had reached the 4th supreme level. Grandfather would not calm down. He asked about where the young couple had met, when they were planning to get married, and whether the groom's parents were still alive. The young man tried to explain that there were no wedding plans and that his grandfather had simply misunderstood. After hearing this, old Li's mood soured. He suspected that the young man simply did not like his granddaughter and did not find her attractive enough. The grandfather was already tearing his hair out. Li's granddaughter was calmly watching from the sidelines, and the young man said goodbye to the Li family and went about his business. Old Li couldn't bear it. He was ready to deal with his savior if the wedding didn't take place that very day. He was about to use his magical powers to bring the groom back. However, the beautiful Li stood up for the young man and explained to her grandfather that it was not worth doing so. The young man said that the old man's actions offended him, but he also noted that it would not be easy for him to deal with rivals of the 4 supreme level. Finally, old man Li realized that the young man was ready to fight him, but not ready to marry his granddaughter. Perhaps the young couple was simply not meant for each other. Finally, the beautiful Li lost her patience and asked the old man to stop clowning around and behave with dignity. The old man instantly became normal, confirmed that he had no doubts about the good and friendly relations between the young people, and wanted to thank the young man for saving him. After that, he took the young man to the Li family's treasure chamber and offered to let him choose anything he wanted. The young man couldn't believe his eyes. Could he really take anything he wanted? Thanks to his system, he could quickly determine the rank and value of items. He encountered the stunning step art, the explosive fist walk, martial arts, and many other interesting things. He absorbed divine power as well as the martial art of the wrath of the blood god. After that, he took a couple more small things, skills, and jewels. 15 minutes later, the young man left the treasure room, and the old man noted that half of his wealth had been absorbed by the savior. The young man said that old man Li's life was more valuable than all these treasures. After that, he bowed, thanked him for his generosity, and went about his business. The grandfather and his granddaughter watched their guests leave, and the beautiful Li confirmed that the young man had single-handedly killed the head of the Yang family and his son. The head of the family noted that the young man's outstanding natural talent was truly rare, and it would be wonderful for their family if they could establish a friendly relationship with him. He also added that now that the Yang family had lost its pillar of support, the remaining members would be powerless. However, Old Man Lee believed that it was better not to mess with Yang Longjian's teacher, the elder of the underworld. If he found out that his beloved student had been killed, he would surely seek revenge on Yan. The beautiful Lee understood that although the young man was very strong, it was unclear how his confrontation with the elder would end. The grandfather noticed that his granddaughter was worried and concerned about the life and fate of her classmate. She said that she was just curious. Old Man Lee summoned the shadow guards with a slight movement of his fingers and gave them an order. He told them to keep a close eye on every move the young family made, and if they found out that they were in contact with the elder from the underworld, to report it to him immediately. After that, he hinted to his granddaughter that sometimes interest in someone's fate is a sign of the beginning of a relationship. The girl flew into a rage and told her grandfather that she was returning to the sect. The old fox immediately guessed that she had run away so quickly because he was right. Today began in the hall of spirit tempering. The disciples slowly gathered in the hall, wanting to improve their cultivation. The administrator sat at the table and announced the rules. He said that those students who wanted to enter the hall of spirit tempering had to line up. The students talked among themselves, discussing which efficiency room they would like to take, double or triple. Suddenly there were shouts, kicks, and punches in the crowd, and a big guy stepped forward. The students exchanged frightened glances. Some of them had already guessed and recognized the newcomer. It was Howal Yutin. His family had been in the trade for several generations and had a huge fortune. The big guy went straight to the manager. He had a huge amount of precious stones, and even though his cultivation level wasn't high, he bought a lot. This time he demanded a room with tenfold efficiency. The manager calmly informed the bully how that he was too late, and the room with tenfold efficiency was already occupied. The bully how was so surprised that he was speechless. He reminded the administrator that this room had always been free and that no one else could use it except him. The administrator reassured him and said that he was not lying, suggesting that he take a look at the spirit tempering house himself to make sure that the room was already occupied. Indeed, the light was on in the room with tenfold efficiency, and House said that it was necessary to wait until it became available and then occupy it. The thing was, this room was very expensive. In addition, once inside, it was necessary to spend another 300 spirit stones to activate the magic circle, and new stones had to be added to the circle constantly to keep it working. Therefore, whoever was there now would not stay inside for long. Gila suggested waiting because the person in the room would not be able to maintain the activation constantly and would leave very quickly. An hour passed, other students came and went, and the bully Hao waited for his room. After another 2 hours, nothing had changed. After another 4 hours, the bully Hao couldn't take it anymore and jumped to his feet. The servants were also tired of waiting, and they asked questions that annoyed their master. If the person had not yet left, it meant that he was incredibly rich. The bully Hao did not understand when a second rich man besides him had appeared in the sect and decided to teach a lesson to the one who had stolen his room today. The servants sent to investigate rushed back from the room. They were terribly frightened and explained to their master that the hall of tempering was shaking. The source of the earthquake this time was the room with T-fold efficiency. Grumla realized that the person in this room was moving to a new level. The crowd began to panic and confusion ensued, with the servants running away without looking back, advising their master to flee. However, he wanted to know who this warrior was. At that moment, an explosion rang out in the tenfold efficiency hall. The building shook and shards of glass, pieces of walls, and flames burst out of the windows. In the next moment, Yi flew out of the window and landed in front of the building. He was pleased with the result of the spiritual purification hall. Soon the statistics caught up. The young man received a notification that his attack speed had become 20 times faster. He advanced again and now possessed every conceivable and inconceivable ability. He spent half of the Li family's treasures on a room in the spirit tempering hall. But these expenses were absolutely justified. The young man instantly rose from the 5th level of Grandmaster to the 1st Supreme level. He figured that the upcoming test for internal student status would be no problem for him, and couldn't understand what all the shouting around him was about. Finally, the day of the internal disciple test arrived, and the external disciples lined up in the middle of the arena. The elder announced that today the Canyon sect would hold its 3rd test for internal disciple status. It would take the form of one-on-one duels. 300 external disciples would take part in this test, but only 20 of them would be able to become internal disciples. Yoon listened carefully to the rules. Participants in the DUS were forbidden from seriously injuring their fellow students. In the crowd, the young man saw Ms. Fang. It was their first meeting after a long separation. The young man noted that after the auction, Yellen had been constantly avoiding him and he did not understand what she was up to. He couldn't figure out what was going on, but the girl decided that he was just a regular fool. She realized that the only way to get the guy's attention was to take a high place. Therefore, she tried with all her might to win and become an inner disciple. She hoped to make him think about her, at least now during their fights. The young man had no idea what was going on in the girls' heads, so the test for inner disciple status officially began. The seventh elder noted that this test seemed to be much more interesting than all the previous ones. The fourth elder of the fifth supreme level said that she had heard about a unique disciple who was famous for his outstanding talent and expressed her gratitude to Elder Chu for inviting the young man to the sect. Another elder said that he did not agree, and if any of the disciples had outstanding talent, it was the inner disciple Li Kinju. The third elder noted that Li was indeed perceptive beyond her years and very good. However, she was too focused on martial arts and cold to everything else. The sixth elder watched what was happening with anger. He had hoped that his mercenary would bring back the head of the young Y, but nothing came of it. If the young man became an inner disciple, it would be very difficult to get rid of him. The other elders continued to thank Shu. He had only recently become one of them, but he had already managed to find such talent, and that was worthy of respect. Elder Han glared at his colleague and advised him not to rejoice because he had been preparing for this day for the entire last month. It turned out that he had ordered trusted disciples to disguise themselves as external disciples, and today they were also competing. He understood that if one assassin couldn't handle young Yi, then 10 would come after him. Today, the young man must die. The fight had already begun in the arena. One of the students was clearly afraid of young Yi. The sixth-level elder continued to watch and rejoice that as long as he was in the sect, young Yi would never become an inner disciple. At that moment, the young man dealt with another opponent. It was not difficult for him at all. A little more time passed, and it was announced that Yoon had won his 7th consecutive duel. The elders watched the tournament. Some noted how well he wielded his sword, while others said he was just lucky. Another duel was over, and this was the young man's 9th consecutive victory. He already had fans among the elders, and Elder Chu was very pleased with his protege. Another victory went to the young man, and cries of the winner is Ya Yun rang out from all sides. The spectators were amazed. They were ecstatic. Was the young man really a student? He was so strong. The sound of a horn sounded. The test was over. This year's test was a great success. The participants gathered in the square, and the organizer announced the list of names of those who had become internal disciples. First on the list in the rankings and the strongest is Ya Yun. Second is Zhang Yu. Third is Fun Yan. She looks at her friend and thinks that soon she will be on the same level as him. The elder is angry. He does not understand how this brat reached the first supreme level in such a short time. How is this possible? The outer disciples watched the competition. They were curious to know who would be studying with them. Lienu also watched the tournament. As soon as it ended, she left the square. She realized that the young Ya was very good at hiding his talent. After the competition, everyone went to the treasure house. The young man was amazed at how large the sect's treasury was. The administrator explained that the sect had rules. An external disciple who had passed the test could come to the treasury and choose an elixir, a weapon, or a martial arts book. The treasury has 3 floors. The first floor stores treasures, the second floor stores weapons, and the third floor stores martial arts books. Warriors are allowed to take 1 item from each floor. All the disciples eagerly awaited permission as they were very eager to receive their reward. Yet you noted that the sect was very generous. The treasury contained not only first-rank longswords but also second, third, and fourth-rank weapons. The young man's eyes fell on the star sword, a 5th-rank weapon. All the students happily returned to the administrator, and she wrote down who had chosen what. The young man was happy for Yelene. He said that her choice was very good. The girl, however, was surprised by the sight of the broken sword. None of the students understood what was so valuable about the sword since it was broken. "Why is it needed?" the young man whispered. They said it was a famous divine weapon capable of destroying the world. However, it was a pity that it was broken, but no one in the set could repair it, not even the elder. The young man's classmates mocked him. They claimed that he could not do anything with it. However, the young man was confident that he could repair the star sword. Using his abilities, Yan was able to read about the sword's strength and power. He understood that it was the most valuable weapon in the entire treasury. Old Lee, meeting the young man with the fragment in his hands, immediately realized that the boy had a very keen eye. He knew that it was a rare, ancient first-ass black iron that could be used to temper his own weapons, and that only the Lee family had such iron. The young man did not change his choice, and the administrator recorded the broken sword for him. After that, it was time to choose elixirs and books. The young man chose a miraculous elixir that could enhance the 6 senses of a spellcaster. It would increase spiritual power and help him better master T-fold attack speed. The advanced Earth-rank martial art Deadly Whirlwind is known for its speed and lethality. If the young man combines it with the speed of attack in milliseconds, it will become incredibly powerful. After choosing his gifts, the young man went about his business. Even though Fan tried to slow him down, he told her that he couldn't wait to find an opponent and use his new skills. To do this, he went to a 7-story pagoda, each floor of which contained a corresponding test. For each test passed, the student received a corresponding reward. To enter the pagoda, the student must place the spiritual stone on the panel at the entrance. The young man did so immediately. At the beginning of the test, each student was placed in a separate room, and their tests were conducted individually. The disciples could not interfere with each other or influence the outcome. The highest demon of the third order, the shadow leopard, was encountered on the first floor. For the young Ye, battling the demonic beast was no problem. With the help of the scarlet flame sword, he defeated the beast. The next 2 floors of the pagoda were also no problem. The disciples watched in amazement. They were struck not by the fact that he had passed 3 floors, but by the speed with which he did so. They said they didn't even have time to blink. And of course, Linu noticed this. Soon the 4th, 5th, and 6th floors were also cleared. The audience knew that completing the 5th floor in 4 hours was a record set by Lee Chinju. But this man had passed the 5th floor in just 1 hour. Lee watched with interest. On the 6th floor, the student slowed down. Perhaps he was injured and could not go on. The spectators knew that if the first 5 floors of the pagoda were considered dangerous, the 6th floor was on a completely different level of danger. Those who reached the 6th floor must not only have a high level of skill, but also a great deal of combat experience. It is said that even students with the supreme level cannot always pass the 6th floor. The fact is that none of the disciples know what is inside the pagoda on the 6th floor. Yun noted with satisfaction that the demonic beasts were finally over. He turned to his opponent and said he hoped he would entertain him. The opponent stood up and the young man saw shackles. It was unclear why his opponent was chained. The young man mentally scanned his opponent and realized that he was at the 5th supreme level. Someone like that had to be dealt with using the glass Wadara style. The young man aimed a wave fist at his opponent, but he felt that the punch had no effect, as if it had hit water. At that moment, his opponent also realized that this student was a real treasure for the sect. He asked the young man if he liked the mysterious technique of the hatred of sacrificial souls. The young man had never heard of such a technique, to which his opponent replied that it guaranteed immortality and longevity. The young man remembered that ancient sect text described it as a particularly harsh and evil technique. A spellcaster who wants to master it must use the blood and power of hundreds of babies for 49 days in a row for his ritual of perfection. If the spellcaster successfully masters this technique, they will be able to transform the aura of death into a new body and gain eternal life. The young man listened to this and realized that what he hated most was those who mocked the weak. How dare this villain kill innocent babies? The young man decided that today he would defeat his rival. The latter laughed at him in response. He replied that a person could die if they were not at least a little selfish. He said that the elders of the sect had locked him in the pagoda and were using his technique to test their disciples. They want him to atone for his sins, but at the same time they use their own selfish desires. The young man used an ice attack against his opponent, but it didn't seem to help. The villain said that if he wanted to blame someone for his death, he should blame the elders. They were the ones who sent their disciples to their deaths. The enemy said that he was in a good mood today, so he would grant the young man an easy death. The guy used a 20-fold attack speed. He broke through to close range, and his opponent did not expect this. The young man appeared before the villain. The deadly whirlwind spun them around in this battle. The villain tried to escape, but the young man was alert and did not let him go. After that, the young man cut his opponent with his sword. However, it was too early to rejoice because his opponent was immortal, and the energy of the sword could not kill him. However, the young man surprised the villain. He was not going to kill him. So, what was he going to do with him? At that moment, the young man's hand touched his opponent's body and the process of absorption began. The villain did not expect such an outcome. Yes, he could not die, but he could become an empty shell. The absorption process was coming to an end. The target was seriously injured and offered no resistance. Soon the absorption was complete, and the young man received a huge amount of experience points. Soon, he reached the top floor. In fact, no one knew what was on the 7th floor of the pagoda. Spectators watching from outside also saw that the 7th floor had lit up. This meant that someone so powerful had appeared in the sect that they were able to get there. The young man stepped onto the 7th floor and looked around with interest. Not far away, someone was sitting in a chair. It was a beautiful girl. She said that the young man was only at the first supreme level, but he had already managed to climb up here, killing all his opponents along the way. She thought he was very talented. The girl was beautiful and immediately wanted to get to know the young man. Yoon told her his name and suggested they start fighting right away. The girl noted that women do not like impatient men. The young man pushed her away and demanded that she not touch him. This offended the stranger, and she said that a man who did not care about women would die a painful death. An electromagnetic field formed around her, striking the young man. He felt a powerful spiritual force and barely managed to stay on his feet. He tried to attack, but the stranger easily stopped his attack, which was 20 times faster than normal. The young man jumped aside, and at one point the girl lost sight of him. She noted that she had already tried to get close to him twice, but for some reason he avoided contact. Yuen understood that if he had hesitated even slightly, he would have lost his arm. He realized that he couldn't underestimate his opponent. He had to be very careful with her. The girl smiled as she pursued the young man and promised to catch up with him with her next strike. The young man used the fiery death whirlwind. It was one of his strongest weapons and should help in this battle. His opponent noted that he knew a lot of martial arts. However, she was sure that they would not work. With the help of the Jade Wheel of Spirituality, she decided to defeat the guy. It was a serious battle of very powerful martial arts. The young man used all his strength, directing fire at his opponent. At some point, the girl realized that she could not extinguish the fire dragon. Was she really in such a bad situation? The tension grew, and her opponent tried with all her might to keep the fire dragon at a distance. She did not expect the young man to combine the energy of the sword and fire. She realized that she was beginning to lose. With the help of a spiritual barrier, she was able to trap the fire dragon and then destroy it. The girl noted that she was impressed by the young man's fighting abilities. However, she added that if that was all he had, he would lose. At that moment, young E noticed that she was healing her own wound. The girl had almost fully recovered and made it clear that she would no longer allow herself to be dominated. She also said that unfortunately she did not like men who were weaker than her. At that moment, Wind Blast was activated. The young man in turn used the wrath of the blood god, and finally, the seal of the blood god came into play. He already understood how to defeat his opponent and suggested that she prepare for death. In the next moment, a fire explosion occurred above the girl's head. She realized that this attack could be her last. At the same time, in the vicinity of the Kan sect, the beautiful Li Xing was meditating. She watched the 7-story pagode from afar and saw that something was happening there. The girl realized that someone had climbed to the top 7th floor. Who could it be? Old Man Chu, as was his tradition, slept surrounded by empty wine bottles. Through his sleep, he muttered that the bastard had become stronger again. He had become stronger again. On the 7th floor of the pagoda, the battle continued. The girl was amazed that Young had somehow learned about her weakness. However, the young man did not hesitate. He realized that the moment of truth had come and it was time to end this battle with a 20-fold increase in attack speed. At that moment, all masks were dropped and his opponent appeared before him in her true form. It turned out that she was still just a child, a little girl. She began to cry bitterly and sob because an opponent had appeared who dared to defeat her and was able to mock her so much. The young man said that she was good, that she was not like the guy on the 6th floor. She was capable of healing herself because she was actually a spirit. This turned out to be absolutely true. The girl confirmed it and said that her name was Bai Chen and that she was the guardian spirit of the 7-story pagode. The young man knew that spirits were physical manifestations of nature. It was impossible to defeat them with ordinary martial arts. Only spiritual power attacks could work here. He never thought that the wrath of the blood god, which he had taken from the Li family residence, would be useful here. The girl admitted that the tower was too boring, so she decided to pretend to be an adult ant. Yoon said that he had passed the 7th floor test and was now going to collect his rewards. The young man knew that not only had he gained combat experience, but he would also receive many spirit stones. The girl asked him not to leave so quickly. explaining that the rewards from the sex elders were worthless and suggested that he go with her. It was clear that she liked the young man very much. They stood in front of a huge door, and the girl Bai admitted that after passing the 7th floor, there was a chance to receive special rewards from her personally. For example, it could be a first-rank divine reward. The young man could also choose any divine rank martial art. The guy couldn't believe his eyes. He tried to find out under what circumstances he could receive these rewards. The girl turned out to be a real woman. The main criterion was attractiveness. After long walks among the treasures of the 7th floor, the young man decided on his reward. It turned out to be the 9 swords of Nirvana. The girl said that this was the most explosive and powerful art it was described, and she hoped that the young man would study and master it. Yoon held the precious reward he had earned with delight and promised to study it in the best possible way. Somewhere in the mountains, in a distant lonely pagoda, it was peaceful, quiet, and calm. The great elders played a game of chess and discussed events. The head of the 4th royal level noted that it had been a long time since the sect had had such strong students. The great elder said that he would send someone to investigate later, and if the young man's talent proved useful, he would be taken on as a student as an exception. Elder Chin noted that his playing had deteriorated due to old age, which was why he had lost the chess game. Elder Wang immediately understood that Chin was saddened. He said that there were less than 3 months left before the Tanluo Empire sect tournament, and the sect still did not have a representative. Elder Chin hoped that the young man would surprise him. Such conversations took place somewhere far away in the mountains in a lonely pagode. At the foot of the 7-story pagode, the disciples gathered. Neong Yai announced that he had come for the spiritual stones that were given for passing it. A huge mountain of spiritual stones was poured out before Ya Yun. He calmly gathered all the stones into his bag while the spectators around him were perplexed. They said they did not think that it was Yi who had passed all 7 floors. A beautiful female student approached the young man. She congratulated him and admired his strength and abilities. Yun barely recognized her. It was Qin Yao. She continued to admire his abilities and asked if it was really him who had just climbed the entire pagoda. She said that he was too magnificent and that she had indeed chosen the right person. She took the young man under her wing, took him with her, and said she would treat him to dinner and that he could tell her what was inside the pagoda at that time. The other students continued to marvel at what was happening. They looked at each other and asked how this young man who had just become an inner disciple could have passed through the entire pagode. Among the enthusiastic students, there were also those who did not like it. The dissatisfied student reported to the 4th level elder. He listened to the story with doubt in his voice and asked again, "Did the young really climb the 7-story pagode?" The disciple confirmed to Elder Hanu that there could be no mistake and that he had seen it himself. Elder Hanu was very angry. He realized that the young man should have been killed long ago. The traitor calmed him down and said that even if the young man had passed the 7-story pagoda, it didn't mean anything. Elder Han flew into a rage and threw the disciple aside. He shouted that no one but the elders knew the secrets of the 7-story pagode. He knew everything about it. He knew that the disciple who pleased the spirit guardian of the pagoda would receive the corresponding treasure. This treasure was far greater than the usual treasures from the treasuries, and with its help the power of Yi would grow again and it would be impossible to get rid of it. Someone tried to calm the elder and reminded him that in a few days the spiritual source would open. Elder Han agreed that it would indeed be possible to kill Ah Yang at the opening of the spiritual source. It is known that the head of the sect is not there at the moment. So the disciple must ensure that the news of the passage of the 7-story pagode remains unknown. The disciple confirmed his readiness to serve Elder Han. He also did not want others to know about the valor of the young Ye. Elder Han calmed down in anticipation. He was going to meet with young Ye in a couple of days. That evening, the young man had dinner with his girlfriend. She said she didn't know that the last few months had been so difficult for him and that she admired him more and more. She said that with his current strength, he would be among those who would participate in the spiritual source tournament. The young man didn't know about such a tournament, but she reassured him, saying that he was just a beginner and therefore didn't know much yet. Ordinary spiritual sources contain tremendous spiritual energy that spellcasters can use to their advantage. But in the natural spiritual source of the mountain, spiritual power makes it special. It regularly replenishes energy reserves. The energy reserves in the source are inexhaustible. But due to its location, this source is owned by 4 major sects. These 4 major sects are the strongest in the immediate area. This is the Lia Yang sect, the Loi Ha sect, and the Funlay Palace. 100 years ago, the four major sects agreed that once a year they would use the spiritual source as a place to test their disciples. Each sect can bring 8 outstanding new disciples to the competition. The competition takes place directly in front of the entrance to the spring, and only the 20 people who win the tournament can enter it. The young man listened to this information with interest. Such competitions were to his liking. Every year, the opening of the spiritual spring becomes an opportunity to test the strength of the new disciples of the four major sects. Although the disciples of their sect had not won the tournament in recent years, this time she was confident that Ya-Yun would be the one to win. If everything he heard was true, then this place would be perfect for rapid cultivation growth. The girl did not accept the young man's gratitude because she believed that he had saved her life and she was ready to help him anytime in the future. Then the young man did not play modest and said that he really needed her help right now. Lu Qinggu gladly agreed to listen to Ya-Yun. At that very moment, a powerful explosion occurred in the backyard of the Kaiyun sector. Someone very powerful was trying to test his cultivation, and this test greatly upset him. His level had remained unchanged while the opposing young had made remarkable progress, and even the beautiful Li, who had no interest in the sect, had gone to watch the competition. At this rate, Li King would stop paying attention to him altogether. Suddenly, there was a strange sound behind the young man. He stopped his training and looked back. A hole appeared in the ground from which enticing sounds came, and a voice said, "Come here, come here." The next day, all the disciples gathered at the training ground of the Kaisk. The administrator announced that the elders had chosen this particular group of inner disciples for a very important trip. This trip to the spiritual source would be very beneficial for everyone. The inner disciples were also happy because this trip was supposed to strengthen their abilities. Only the eldest elder Han looked at the young W with malice and hoped to deal with him. The group of disciples, together with their elders, arrived at Mount Funa, the location of the spring. The organizer announced that the spiritual spring tournament would be held here. She was surprised that this time the rival team was personally led by Elder Li. He said that as in the previous year, his fighters would certainly win. Li pointed out that when Leon was young, he had reached the 9th supreme level, so he should not be underestimated. A representative of another sect advised Elder Leon not to laugh at Elder Sun, as she might have prepared worthy opponents this time. The beautiful Li explained to the young man that this elder had the 8th supreme level. The rivals looked each other over, trying to guess who would win this year. The tournament had not yet begun, but a hostile atmosphere had already arisen between the participants. The elders said that this place was created for young people and it was time to start if we didn't want the competition to last until late at night. The other elders also supported this idea and agreed to start the competition immediately. Yang Guan entered the arena. He challenged any student to fight him. The elders of the Keilun sect watched what was happening and tried to assess their chances. Elder Han knew that Yang Guan had already reached the 1st supreme level, and it seemed that this time the victory would go to him. Lin announced the start of the tournament. Qinfeng entered the arena and was the first to accept Yang Guan's challenge. Ya-Yun did not believe that Qinfeng would be unable to win. The opponents clashed and the fight began. Yang Guan mocked Qinfeng. The representative of the Kaiyun sect used the fist of the Great Spirit, but he was defeated by his opponent, who did not even touch him with his sword. There was a huge, powerful explosion at the spot where the disciple fell. The spectators watching the battle were amazed by Yang Guan's speed and strength. Yang Guan called the other disciples a bunch of losers and invited the next willing challenger to come out and fight him. His words angered the disciples from other sects, and they set out to tear him to pieces. Epping rushed into the arena. Yang Guan called him another weakling, and in a few seconds he was finished. They watched the events on stage with interest. They really liked this young man, Yang Guan. Elder Leon said he was very pleased with him. He was his personal disciple, and just recently the elder had decided to let him out into the world to practice. The elders of the other sects watched with interest. They knew that Master Lu rarely took on personal disciples. Yun watched closely and realized that his opponent was very strong, and it seemed that this time the fight would not be easy. Yang Guan continued to win and provoke his opponents, calling them weaklings. Elder Sun comforted the defeated disciple, realizing that he had done everything he could. The other elders already understood who would win this year. They knew they could only hope for second place. The elders also sympathized with Sun because her sect would of course only take last place this year. Elders Sun and Han were upset, but at the same time they understood that their sect would not give up until the very end. Elder Han addressed the young directly and asked him to defend the sect. The other elders watched what was happening with concern. They knew that Yang Ya was very talented, but he was still very young, and they did not want to traumatize the disciples for no reason. Yun guessed that Elder Han was provoking him, but he was not afraid, and confirmed his desire to participate in the battle and show what he was capable of. Yun made it clear to Elder Han that he knew about his secret plan to destroy the young man. Yun entered the arena and accepted Yang Guan's challenge. Yang Guan immediately rebuked the young man, saying that if the Kylun sect had run out of talent, there was no need to send its weakest disciples against him. Ya Yun did not argue with him. He used his fire strike and Yang Guan's face immediately changed. Yang Guan was unpleasantly surprised by his opponent's speed. It was so fast that he didn't even notice his opponent. The elders' faces stretched in surprise. They did not expect such a turn of events. The young Is disciples cheered him on with enthusiasm and joy. Covered in dust and debris, the young man asked Yang Guan how he could lose when he hadn't even started playing yet. The next moment, he used his trump card, Mad Fire Killing. With this strike, Yang Guan's fate was sealed. It all happened too quickly, and Yang Guan was defeated and crushed. The elder asked him to clear the arena. Ye Yun addressed everyone. He announced that his sect, UN, would take all 8 places in the spiritual source this year. He suggested that the others attack him at the same time if they did not agree. The elders of the sect were as surprised as the rest. They did not expect such a turn of events, that one disciple would fight for the entire sect and win. Angry disciples from other sects rushed at the young Y with all their might. He was completely calm and confident, knowing that he would defeat them and save time. The young man used the shaking step and his opponents were scattered to the sides. This powerful burst of energy deprived them of their strength and ability to resist. Elder Han was also surprised, noting that the young man was much stronger than he looked. Ian once again addressed those present, inviting them to come out against him. No one was willing. The entire Kayun sect, along with Elder Sun, went to the caves of the spiritual source. This year, the sect was able to obtain all 8 places thanks to the excellent efforts of Yung Ya. On behalf of all the disciples and elders of the sect, she thanked him for his diligence and said that when they returned home, he would be rewarded. Finally, they approached the entrance to the spiritual source. The cave on the left had the most powerful spiritual energy, while the cave on the right was weaker. The elders suggested that everyone spread out around the spring and choose the best places for cultivation. They needed to take advantage of the opportunity and absorb as much energy as possible. The elders remained outside and said they would wait for the disciples there. Woon and the beautiful Li discussed how powerful the energy in this source was. The spiritual spring was like a vat of water located inside a cave. The disciples ran around the cave with excitement, choosing places for cultivation and jumping into the water. Yun used his abilities to determine where the most powerful energy was. That's where he decided to cultivate. The beautiful Li asked to cultivate with him. I also understood that this was where the most powerful energy was. Yi couldn't refuse her. So after a while, they both began to absorb. The whole process took a certain amount of time. All the spiritual energy and power went to the winners. In another cave were the disciples from the losing sects. They understood that they were unlucky and would not be able to obtain much energy. One of the disciples suggested not to be discouraged, but to think about how they could get out of this situation. He had a plan, and the guy decided to share it with his friends. He had gotten hold of a jade calabash somewhere, a treasure that Elder Yang Tina had given him before entering the cave. The teacher said that it could absorb any energy. All they had to do was point it at the place where the Kayan sect disciples were. Now, the vessel would absorb all the energy from their spiritual source. The friends were happy. They hoped that thanks to this trick, all the efforts of the K sect would turn to dust. And it was important to them that the Sen sect came in first place. The main thing was that they would still get the spiritual energy. After a while, the guys at the springs felt that the energy was weakening. Was the source running out? Yun also noticed changes in the quality of the water in the spring. He guessed that someone was manipulating the flow of energy, but decided that he could absorb even more energy. He activated his internal absorption system. The rival who was trying to steal the energy thought that the Kayan sect disciples did not know or suspect what was about to happen to them. But suddenly he noticed that the absorption had stopped. He couldn't understand what had happened to the jade gourd. He ran with the calabash because he was trying to keep the energy inside it. He was shocked because he didn't think his rivals had also prepared some tricks to absorb energy. He tried to resist the energy drain, but soon realized that someone had already absorbed it. His companions rushed to his aid, trying to hold back the young man with the jade gourd. He was being pulled away by the energy. Ewan smiled as he continued to absorb the energy and watched as these losers still hadn't given up on their futile endeavor. His complete absorption of energy was going very well. The other classmates watched in amazement, realizing that the young man was absorbing all the energy in the cave. An inexplicable anomaly began to occur with the source. Whirlpools appeared on the water and the energy of the source suddenly weakened. Elder Han also watched what was happening with surprise. He did not understand why the energy was flowing into the cave of the Kai insect disciples. Soon all the elders gathered near the source. They understood and saw that the energy of the spiritual source was moving in only one direction. This meant that the spiritual source could simply dry up. Suddenly, one of the elders noticed that Elder Yang was not among them. Yuan received notification that he had reached the second supreme level and then the third, fourth, and fifth. The beautiful Li could barely stand on her feet. The powerful surge of spiritual energy had a negative effect on her. The notification confirmed to the young man that he had reached the sixth supreme level. He had exhausted all his spiritual energy, leaving only a small portion for his disciples. And this time, the increase exceeded all his expectations. The exhausted disciples of other sects who had tried to steal the energy were simply crushed. They didn't get a drop of energy, nor did they have the strength to leave. The beautiful Li guessed that it was the young man's doing. He confirmed that he had caused a small commotion, but it should not have interfered with his classmates' cultivation. The beautiful Li tried to say that it didn't seem like a small commotion. He didn't even talk to her, but suggested that she get dressed. As they were leaving the caves, the disciples were blocked. The elder turned to the young man and demanded that he confess how he had drawn all the energy from the spiritual source. The beautiful Li immediately came to his defense. She asked them not to rush to conclusions and said that they had something to tell the other elders. She accused Elder Yang of sending his disciples to steal energy from the source and said that Young had only helped to return the energy. It was self-defense. Elder Yang demanded proof and it became a matter of honor. The elders of the Kion sect stood up for their disciples. They tried to calm Elder Yan down and suggested that he not behave so aggressively. Elder Yang said in his defense that he had rushed here so quickly to protect his disciples. However, it was known that initially the spiritual source could replenish its energy reserves on its own. But since it had dried up, it meant that someone had used an absorbing artifact. Elder Yang, of course, demanded that Ye Yun be investigated. It was suspicious that the young man had only spent 2 hours in the cave. Yet, his aura was already so powerful. He must have secretly used an artifact to absorb the energy of the source. The young man listened silently to the accusations and requests to allow his storage bag to be checked. The elders tried to defend their disciples. They said that their disciples were not at fault, but they were willing to allow the inspection to prove it to everyone. Yayun agreed with Elder Han's words, but asked what the reaction would be if no spirit energy absorbing artifact was found on him. Elder Yang announced that he would take responsibility for the incident and apologized to the entire sect. After these words, the young man handed over his storage bag for inspection. Elder Yang invited the other elders to witness the inspection. Iyun handed over his storage bag for inspection with honor and dignity, saying that they could not have come up with anything more original. The elders took turns looking through and inspecting the storage bag. Elder Lin checked it first and found nothing. Elder Yang was shocked. How was this possible, when he was sure that it was the young Ya who had stolen the energy? The next elder also confirmed that no artifacts were found inside the bag. Everyone realized that the young man had not hidden any artifacts. But then how was he able to absorb the energy? The young man turned to the elder and asked if he was now satisfied with the results of the search. The elder had to agree with the results of the search and apologize on behalf of himself and the disciples of his sect. After that, the young man was given a breakthrough elixir from the Rayan sect. It could stabilize the spellcaster's cultivation. The young man gratefully accepted this elixir. After that, Elder Yang suggested closing the matter. He went ahead and promised that the other disciples from other sects would always be welcome as his guests. But Yang Ya did not want to let them go. He placed his hand on the disciple who had tried to steal energy. He also announced that he did not consider the matter closed. Elder Yang was furious and watched what was happening with anger. Yun took the jade gourd and showed it to the elders, noting that the thieves had not even tried to destroy the evidence of their guilt. This jade gourd absorbed energy, and the elders of all sects were convinced of the lies and shame of their rivals. The elders accused Elder Young of trying to slander their disciple and said that they no longer belonged here and that they would decide what to do with him. The spiritual source had been destroyed, so any further discussion was completely pointless. There was no desire to remain in the company of bad people. Considering their centuries-old friendship, He advised them to remove themselves from the list of sects in the northern region. Elder Yang asked for forgiveness, but what goes around comes around. After that, the elder turned to the young man. He thanked him for his honesty, noted the young man's talent, and said that he would teach his disciples strictness in his sect, hoping to meet again in a year at the next Congress. With that, the convention was over, and the beautiful Li and Young went home. Only Elder Han remained dissatisfied. Once again, he had failed to defeat the young man and considered him too lucky. In the evening during meditation, the young man used the elixir he had been given and realized that he only needed a few more experience points to reach the next level. Lately, the task had become easier and easier. Old Man Chu couldn't come up with anything new, so he wanted to look elsewhere for higher-level demonic beasts to hunt. Suddenly, a spear almost hit the young man's hand. Attached to the spear was a note saying that someone would be waiting for the young man behind the mountain from 1 to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Of course, the young man accepted the challenge and went to meet the stranger. This stranger turned out to be none other than Wang Tian. Wang thought that the young man would not dare to come and said that he was truly brave to accept the challenge. Yayun replied that in this situation he was stronger and was curious to see the man who dared to challenge him. Wangan announced that he wanted the young man to pay for the humiliation he had put him through, and the fight began. Yuan immediately noticed that Wang Tian was at the 7th supreme level. His opponent laughed and said that he was able to surprise the young with his level. The young man confirmed that he was indeed strong. He could withstand half of his power, and now he would allow him to test his full power. Yun was very surprised at how Wang Tian was able to raise his level in just a few days. He understood that something was wrong. Wang in turn mocked the young man. He was sure that he would be the first victim of his new technique. This technique turned out to be the demon eyes technique. These eyes were supposed to kill the opponent. Yer Yan encountered such power for the first time. He ran through his abilities in his head and tried to come up with the most advantageous tactic in this situation. A deadly whirlwind swept in, but suddenly he felt the energy of his sword disappear. It turned out that this cluster of energy could disperse the powers of others. Wang rejoiced at his impending victory. The young man had nothing to offer in response, so he decided to use 20 times the speed of attack. It also had no effect, and Wang Tian continued to attack. He suggested that the young man surrender because it was impossible to dodge his attack. At one point, the opponents came face to face, and the young Ye said that he had no intention of dodging the blow. He moved even closer to his opponent, saying that it would be easier for Wang Tian to aim at him if they were close together. After that, the young man told his enemy that he would also let him try out his new sword technique. It was the first form of the 9 swords of Nirvana. The pillar of fire, which was the light devourer, swirled around the enemy. Wang Shen continued to resist, but it was clear that it was futile. The power of the demon's demon eyes could not help him win. The entire area was engulfed in flames, exploding and roaring. All living things within the radius of the battle died instantly. Wang Yan continued to resist, but realized that the young man had indeed become even stronger compared to their last encounter. He was surprised that the guy had managed to corner him. Wang Yan understood that if he had come unprepared today, he could have died long ago. However, he decided not to hide his power anymore. Yun watched with interest as the strange, eerie light approached him at tremendous speed. Wang's face turned into an ugly, bloody mask. He was engulfed in flames and spewed poison and ashes. It was the first time the young man had encountered such all-consuming and devouring fire and energy. He once again used his 20-fold attack speed. He did not expect Wang Tian to be so strong. Something was clearly wrong here, but first and foremost, he had to defeat him. Wang continued to laugh at the young man. He said that the young man would not leave today. This was Wang Tian's trump card, which he used against his personal enemy. Yun understood that in the face of such absolute power, all means were completely useless and he would have to teach another lesson. Wang in turn did not understand why the young man remained so calm. After the next manipulations, the villain felt an even more powerful force than last time. He realized that the guy still had some tricks up his sleeve. The young man raised his sword and summoned the second form of the 9 swords of Nirvana into action. In the next moment, a void rift occurred, causing fiery showers. Wang held himself back with his last ounce of strength. He couldn't believe that the young man was human. The villain tried to block this attack using the claw of the demonic god, but realized that even this would not save him. It became clear to both opponents that Wang Tian had lost this battle. He admitted that he had underestimated the young man who turned out to be much more talented than him. However, despite this, the villain still hoped to destroy the young man, and he tore a cloud of energy from his heart and threw it away. The young man was curious enough to follow the energy, which was not just flying, but heading to a specific place. Soon, they moved into the cave of the demonic god. The young man looked around. He realized that the energy was gone. It seemed to have dissolved into thin air. Yoon looked around with interest. He did not know that there was such a cave on the back slope of the Cayenne Mountain. He guessed that this cave was somehow connected with Wang Tian's unexpected changes. At that moment, a demon appeared behind him. The young man saw boxes scattered across the floor of the cave and guessed that 5 people had already been here. 5 boxes had been opened. Without a moment's hesitation, the young man cut the chains binding the chest with his sword. Inside were books. The young man did not know whether they were martial arts or demonic blood arts. In fact, it was a source of spiritual energy. This martial art had almost the same aura that emanated from Wang Tian. The young man grasped this energy in his fist. He finally understood why Wang Tian's power had grown so suddenly. Holding this art in his hand, the young man understood and felt in its purity the demonic power that intended to suck the spiritual energy out of his body. In the library of the Keilun sect, he had read that sucking spiritual energy was an ancient secret technique. The original body placed its energy into the martial arts it had created, which would be practiced by other vessels. By studying this martial art, a person can take possession of the power of the original body, temporarily increasing their strength and cultivation speed. But nothing in this world comes for free. If a person uses all their energy, their body will eventually be consumed by the demon that lent them its power, becoming the demon's master. This explained Wang Tian's sudden increase in strength. Perhaps the young man did not know the origin of the demonic god, but he understood that it was deceiving people into becoming its vessels. Yoon saw that there were already empty boxes here, and it seemed that the demon had managed to deceive several people. If he left these boxes, they would be a disaster. It was better to destroy them, and the young man used Fire Strike. He felt that the demon was still resisting. Then the Spirit Radiant Sword technique was used. Each of the young man's swords possessed the power of the 6th supreme level. He refused to believe that these thousands of spirit swords would not be able to pierce the demon. The demon watched the young man's actions. He said that when the demon lord recovers, he will surely destroy the boy's soul. At that moment, a mass of energy appeared near the entrance to the cave. It rose up from the ground, spewing curses and declaring that the race of demon gods would live forever. The young man realized that his actions had been effective and that he had won. At that time, a fire broke out in an unknown mountain range in the Qi sect. It flowed into one place where energy had gathered. It turned out to be the heart of the demon lord, and finally, it had gained enough energy to beat again. Energy waves emanated from the heart, and the demon lord's aura grew stronger and stronger. If the demon lord's heart had finally begun to beat, then the day of his awakening was near. The demon emperor sect would once again descend upon the human world. At this time, in the residence of the administrator Qin Yong, the entire sky turned red. A blood moon was approaching. The demonic heart began to pulsate and send impulses in different directions. It was very strange. The administrator watched the heart in horror and thought that a terrible moment had come. Wild beasts began to gather from all sides, showing aggression and trying to hide from the approaching nightmare. The wolves reacted to the blood moon, which had not been seen for many years. People noted the changes taking place in nature with fear. This blood moon would bring them tragedy. It seemed that the animals were agitated by the aura of the demon lord, but it was unclear who had the power to cause such unrest. People could smell the demonic beast. Shoy, the head of the inverter sect, eagerly awaited the coming changes. The elders gathered in the forbidden area of the Kun sect. They discussed the appearance of the blood moon and such a powerful demonic aura. In the mountains of the Khan sect, they sensed a terrible power that was about to be reborn in the near future. This could be related to the demon emperor sect that existed 1,000 years ago. In those days, the demon emperors tried to resurrect the strongest demon lord, which led to a war between humans and demons. Cultivators and monks from all over the north united to fight back against the demon emperor sect. They managed to stop the demon lord's arrival and avoid disaster. However, several demon emperors still had parts of their bodies or souls remaining, and they used all the energy they had accumulated during their lives to seal the Lord with a secret technique. And now, after thousands of years, the demon Lord's seal has weakened. As soon as the Lord swallows enough blood and energy, he will be reborn. He will lead all those who serve the demon emperor, and then the return of their glory will be only a matter of time. Humankind will face terrible disasters and catastrophes, floods and fires, tornadoes and hurricanes, waterfalls and cold spells. The elders called for action before it was too late. They must strictly follow all the instructions of the elders. The elders called upon their closest disciples. They were to tell everyone that the annual test for the elders' disciples would take place earlier this year. It was proposed to put the ceremony of honoring the inner disciples on the agenda. The subordinate elders immediately set out to carry out his instructions and tell all the disciples about the new events and rules. 3 days later, the disciples gathered at the entrance to the main hall of the sector for the elders' test. They talked among themselves, exchanged news, and said that this year's test would be more difficult than before. Ian learned that according to the sex rules, he could take no more than 7 disciples, so only a few dozen people would be able to become disciples of the elders. Those who caught the attention of the 10 great elders would be the chosen ones of heaven. Elder Wang Fei addressed the disciples, warning them that the trial would be more intense. Everyone was very excited, including the elders. Elder Sha Miao suggested that they stop talking and start the competition. The elders addressed the disciples, introducing the supreme elder and the second in rank and saying that the most respected teachers would choose the most worthy disciples. The supreme elder was to lead the trials. He warned that they would choose as disciples those whose performances they liked best. It was hoped that all the boys would show their abilities in this test. One of the tasks was to climb the pagoda. The students noted that at such a height the weather was harsh and the end of the staircase was not visible. At the top of the pagoda was a small stone slab with lotus flowers. The students had to take one of the flowers and return with it. The gong sounded, and the candidates rushed to complete the task. Ian did not even try to run. His feet would not move. They noticed the enormous power that emanated from the pagoda. Their feet literally stuck to the steps, and it was almost impossible to take the next step. The young man realized that a spell had been cast on the stairs, and each step would feel as if his body weighed 1,000 tons. The disciples were losing strength. It was impossible to move, and they couldn't understand how to reach the top when they could barely take a step. The elders watched what was happening with a smirk. They thought that perhaps this was too difficult a task to start with. Sudan said that the test had to be difficult from the start. Otherwise, how could they select the talented candidates? The Supreme Elder demanded that the test be as difficult and long as possible. The disciples made their way up the pagoda with practically all the strength and energy they possessed. Sudong smiled and noted that those who wanted to climb to the top would have to work hard this time. The disciples could barely climb the first few steps. The further they climbed, the more difficult it became. They would never reach the top this way. Sudin was sure that no one would be able to complete his task. At that moment, the impossible happened. The young man literally flew up the steps of the pagoda. Absolutely. All the elders watched him with surprise and hidden delight. Yayun climbed to the top with absolute ease. He used the brilliant Podzari style. Sudong couldn't believe his eyes. Could it be that 70% of his strength was not enough to stop a student who had only recently joined the sect? He jumped to his feet and increased the resistance of the stairs to its maximum. This was enough to knock down absolutely all the disciples on the steps, knocking them dead. It wasn't the maximum yet, but Sudin was sure it was enough. The next moment, it became clear that the young was continuing to climb to the top of the pagoda. The elder was furious. He realized that the boy was too strong, and that his strength surpassed that of the other students. Everyone who saw this for the first time had never met anyone with such a developed body. The Supreme Elder liked this very much. The fourth elder still had a grudge against the young man and was counting on his defeat. It seemed that this time the students were quite talented. Faniel was very worried about her friend. She hoped that he would hold out for a while longer. Elder Shan Miao wanted to complete the task himself. He supported Sudun, and it was clear that absolutely no one would be able to continue climbing to the top of the pagoda under such a barrage of attacks. A storm strike was used. All the students scattered in different directions. Fun Yalan was indignant. It was already difficult for them to climb. Why did they also have to repel powerful sword energy attacks? The second stage of the test was climbing while repelling attacks. This was a test of how the disciples reacted to sudden attacks. The seventh elder sword technique is known for its speed. Combined with the waiting technique, even the most talented student would not be able to easily dodge this attack. Yoon used 10 times the attack speed because he did not consider it necessary to use 20 times the speed. The elder was extremely surprised. How is this possible? How can a young man be so fast? Despite all the obstacles, the young continued to climb the pagoda. The elder noted that the young man's sudden acceleration impressed everyone. The sword's energy attack became more and more intense. The students could not withstand such resistance. The elder decided to triple the force of the attack and see how this bold student would cope with it. The young man activated a 20-fold increase in attack speed and became even faster. Neither pressure nor sword energy attacks could slow him down. He continued his determined ascent to the top of the pagoda. Sudong noted with anger that the young man not only did not slow down but became even faster. Yaya Union noted that although the sword energy attacks were strong, they posed no threat to him in terms of speed or power. The young man continued his ascent of the pagoda without stopping for a moment. He had a clear goal to take first place in this test, and he didn't want to bother with anyone else. If things continued like this, the test would be over in less than half an hour. How would we explain this to the Supreme Elder? This young man's skills were incredible. He was able to ignore and dodge all attacks. The elder reported that he had already communicated with this young E. He still had many secrets. These words from the sixth elder aroused genuine interest among the elders, and they asked him to elaborate. He said that the technique of instantly accelerating the speed of attack was secret, but they could reveal the methods of developing the young man's physical body if they forced him to. This is very useful for the sect as a whole. If the young man shares such a secret technique, it will greatly strengthen everyone present. It was noted that young W had excellent talents, and immediately there were those who wanted to take him as a student. However, the elder came to the boy's defense, claiming that the technique belonged only to him. The sect has always considered teaching students to be its goal, so it is not possible to take anything from them by force. The elder objected that if everyone were so righteous, there would be no disciples in the sect who possess such techniques. The sixth elder supported this point of view. The Supreme Elder Bonfane was offered to take Dong Li as his successor for his sword technique. He did not agree immediately, but admitted that perhaps the young would become his future disciple. At that moment, the top of the pagoda was conquered. No one else had ever reached it so quickly. Yun noted that this test was not particularly difficult. He stood at the top of the pagoda and looked at the lotus flowers. He chose a flower with which to descend to the foot of the pigata. At that moment, a certain feeling arose within the young man. He tried to feel what kind of place this was. Soon, a guess reached the young man's consciousness. He seemed to pause, turned into a solid lump of tension, and continued to look at the flowers without picking a single one. At this time, Yalin also climbed to the top. She did not understand why the young man still had not picked a flower and was not answering her questions. Yayun continued to stand near the flower, closing his eyes and using all his senses to fill the space and scan the area. It turned out that the final part of the test was a test of the mind. As soon as the student touched the flower, it would show him his strongest fear. If the student was caught up in the illusion and succumbed to fear, he would not be able to descend from the pigata even if he picked the flower. Yayun guessed that the final test was a test of the mind. His fears began to approach him. The people he had caused to suffer, his enemies, his rivals, they enveloped him, surrounded him on all sides, and told him that he must die. The young man said that the sword in his hands had always killed only those who deserved to die, so he had no intention of giving in to these inner demons. The next moment he swung his sword. However, it could not harm the illusory demons. They continued to surround the young man on all sides, invulnerable to his sword. He continued to resist, and thought that if one blow did not work, then thousands and tens of thousands of blows might work. 9 nirvanas were used. Judging by the screams and cries of the demons, this technique was successful, and the spirits were killed. The young man once again approached the lotus flowers and wanted to pick them. The strong aura of these flowers looked strange. The elders awaited the return of the victor. They understood that the young man was breaking through the mental barrier by force. Huan Yalan was very worried about the young man. She saw how difficult this task was for him. The young man knew that only weaklings whose minds were not pure enough and whose faith was weak would be consumed by their inner demons. His soul was crystal clear like glass, so he should not be afraid of pathetic inner demons. The demons continued to intimidate the young man, believing that he should accept his fate and follow the demonic path with them. The guy kept resisting. He didn't want to accept his fate. He believed that he would decide for himself who he would become, a god or a demon, and that he was in control of his own destiny. He knew that anything that stood in his way of perfecting his martial arts would be destroyed. With these words, he rushed at the demons and turned them into a bunch of pathetic rats. A wave swept through the pagoda. The building swayed and the air vibrated. The elders watching the competition were seriously frightened. They thought that the pagoda would not withstand the shock and would collapse before their eyes. The young man's demons, offering minimal resistance, fell and dissolved into thin air. Soon they were destroyed. But the pagoda was also damaged. Right before their eyes, it began to crumble and crack, and the elders suggested casting a protective spell to save it from destruction. It seemed that it was too late. The pagoda could not withstand the damage, and the elders had to erect an energy barrier to save the lives of the students. The energy barrier formed a protective layer around each person, and the collapse of the tower did not destroy them. The elders' energy barrier helped the students not to fall down. Even when nothing remained of the pagoda, it was unclear what had happened at the top and what had triggered the destruction. Soon, Yayun appeared on the ruins of the pagoda and addressed the elders. The young man said that he had passed the test and presented the lotus flower to everyone present. The elders were genuinely surprised because this young man had passed the test unscathed. The sixth-level elder had long known that this young man was extremely talented. Sudan was amazed. He couldn't believe that the young man was a new student. The elders whispered among themselves, discussing how this young man's methods were too radical. It seemed that the power of the young had increased again. Fan Yalan rushed over to the young man, asking how he was feeling and if he was all right. She congratulated him on his victory. The Supreme Elder knew that since he had joined the Canyon sect, he had never seen anyone who could pass the mind test so quickly. The girl continued to admire the young man. She noticed that he had hardly moved at the top of the pagoda during the mental battle. The young man possessed the strong and pure heart of a warrior. Such a person would never be swayed by powerful forces. The beauty burst into tears of relief. Yao Wan eagerly awaited the Elers' decision. He was not interested in anything else. The Supreme Elder spoke. He said that a warrior must not only have a strong body and mind, but also be able to control all his talents. He confirmed that the young man was worthy of first place. After that, all the elders began to call the young man to be their disciple. They offered him the best resources for cultivation, gifts, and opportunities. This caused a quarrel among the elders because they began to make claims against each other and accuse each other of not wanting the young man to go to another. Elder Han thought that if the young man became a disciple of another elder, he would not be able to kill him in the future. Therefore, it would be better to take him as a disciple and destroy him quietly. The quarrel between the elders continued. Not only words and insults were flying, but fists as well. When the brawl reached an indecent level, the Supreme Elder used a immobilization spell. The girls asked him to cancel the immobilization spell. But at that moment, the Supreme Elder himself asked the young man to become his personal disciple. The elders were amazed that the Supreme Elder himself was taking the young man. The sect's disciples also began to talk. They knew that no one had ever dreamed of becoming the Supreme Elder's personal disciple. The quarrel between the elders continued. They argued that whoever claimed the right first should take the disciple. The Supreme Elder said that the sect had always respected its elders, so he should be the first to choose a disciple. This was wrong. The Supreme Elder used his seniority to suppress the other elders. It was clear that the young man would go to him. Then the elder realized that the only chance to deal with the young man was to kill him right now. Yoon continued to listen to invitations from the elders. They promised to teach him the technique of the 10 heavenly swords and all kinds of other practices. He listened and chose. At that moment, a huge 5th-ranked demonic beast parasite, an invisible corpse centipede, was approaching the young man. It was impossible to spot even for an expert of the Battle Lord level. It opened its mouth and headed for the young man. The elder was happy. He wanted the young man to die and become his disciple. He wanted the guy to answer for daring to insult him in his time. Ayan, without showing any emotion, said that by doing so, the elder had dug his own grave. The demonic centipede was captured and neutralized. Using 20 times his normal attack speed, he stood face to face with the elder. In the next moment, the young man had pinned the elder to the ground. The elder continued to curse and demanded that the young man be punished for his disrespect. The other elders looked at the young man with concern. They did not understand what was happening and tried to find out from him. Yoon accused Elder Khan of trying to kill him several times and said it was time to put an end to it. Elder Han, of course, began to deny all the accusations, claiming that nothing of the sort had happened. The young man squeezed the centipede and realized that if he seriously injured this parasite, it would surely return to its host. The young man decided to test this and warned Elder Khan that the parasite would return to its host. Elder Khan was furious and wanted to kill the insolent young man, but the young man replied that he was too weak to do so. It turned out that the elder had not strengthened his cultivation for a long time and was still at the 4th level. The young man warned the elder that his weakness was tarnishing the reputation of all the elders. These words provoked his opponent. He no longer wanted to hold back and was going to deal with the young man. The other elders tried to calm Khan down and prevent the fight from starting. Elder Khan continued to insult the young man, saying that he had not yet chosen a teacher, yet was already behaving in an extremely disrespectful and arrogant manner. Ha-Yun decided to restore order in the sect. He said that Elder Khan had malicious intentions and that if anyone should be expelled from the sect, it was him. Suddenly, the elder transformed into a demon, accused the young man of cowardice, and suggested that he surrender. In response, the young man used his strike, which instantly immobilized the elder. The young man said that nasty people like Elder Han deserve to die. Sudong scolded the young man, noting that he had the audacity to seriously injure a 6th Order elder. At that moment, a huge fireball appeared as if on cue. All the elders watched what was happening with surprise and fear. They tried to figure out what was going on. The head elder took it upon himself to resolve the dispute as it was unclear who was actually right, the new student or the elder. Elder Khan continued to accuse the young man. He said that not only had he ruined the test and destroyed the Pigata, but he had also talked nonsense and seriously injured people. The head elder turned to the young man and asked if he had really destroyed the Pigata. The young man honestly confessed to what he had done. The other elders watched as the head questioned the young man. If he had taken a blow from a warrior of the Lord's level, he would not have survived. The next moment, Elder Khan was struck. He flew down from the cliff, not understanding why the head elder had treated him that way. The head elder explained that he had seen everything that had happened. He told Elder Han that he should not his disciples and replace the truth with lies. After that, the head elder ordered his servants to take Khan to prison, strip him of his cultivation, and then expel him from the Keilun sect. All the elders felt that they had let their leader down and failed to notice the traitor in their ranks. They apologized to the head for having to deal with the situation personally. Elder Wang said that the young Ya was the first to pass the tests and he wanted to take him as his disciple. The head elder himself also noted the young man's outstanding abilities and invited him to climb the main peak. Elder Shan Miao said that the head was rushing things as only personal disciples were allowed to climb the peak. All the elders were certain of one thing. The young man truly had talent and tremendous perseverance. The head elders said that he was the best disciple since the founding of the Cayenne sect, so an exception could be made for him. The elders tried to dissuade the head, but he did not listen and said that he knew what he was doing. Then Elder Huan Fin said that he wanted to take the young man as his personal disciple. The head elder reminded him that the sect did not operate on a first-come, first-served basis, only on seniority, and that he as the head was the most senior in rank. The elders finally realized that the head elder was serious and respectfully accepted his choice. After that, the head elder personally invited the young man to become his disciple and cultivate together with him. Yun knelt down and thanked the head for the honor. Funny watched as the head took the young man as his personal disciple. It was unbelievable. Suddenly, she heard someone offer her to become his personal disciple. It was one of the elders. He said that the girl was strong-willed and skilled at enduring hardship, so he would be happy to have her by his side. The girl happily knelt down and sincerely thanked her mentor for the honor. The inner disciples watched all this with envy and malice. The elders and victors gathered in the side hall of the Keilun sect. The head elder said that as soon as the ceremony was over, the young would become his personal disciple. He introduced the young man to his senior classmates Dumen and Muzhong Yin. Ye Yun immediately noticed that both disciples were at the peak of the 8th supreme level. The young man respectfully knelt and greeted his senior classmates. They told him not to be shy, promising to help him in the future and expressing their joy at his joining their community. The head elder watched the scene of their acquaintance with pleasure. He was glad that his fellow students had become friends. After that, he presented the young man with the gifts he had earned as a result of winning the competition. One of the bottles contained 2 pills, Heaven's Achievements, Ascension, and Overcoming Obstacles. They could help him make a breakthrough in cultivation. There was also light 4th rank armor capable of withstanding attacks from high cultivators, and also a martial art of the initial divine rank, Thunderfinger. The storage ring could hold thousands of magical treasures and was much more valuable than a regular storage bag. The young man sincerely thanked his mentor for all the gifts. However, his classmates noticed that the head had never given them such valuables. After that, the head elder dismissed the students and said that from now on their priority would be improvement. He hoped that the presence of the young would bring good changes to the entire sect. Yoon began the next day with meditation and checking his achievements. It turned out that he was already at the 7th supreme level. After taking the pills, his cultivation improved again. As was his tradition, the young man reflected that he needed more points to improve, which meant he needed to find a task with better rewards. Soon, all the disciples received a notification that they had to report for a task in an hour. They walked along the slope of Mount Lintok. In this mountain valley were ruins left by a master of the combat lord level. The teacher ordered them to explore it. Although this place was very dangerous and teeming with demonic beasts, the older classmates believed that they could handle it themselves and were going to become defenders, for the young Musin tried to calm the young man, saying that Zine was actually a good person, just a little out of sorts because of the newcomer. He didn't like strangers. Yoon replied that Zine was probably just afraid of his power. He promised that he would not cause any trouble for his older classmates unless they started a fight with him. Jong watched the boys. They were starting to fight each other, and she realized that without her help, they would not be able to cope. Soon they approached the sealed area of Mount Lintok. The sealing aura was very powerful, so it was immediately clear that they had reached their destination. The boys continued to argue. Du told the young to step aside, otherwise he would be accidentally injured. It took the strength of at least 3 disciples to remove the seal. Moon said that their strength was not enough and they could only weaken the seal. Hyun pointed out that they had to launch a serious attack equal to or greater than the 8th supreme level in power. In the next moment, he reached out his hand toward the aura seal. The aura began to crack right before their eyes, causing the disciples to be puzzled. They did not expect the young man to be so strong. The young man said that the seal was not particularly difficult and asked if he had accidentally injured his senior classmate. The latter was boiling with rage. At that moment, when the oracle disappeared, they saw a closed area. The entire area was covered in black debris and ruins. Musin was delighted with what she saw. Such ruins were a novelty to her. Yoon led everyone forward deeper into the territory. However, his classmate Du was dissatisfied and did not want to obey. The group moved deeper into the territory and yet hoped to become stronger here. Suddenly, something caught Mujang's attention. A huge skeleton sat on a throne made of stones. It was probably a master of the Lord's level of combat. The girl pointed to a chest behind the skeleton. She said that this was their goal. The task was quite easy. They just needed to cross the suspension bridge. Du's classmate doubted that the task was easy and suggested that everyone look around carefully. The suspension bridge passed between statues topped with stone demonic beasts. The young man felt spiritual energy fluctuating in these stone figures, and perhaps they were puppets. Ewan had never heard of such a thing. It turned out that a skeleton could be a puppeteer who controlled the statues even after death. This was extremely rare. The main danger of puppeteers was that they could create and control puppets whose level of cultivation would exceed their own. Even if the puppeteer himself was at the highest level, he could control puppets of an even more powerful level. Indeed, it turned out that there was nothing easy about this task. The guys had to be extremely careful. Soon, one of the stone figures began to vibrate and came to life. The warriors immediately grouped together and divided the opponents among themselves. The 3 of them easily dealt with the statue. It exploded and shattered into small pieces. Mijun smiled contentedly and noted that this time they had won. However, in the next moment, not one, but all the stone creatures attacked the group. A battle ensued and the guys warned each other about the danger. Ian decided that the time had come and used his 20-fold attack speed. He picked up Moon in his arms and carried her away from the epicenter of the battle. Like lightning, he rushed across the suspension bridge with the girl. As he ran, he smashed the stone monsters, swinging his sword left and right. Du's classmate rushed to the girl, asking if she was okay. The girl confirmed that everything was fine, but it was thanks to Ye. She praised the young man with great warmth and gratitude, noting that she was very impressed with his abilities and capabilities. Du's classmate was amazed at how quickly the young man had repelled attacks from all directions and struck the puppets in their weak spots. And although his actions might have seemed random from the outside, he was actually hitting each puppet right in the core. Soon his classmates noticed some new unusual movements and decided to check what it was. Realizing how dangerous the suspension bridge was, the warriors also understood that there must be something very valuable in the chest. However, when they opened it, they saw that it was completely empty. In the next moment, a black mass began to rise from the bottom of the empty chest. The comrades did not understand what it was, but they felt the enormous power and strength emanating from the mass. In the next moment, the mass reformed and turned into a giant warrior. Yoon was the first to notice the danger and shouted at his classmates to run away and retreat. At that moment, a powerful wave flew from the giant warrior, knocking the boys off their feet. Classmate Du flew upside down, unable to resist, while Mujun screamed at the top of her lungs, calling for young Yao's help. The young managed to catch his wounded friend in his arms. Blood spurted from his mouth and he remained unconscious. Yun sensed that the stone warrior had great power and he would have to strain himself to defeat it. He used the light devourer which he directed at the stone monster. After that, the young man helped his comrades. Du was fine. He had only lost a little blood. Yun realized that the power of this puppet should not be underestimated. Whoever he was at the peak of the 8th level of Grandmaster. While his friends were recovering, the young man used his body to shield them from the advancing stone monster. Yayun continued to study his opponent. He realized that the puppet had transformed and its level was higher, and if he dragged out the battle, he would lose. There was no time to hesitate. The young man used the 4th form of the 9 swords of Nirvana, which created a rift in space. The giant puppet hung between the spatial fields. His senior classmates watched the battle and were surprised that the young man already possessed spatial techniques. The spatial fields created a hole that sucked in everything around it, including the giant puppet. The powerful sword technique caused the puppet's lordal armor to fail. The boy saw the energy core, the source of the puppet's power. If it was damaged, the enemy would not be able to recover. Yoon immediately rushed to attack, understanding how the creature used spiritual energy. He hoped to absorb it. The young man put his hand on the stone monster. In the next moment, he felt the powerful recoil of this absorption. Muzong asked the young man to stop, otherwise he might lose his hand. Yayun said that it was not enough for him to simply absorb the monster's energy. He wanted to take possession of everything. Soon a notification appeared that the young man had reached the 9th supreme level. Once again, the young man's cultivation was very successful and his powers became immeasurable. He returned to his classmates and tried to calm them down, saying that everything had gone well and safely. Mun rushed to the young man with tears in her eyes. She was happy that he was alive, healthy, and had not lost a single limb. Otherwise, she would not have been able to explain to the mentor how this had happened. The young man confirmed that he was indeed unharmed. However, that was not all he had gained from the battle. It turned out that he had completely subjugated a giant puppet. Now he could control it instead of its previous owner. Absorbing all the energy from the core, he tried to pour his spiritual power into the creature. The young man did not expect such a result, but he was happy with the outcome. In addition, the core contained a great deal of spiritual energy. After absorbing it, the young man immediately moved from the 7th to the 9th supreme level. Considering the trip a success, Man couldn't believe what had happened. She knew that Karores were one of the most powerful spells of puppeteers. They are used to control puppets and should not be underestimated. But junior students are not capable of what the young man had just done. He had not only destroyed the core, but also taken complete control of it. At that very moment, one of the students was lying under a tree in the clearing, suffering from a severe headache. The girl asked the young man about his health. He could not understand what had happened, why he had been unconscious, and did not remember where he had been before. Muzin explained that while he was unconscious, his younger classmate had single-handedly defeated the puppet of the Lord of War and saved them. Now the young man was training his own puppet, which he had repaired by absorbing all of its energy. Classmate Du was very surprised. He opened his suit and saw the purified flames armor that the mentor had given to June. Moon confirmed that when he lost consciousness, the younger disciple was worried that she would not be able to protect him on her own. So she put the armor on the young man so that no puppet techniques could harm him. The senior classmate could not calm down and believed that the junior had put such valuable armor on him. After this incident, he reconsidered his attitude towards the younger student, realized that the young man had a kind heart, and sincerely apologized to him for the insult. Yoon accepted his classmate's apology with a smile and said that he could keep the armor because he had the brilliant heatwave style to protect himself. He advised the senior student to improve his cultivation, otherwise he might not be able to save him next time. The senior student boiled with anger. He began to feel that the junior was mocking him and insulted his savior again. At that time, Old Man Shu was sitting at his workplace engaged in divination using the I King. The beautiful Li came to him to report on the completion of her task and ask for new higher-level tasks. Old Man Shu replied that there were no new tasks and sent the girl away because these students were keeping him awake, which annoyed him. The girl was outraged by Old Man Shu's behavior, but tried to find out who else was constantly coming for new tasks. At that moment, a loud voice rang out in the hall, announcing that another 20 tasks had been completed. The girl turned around and saw Yaon. He reminded her that she had promised to save the Li task for him. A spark flew between the young people. Old Man Chu was distracted from his divinations and noticed that that bastard Ya had come to torment him again. The girl noted that she could see how hard the young man had been practicing because his cultivation had improved again. She said the same about herself. Her stats had improved, and she suggested that the young man measure his strength against hers. The young man sensed that the girl's aura had reached the 9th supreme level, and she truly deserved second place in the combat rankings of the Kalis disciples. Old Manchu realized that he had to chase these young people away, otherwise they would destroy his entire room. The next moment, the doors flew open and a student ran in and announced that something terrible had happened and everyone needed to return immediately. Yoon agreed with the girl that they would have to postpone the sparring until another day. Old Man Chu chased the young man away with a broom, calling him an indecisive man, and suggested that he go after the student flirting with her. After the young man rushed off to catch up with his classmate, Old Man Chu realized that he understood human emotions. He looked at the results of his divination. There was trembling above and rumbling below, trembling before a storm and rumbling before rain. A thunderstorm is a harbinger of danger. Yayun rushed out of the hall at full speed. A glowing stone peeked out from under his jacket. At that moment, something incomprehensible was happening between the disciples and the elders. Foul-smelling vapors were damaging their health and preventing them from breathing normally. Old Man Li and his servants looked very fierce and were fighting with someone unknown. Soon it became known that it was some scoundrel from hell. This old man had the 2nd level of combat mastery and wanted to kill Li Yang. He demanded that all members of the Yer family be handed over to him, as well as half of the Li family's property, and that they leave the city. He also wanted to marry Li's granddaughter to his favorite disciple so that they could enter into a posthumous marriage. All these demands had to be met, otherwise death would touch everyone today. One of the elders tried to defeat the old man from hell, but he failed. A fierce battle was taking place on the doorstep of the Li family's house, so fast and powerful that it was impossible to understand. Yayong's father and grandfather Li fought against the old man from hell who had begun hunting the Y family. Now the old man from hell's anger had intensified because the young Ye had killed his son. He said that he was only alive thanks to the help of their family. But if the Li family was killed, he would not be able to forgive himself. The old man from hell was very angry because the young had killed his beloved disciple. So he came to take revenge on everyone connected with the young man. And since these two families were so close, the old man from hell decided to send them to the other world together. Suddenly, the old man from hell's assistants howled in pain. He turned to see who dared to come out and resist him. The beautiful Li said that anyone who dared to harm her family would be punished. The girl rushed to her grandfather and checked to see if he was okay. He in turn told her that she should not be in such a dangerous place. Her classmate cried and apologized to old man Li, admitting that she was the one who had secretly sent the message to the girl. The beautiful Li turned to the old man from hell and warned him that she was going to behead him. The old man from hell, along with his snakes, said that he would be happy to have such a beauty in his hell. He noted that he really needed her beautiful white skin, powerful energy, and outstanding talent. The girl promised to destroy the old man and accepted the challenge. At that moment, the old man from hell grabbed Grandpa Li by the throat and told the girl to surrender, otherwise the old man would die. Grandpa Li asked his granddaughter to ignore him and save herself. The girl noted how despicable the old man from hell was. The villain just laughed, saying that she was too naive. On the battlefield, everyone resorts to deception and no one fights fairly. He said once again that if she did not surrender her weapon, she would get her grandfather's corpse. The girl had no choice. She threw her sword at the feet of the old man from hell and surrendered in exchange for her grandfather's life. The old man said he was impressed by her loyalty and honesty. The next moment, he used a powerful weapon against the beauty. As a result, the girl found herself in an icy cocoon. She couldn't move or use her defensive techniques. The villain said that for the first time since leaving hell, he had met such a beautiful girl, and today he planned to spend time with her. The next moment, a huge pillar of energy shook the space and distracted the old man from hell without figuring out who had resisted him and where the trouble had come from. He called on the dragons to protect him, but then the old man from hell realized that the dragons had been killed. How could this have happened? Leaving the girl behind and focusing on the battle, he did not understand who dared to interfere with him. A Yun, holding the beautiful Li in his arms, introduced himself to his opponent, looking him straight in the face and made no attempt to hide. Everyone present was astonished. Ye's father recognized his son, who had grown up and become strong, and Li's grandfather was amazed by the young man's strength. The young man returned the beauty to her relatives. He said that he had sealed her meridians, and now she needed to rest and sleep. The young man began to apologize to his father for provoking the villain with his actions. However, his father calmed him down and asked him to leave the battle. Grandfather Li also noted that the old man from hell was very strong and the young man simply could not cope with him. The servants were also unanimous. They begged the young man to leave quickly. Everyone loved the young man very much and worried about him. They did not want him to die in an unequal battle with the old man from hell. The villain realized who had resisted him. He said he would avenge the death of his disciple and the blood of young Yi. Yun did not waste any more time talking. He used his protective shield. A huge, fiery force created a barrier between the young man and his opponent. However, the old man from hell resisted, knowing that the protective spell of the golden sun could not be broken while his creator was still alive. The young man stood before his loved ones. He said he would protect them because they had all honored him and called him their master. The old man from hell continued to rage. He declared that today he would completely nullify the young man's cultivation. To do this, he used the dragon seal, sending a huge monster to attack his rival. However, in response, the young man used a technique that completely destroyed the old man from hell's spell. Uncle Fox watched the battle with pleasure and joy, admiring the powerful blow the young man had used. The old man from hell noticed the sword in the young man's hands. The villain understood that this was the main problem and that he needed to destroy the weapon. Once again, the old man from hell turned to the dragon, saying that it had already rested and recovered and could now teach this insolent youngster a lesson. In the next moment, a huge dragon appeared. It was ordered to tear the young man to pieces. Yayun calmly stood his ground in front of the approaching monster, stretching out his hand with the miraculous sword. The old man from hell was sure that the dragon had the strongest teeth and would be best at breaking the sword with them. The young man agreed that the dragon's idea was very interesting, but it was unclear why the old man from hell thought that the young man had only one weapon. During the battle with the dragon, the young man summoned another sword. His opponent did not understand how this could be since the dragon had just devoured the weapon. Yayun continued to resist and a brand new, wonderful purple sword appeared in his hands. The sword was forged from meteorite iron from the Li family's treasury. The young man only had to point it at the dragon and it left the battlefield and fled, even though the young man ordered it to return and continue the fight. After receiving the meteorite iron from the Li family's treasury, the young man asked Qin Yao to help him find professional blacksmiths who could handle the job, saying that price would not be an issue. After the request was fulfilled, they met secretly and the girl handed the weapon to the young man. She also said that the blacksmith who created this sword claimed it was the best work of his life. Yun made sure that the sword was exactly what he needed, sharp and powerful, and decided to give it a name. The fifth form of the 9 swords of Nirvana. This sword was equal in strength to 2 swords at once. It instantly cut through the enemy in space, leaving no chance for the opponent. In the next moment, the enemy was defeated. Everyone present accompanied the fight with shouts of support and applause. Somewhere deep underground beneath the stone slabs, the old man from hell was still alive. He couldn't believe that the young man had brought him to such a state. He acknowledged that the boy was indeed strong, but said it was too early to rejoice. He declared himself invincible and merged with the dragon. He planned to deliver his next blow to the young man to kill him. The battle continued, and the young man went out to meet the monster. Of course, he was surprised by the power of the old man from hell, but he did not see this as a big problem. He used a brilliant Vajradra style. The villain did not expect the young man to know this technique, and the dragon monster lost once again. The young man thanked his opponent for giving him the opportunity to practice his skills once again. He was ready to move on to the next level, and to do so, he only needed to finish off the villain. The old man from hell could no longer oppose the young man's strength and power. In the next moment, the young man reached out his hand toward the defeated. Of course, this gave him the opportunity to raise his level once again. The young man discovered that he now possessed 40 times the attack speed. He did not expect such an increase in his strength and power. It was a pleasant surprise. The old man from hell noted that the young man had used Storm Strike to interfere with his spell. He was supposed to turn into a dragon, but this youngster ruined everything. Yoon realized that the old man still wanted to become a dragon, so he finished off the villain and didn't leave him a single chance. After that, all his relatives and friends came out to the young man. They were worried about his health. However, the old man from hell still did not give up. He had lost his body, but decided to make the young man his new vessel. While the young man was talking to his father and loved ones, he sensed the approach of an evil spirit. However, he had a small feather tucked into his belt, and the old man from hell encountered spiritual energy. This spiritual energy was enough to incinerate him and put an end to any attempts to restore his existence. The old man from hell was defeated once again. He did not expect the young man to be protected by such a high-ranking item. Still shouting that he was immortal and would never lose, the villain exploded and scattered into the air in tongues of flame. The young man realized that this attack had been carried out entirely by the little feather. Grandpa said that the little feather could instantly destroy a soul that had reached the second level of the Battle Lord, and asked where the young man had gotten the feather. At that moment, Old Man Shu continued to sleep among the empty wine pots. Suddenly, Lee's eldest daughter screamed in fear. Everyone turned to see what had happened. It turned out that the beautiful Lee was lying unconscious and not moving, showing no signs of life. Grandfather rushed to his beloved granddaughter and tried to wake her up, but she was as if in a dream. Yin energy had entered her heart and spread throughout her body. If they did not find a way to remove this energy from her body, she would not survive more than a day. Everyone was very worried because they felt sorry for their beloved girl. Everyone hoped that young Mr. E would be able to save their daughter because he was so talented. Father Ya knew one way that could help in this situation and shared the details with his son. It was necessary to bring yin and yang into harmony, but the girl's heart was barely functioning. If there was no yang energy in her body, she would most likely die. Father E said that the brilliant Bajari style, which his son had mastered, endowed him with pure yang energy, so he was best suited to save the girl. The young man clarified, "This is a matter of honor. What if she refuses his help?" Grandfather Lee confirmed that the girl was on the verge of death, so nothing was more important than saving her. He knelt before the young man and begged him to save the beauty. The servants were also unanimous and begged the young man to do everything possible to save her life. The young man realized that there was no way out and that he had no choice. He decided to fulfill the request of those around him. Late at night, with Grandfather Lee's blessing, the young man set out to fill the girl with yang energy. Her life was above all else, so he did not think about the discontent that might follow. The process of executing Yang's energy went smoothly. At that time, in the Jade Hall of the Palace of the Underworld, the servants reported to their master. They said that the old man from hell had died. The guardian of the Jade Hall of the Palace of the Underworld was enraged by this news. In his rage, he destroyed the hall and injured the messengers who had brought him the bad news. He understood that part of the blame for his brother's death lay with him because they had quarreled and the old man from hell had left and never returned. The guardian of the Jade Hall of the Underworld promised to avenge the death of his beloved brother and very soon visit the people who had harmed his family. At that very moment, something unimaginable was happening in the family's courtyard. The beautiful Lee woke up, realized what had happened during the night while she was unconscious, became very angry, and now was going to deal with young E. The servants looked at each other in fear and asked Grandfather Lee what had happened and why the beauty had suddenly attacked the young master. The cunning grandfather said he did not know the reason. The girl used the 1,000 Ice Eagles technique. Yoon did not expect such a turn of events. He sincerely hoped that the girl's anger would be less intense. She used this chance to get revenge for the insult she thought he had given her. The young man put down his weapon, stuck out his chest, and invited the girl to attack him. During the attack, the beauty realized that this was not exactly what she wanted to fight, an unarmed man. Still holding the sword in her hands, she began to question the young man as to why he was not resisting. He said that if beating him with her sword would help her calm down, he didn't mind. He knew that she was not seriously trying to kill him, so he did not intend to offer her any real resistance. The beauty also put away her weapon. She told the young man that she wanted to fight him, not just play childish games. The young man, meanwhile, noted that she had become very strong. The girl said that she did not understand how he cultivated himself, that he had some special method of rapid cultivation. Yayun really wanted to talk to the girl, but he couldn't reveal his secret. The beauty understood that everyone has their own cultivation secrets, and if the guy didn't want to talk about it, she shouldn't force him. The young man was grateful to her for being such an understanding person. The girl suggested that he stop calling her his senior classmate. They were now roughly equal in strength and were equals. Their older relatives watched their interaction with pleasure, noting that the children had grown up. Perhaps they should consider arranging a wedding between such wonderful young people. Suddenly, an announcement came over the internal communication system, calling for the immediate return of the internal disciples of the Kaiwan sect. The elders summoned all the inner disciples because of the upcoming Tianlo Empire sect tournament. It turns out that every 2 years, the Tianlo Empire holds a martial arts tournament with big prizes for the winners. It's not just about the prizes, but also helping the sect grow. The head of the elders warned that if the group performed poorly in the tournament, the empire would punish the entire sect. The head elder suggested that Young participate in this tournament along with 9 other candidates from the Canyon sect. The young man gladly accepted the offer, saying that he would be happy to defend the sect's honor. The head told his 3 disciples to get ready for the journey as soon as possible. In 3 days, they would leave for the tournament. All the inner disciples of the sect began preparing for the upcoming very important tournament. At one point, Faniel called out to Yunyu on the street. They hadn't seen each other in a long time. The young man noted that her cultivation had improved again. It seemed that she had worked hard, and he was glad that she had lived up to her father's expectations. At that moment, another beauty called out to Yun. Xin Yao said that due to her poor health, she would not be able to participate in the tournament herself, but she had come to support the participants and would watch the fights to learn something new. She asked the young man about his impressions of the power of the Star Sword. He thanked her and told her how the sword had helped him win. The girl also suggested that the young man stop being so formal with her and just call her Yao Yao, since they were quite close friends. Fang was torn apart by jealousy. She hadn't seen the young man in so long, and he dared to make friends with someone else in front of her. Fang asked the young man to introduce the girls to each other. You noticed a perfume pouch on Fan's belt and immediately asked where such a beautiful thing could be bought. The girls immediately struck up a conversation. They discussed handbags, praised each other's outfits, hairstyles, and makeup. At that moment, the beautiful Lee approached the group. She thought the young people were discussing fighting skills. Yoon said he was sure that Lee would also take part in the tournament. The young man's friends noted that his interest in her exceeded that of all the others. At that moment, a horn sounded, and all the internal disciples participating in the upcoming tournament were called to line up. The group had to travel to the tournament by airship. The journey took 6 hours. The elders and heads of the elders had already boarded the ship and greeted the students. The tournament was held in the county of Yan on Mount Lei. It was a rather gloomy place shrouded in darkness and fog. It was known that the other sects had come very well prepared this time, so the disciples were advised not to risk their health and to admit defeat if necessary. Representatives of the other sect greeted them with the question of who among them was Ya Yun, and whether he really couldn't wait to die today. Ye Yun walked up to his opponents with absolute confidence and calmness and introduced himself. He asked where this wild dog who was so eager to find his new master had come from. Anger, malice, and hatred immediately flashed across his opponent's face. He said that the Ling sect where his brother had studied was unable to participate. His brother had even been expelled from the sect, and today he would take revenge on the insolent young man for this. Yun tried to remember where he had heard the name Shu'er Ping Zhan. It turned out that he had participated in the spiritual source trial and was the best student of the Liang sect. The young man continued to provoke his enemy, saying that his brother looked like a minor character, which was why he didn't remember him. Soon, one of the tournament organizers appeared. He said that this time the tournament would be more lively than any of the past 10 years. Lungjiang noted that no matter how many people participated in this tournament, victory would still belong to their Daolu sect. The representative of the Wan sect was very confident and assumed that arrogance would destroy all his rivals. The elders of the Canyon sect noted that the leaders of other sects had already taken the best viewing spots. The head of the elders reassured them, saying that they would watch the tournament from there. The head of the Fanlei sect greeted the head of the elders, and he also showed him signs of respect worthy of an elder. The sect leader said he hoped that things were going well for the Kayan sect because there had been rumors lately that not everything was going smoothly for them. If the Kayan sect members couldn't make it into the top 100 this year, then most likely the entire sect would lose its rank. The head elder was completely calm and restrained his disciple who wanted to go and deal with the offender. The head elder said that his sect had far from ordinary students, so the tournament would put everything in its place. In the next moment, a wave of fire pierced the sphere. The disciples did not understand what was happening. It turned out that Yang Mian, who had been sent to observe the tournament, would personally judge the competition. Junhee introduced himself and said that he had long wanted to meet the observer in person. Observer Yang Mian announced the rules of the tournament. Those sects whose students made it into the top 10 would receive a reward: spiritual stones, weapons, and elixir to increase their cultivation level. The top 3 teams would receive sets of armor and twice as many elixirs to increase their cultivation level. The winning team would receive very valuable spiritual stones of the highest quality and would be allowed to visit the Temple of the God of War in the Tanlo Empire. The Temple of the God of War is one of the most mysterious places in the entire empire. It is said that it houses many powerful, mysterious, and ancient martial arts legacies of the empire. Yoon thought that if he could enter this temple, he would gain enlightenment and become an outstanding master. After that, Yang Mian announced the start of the competition. The team numbers were written on cards and the draw was about to take place. 10 disciples from each sect, determined by the draw, were to enter the arena. The first battle began between the warriors of the Kailuan sect and the Dongling sect. Yayun immediately said that he would beat his opponent first. His opponent was threatened by the fact that in a couple of seconds, the young man would be on his knees begging for mercy. But when he approached Yayun, he felt a powerful pressure. For a moment, the brilliant Vajra style was used. Young-yi continued to tease his opponent. He asked, wasn't he going to beat him up? After his opponent knelt down and apologized, his classmates were confused and did not know how to behave. A representative of another sect entered the arena. He laughed at the loser and said that he looked insignificant. The sect leader was also outraged. He did not understand what Linhai was doing since he had been brought to his knees in the very first fight. The defeat and humiliation of their classmate led his comrades to rush at Yayong with even greater anger. The young Ya still didn't see a problem. He understood that these opponents were no match for him. They were too weak. The spectators were astonished. They did not understand what was happening, as the Dongling sect was supposed to win this tournament. So why had a newcomer defeated them? Or maybe they lost on purpose and it was some kind of secret agreement with representatives of the Canyon sect. The tournament organizer climbed onto the tower and announced the KU sect as the winners. Even the elders couldn't believe what was happening because the boys had defeated those from Donglin and their disciples were considered the best swordsmen. Although the head of the elders urged everyone to restrain themselves and not get too excited, he himself could hardly hide the smile and happiness on his face. Soon the 12th battle began, in which Kai Yuan was to fight Funlei. It was the warriors' 1000th battle. The battle had barely begun when victory was once again won by Kai. Yun suggested that his opponents not even give their names because they would lose very quickly anyway and it didn't matter. The head of the elders no longer hid his happy smile. He asked the head of the sect what he thought of his disciples' martial arts skills. The 50th fight was coming to an end. The Kailun sect continued to win and their opponents no longer had the strength to endure such humiliation. The opponents considered using unfair methods, but the young was able to calculate their moves and in the next moment repelled the attack from behind. The tournament continued. The 101st fight was won by the Kaiyun sect. The 230th fight also ended in victory for the Kaien sect. Their opponents had no strength left. All these victories were won by Ye Yun alone. His classmates did not even have a chance to enter the arena. They watched the fights as spectators. The 281st fight was also won by the Kaien sect. His classmates thanked the young man for his excellent work. Representatives of other sects looked at the young man with interest. He had fought so many battles, won every one of them, and suffered not a single defeat. The heads of the elders of the other sects were puzzled and wondered what level this monster Yun advanced victoriously through the tournament, paying no attention to those around him. He was simply doing his job. At one point, his classmates said that because of Yun, they never had a chance to show off their skills. It was clear that not only joy but also envy had appeared among the students. The head elder watched his students. Gwenar admitted that he was no match for the young because only a month had passed and the young man's strength had already increased so much. The head elder discussed what was happening with his colleagues. Everyone agreed that martial arts mastery depended not only on talent but also on purity of heart. The administrator announced the end of the first round. According to its results, the 5 best sects were different, including Kun. His classmates were happy they had advanced to the next round. They understood that this was thanks to the youngest student, E. The young man laughed at the other participants in the tournament. He said that they were all weaklings and that none of them were at his level. The happy elders of the sect were beside themselves with joy. They understood that this was the greatest achievement since the sect was founded. By the next day, each of the 5 sects would have to choose 2 disciples from their team. These disciples would fight each other in one-on-one battles. The head of the elders appeared before the disciples. He thanked Ya Yun for his excellent work. At that moment, representatives from another sect came to the Khan sect. They were from the Dialon sect, which is considered the most likely winner this year. Their sect specializes in the art of combat, so everyone was very curious about the purpose of their visit. One of the incredibly strong disciples of the Jiaolong sect is Lin Shu. He is so powerful that no one can match him in martial arts. Everyone hoped that tomorrow no one from the sect would have to fight this strong man. The next day proved that their fears were not in vain. Linku came out against Ya Yun. All the girls watched the fight with bated breath, with Liachinu being the most anxious. She admitted to her friends that she would have lost, although in reality she had walked away from her fight because she was too worried about Ya Yun. The sect elder took Lin Shu and greeted the participants. He said that although the young had surprised him with his abilities, he was confident that his sect would win. The head of the elders did not argue with him, but offered something interesting. He proposed a bet on his disciple's victory. If the disciple of the Dialogue sect won, they would give the sect one of their divine weapons. If young E won, the head of the Lun sect would share his sect's best martial arts techniques. Everyone watched the bet with interest and understood that the heads had put their best trophies on the line, divine weapons and abilities. It was unclear who would win. After making the bet, the head of the elders watched the proceedings with interest, realizing that many more intrigues would be revealed. Elder Lun agreed to the terms of the bet. He was confident that his sect would win. The head of the elders suggested not rushing to conclusions and watching the duel first. The supreme ruler watched the tournament. He saw that it was in full swing and that the battles for the top 3 would begin soon. Chief Yang noted that they had seen a lot of fights over the past 2 days. He asked who Shuang thought would be the winner. He named 3 representatives from different sects, but Ya Yun was not among them. Yang laughed at him and said that although he had orc eyes, this time he was wrong. The fight had already begun, and the opponents had clashed. It was noted that although Ya Yun was skilled with a sword, his fighting skills were still lacking. And since they had met today, Lu decided to teach the young man a good lesson. He emphasized that one should never be too confident, and that there will always be someone better than you. Ye Yun calmly listened to his opponent's advice while continuing to analyze his opponent and trying to identify his weaknesses. He noticed that his opponent was very fast and easily dodged his attack, which was 30 times faster. The young man became interested in such a strong opponent because it was the first time he had met a worthy competitor. And if so, then perhaps Lin Shu was the right person for a real fight with the young man. He rushed headlong into the attack, no longer listening to his opponent's moralizing. Lin Shu in turn also went on the attack, and their 2 attacking forces suddenly collided. They used the technique of nimble fighting, the most powerful technique of temporary body enhancement at the initial level. It was the sect's best skill. This technique provided superior physical strength and increased the body's performance. However, it was considered to violate the laws of nature. The opponent was also very fast. He managed to fend off the young man's attacks at tremendous speed. The spectators watched with interest and realized that they were witnessing the power of martial arts. No wonder the mentor had ordered them not to approach the disciples of the Dialon sect. The battle continued. The opponents exhausted each other using increasingly powerful and effective fighting techniques. The sect leader knew that his student was a genius in the art of combat and the most talented of the entire sect. But if he was putting so much effort into this fight, it meant that Ya Yun had made tremendous progress. Lin Shu himself was shocked by such speeds. He realized that he couldn't even hit his opponent. Soon he received permission from the elder to use a super forbidden technique. It was a technique of wild, fast fighting called blood explosion. His opponent realized that Yao's strength exceeded all his expectations, but that was not the end, because no one had ever survived the blood explosion technique. He urged the young man to use his best sword technique if he did not want to die in this battle. Yun showed no panic. He was completely focused and ready to fight. He decided that the time had come. He stretched out his fiery hand and said he wanted to see what he could achieve in this fight. If as a result of the fight he could surpass his opponent in his specialization, it would be a good result. Before Lin Shu could properly unleash his explosion technique, the young man had already dodged and begun to use his own techniques. The confrontation between the 2 best students of the sects took on a gigantic scale. Neither of them gave up, but neither of them won. The next moment, Lin Shu used the meteorite fire fist, a very powerful technique. Yun continued to deflect all attacks with dignity. He not only laughed at his opponent's strongest blow, but also invited him to finally attack. The enemy became seriously angry. He could no longer control his emotions and continued only to threaten and attack. The young man deflected all attacks with dignity and managed to use his own powerful techniques. After another explosion, the sect elder rushed to his disciples' aid. Lindu lay motionless, showing no signs of life, and the sect elders were shocked by what they had seen. Of course, the young man did not want to stop there. In addition to winning the fight, he had his own goals. The opponent, gathering his strength, uttered words confirming his defeat. He admitted defeat. Even the young E's classmates could not understand how this had happened, how the possessor of incredible strength could have lost the fight so shamefully. The head of the elders reminded everyone of the agreement made before the battle began. This battle was watched not only by those involved but also by outside observers. The elder of the Wanshang sect was amazed by the young man's incredible strength. He said that his disciples would prove to Ya Yunyu that spiritual cultivation was important in martial arts, not just brute force. The tournament continued. Fights also took place between disciples of other sects. The girls watched these sparring matches with interest. Liu managed to understand that one of the opponents possessed a special aura of the level of a martial lord. She said that it was hereditary power. Standing nearby, Fang asked what hereditary power was. The girl explained that if a cultivator wants to become stronger in addition to practicing martial arts, he uses various treasures and can also inherit the power of a stronger cultivator. It seemed that Limenzan had inherited power from some master. It came to him and brought him to the peak of the martial lord level. Therefore, although the guy himself is at the 9th supreme level, he can defeat any opponent thanks to the inherited power that gives him extra energy. The girl warned Yaya Yun that his opponent was the strongest opponent in this tournament and that he needed to be careful. The guy reassured her, saying that he would be happy to show his opponent that there are people stronger than him. The opponents entered the arena for the final battle for the title of the best and strongest player. Li's opponent turned to the young man and offered to show him how strong he really was. He employed a new technique. Enormous demonic dragons came to the defense of his aura. This was the Phantom Beast technique, an art cultivated by the most experienced disciples. It was concentrated energy compressed into an infinitely powerful Phantom Beast. The elders of the sect were very pleased with their disciples' progress and watched his attack with interest. Yaron used his defensive powers to withstand the Phantom Beast's first strike. The elder thought that this technique would be difficult to withstand even for those who had reached the level of martial lord. But Yayun was too overconfident and rushed forward to attack. The young man asked his opponent why he was so arrogant with such insignificant power. The opponent admitted that he was indeed a genius of martial arts and that probably no one in his region could compare to him. Then the angry opponent decided to use another powerful secret technique. It was the secret technique merging of air. This spiritual weapon bound the young man with countless spiritual chains. He felt his spiritual energy being suppressed and slowed down. The opponent rejoiced. He had practiced this technique for a very long time, and it was perfect for restraining cultivators. Victory was close. The young man's arms and legs were bound by spiritual chains. He could no longer move. His friends watched the battle with concern. They could not help the young man. His opponent continued to tighten the bonds, declaring that he would not let the young W escape. He had practically buried the young man, but the latter still stood motionless and offered no resistance. In the next moment, there was a huge and powerful explosion that enveloped the area in smoke, dust, and fire, making it impossible to see what had happened. Yun's friends could no longer hold back their tears. They wanted to rush into the arena to find their comrade. The sect leader, Wanshang, smiled happily, even though he knew that the young Ye was a very talented and strong warrior. In the next moment, the smoke cleared and the beautiful, unharmed Ya Yun appeared before their eyes. Everyone was shocked and did not understand how he had managed to free himself from countless spiritual chains. Yaon did not explain what had happened, but continued his march toward victory. In the next moment, he reached out toward his opponent and began to execute his favorite secret technique. Of course, it was the complete absorption of his opponent's strength and cultivation. His opponent felt his divine weapon, control over it, and all his skills flowing into the young man. No one understood what kind of power was before them. Yayun was able to forcibly absorb spiritual energy from divine weapons. The young man continued the absorption. Soon his opponent felt that the divine weapon had broken. However, it had not broken, of course, but had simply been absorbed by the young. By the end of the absorption, the young man's level had increased significantly again. He was pleased with the result. He advised his opponent to correctly assess his strength next time. Otherwise, he would regularly encounter warriors who would take away everything the loser had been able to gather and cultivate up to that point. The spectators were shocked. They did not understand how this had happened. Never before had such a powerful and fast fight unfolded before their eyes. The loser, Li Mingshang, admitted defeat. He asked the young man to tell him what technique had been used against him. Yun did not hide the truth and proudly announced that the technique was called absorption of all worlds. The elders of various sects noted that such gifted people were rare, not only in third-rank sects but also in second-rank sects. This young man had a bright future ahead of him. Someday he would surely become the head of the sect. Elder Yang watched the results of the battle with satisfaction. With that, the tournament was over and the KN sect was declared the winner. All of his classmates were happy. They rushed to congratulate each other and thank Young for helping their sect win. The elders also admired the young disciple's feat. They believed he should be rewarded upon his return. However, the head of the elders did not look happy. He understood that this tournament was a chance for An to prove himself. The young man had performed this task perfectly, and now everyone knew about his talent and abilities. So the head feared that Ye Yun would leave them. Soon, all the participants in the tournament lined up in the square for the final meeting. The organizers congratulated the participants, thanked them, and began to hand out awards to the best fighters. The 3 best warriors received not only prize places but also the most valuable awards. Chief Yang personally addressed the young man and said that he was very impressed with his performance. He wanted to present him with an additional award from himself. It was a quota to participate in the Geniuses of the Empire battle in 6 months. The participants were amazed by such generosity. They understood that a quota to participate in the Geniuses battle was the most precious award one could receive. The Battle of the Geniuses of the Empire was a competition in which only the most outstanding participants could take part. Ordinary students could only dream of it. Even if a young man did not win a single battle there, he would still be remembered as a participant, and he would have a chance to see different martial arts and improve his own cultivation. Head Yang gave him a ticket to participate in the Battle of the Empire's Geniuses. He had to drip blood on it, and the jade token would recognize its owner. That was how he could get into the competition. Ye proudly and joyfully accepted Head Yang's gift and sincerely thanked him for his kindness. Head Yang also advised the young man to train hard because everyone expected him to perform as well in the Geniuses of the Empire battle as he had today. His classmates began to congratulate the young man, thank him for his victories, and ask to see the jade token, which they had never even dreamed of seeing before. The head of the elders began to calm his students down, saying that the young man was very tired and should rest first, and that everything else could wait until he returned home. It was decided to return in a few hours, but interested parties were already watching the Kion sect. They realized that the young Y was stronger than they had thought, and if this continued, their sects would not be in first place. Therefore, the leaders of the other sects decided to make the first move. When the young man was left alone, he drank the elixir he had received as a gift, and learned that he had reached the 3rd level of the Battle Lord. At that moment, the elders of the other sects found him and appeared before the young man. The young man immediately tensed up. He thought that the elders had come to take revenge for their disciples whom he had defeated in the tournament. In fact, the elders offered him to join their sects. This was very unexpected. The young man did not expect the elders of other sects themselves to come and invite him personally to become their disciple. At that moment, the elders began to quarrel among themselves. They argued with each other that the young man should join them, that they were the first to notice him and single him out from among the other disciples. They told the young man not to rush into his decision, promising that he would be treated as their best student and given 1,000 spiritual stones every month, or possibly even 2,000. The young man sincerely thanked the leaders for such a generous offer, but said that the leader of the Kaon sect had been kind to him so he would not betray his sect. The leaders understood that the young man not only had talent but also an excellent character. They agreed that the Kaon sect was very lucky to have such an outstanding student. The leaders accepted the young man's refusal with dignity, but said that if he changed his mind in the future, he could contact them at any time and would be gladly accepted into their ranks. The head of the sect, Wang, also confirmed his desire to become the young man's patron at any time. Everyone said goodbye with dignity, thanked each other for their kindness, honesty, and understanding, and went their separate ways. The elders of the Khan sect watched what was happening from the top of the ridge. The head elder confirmed that the young man had proven himself to be very worthy, and that nothing would force him to leave their sect unless he himself wanted to. At that very moment, strange events were taking place in a certain mountain range of the Cayenne sect. a young fawn fell victim to a huge, bloody, fiery heart. It swallowed the small animal, and after that, the chains holding the heart broke. A huge, demonic creature grew out of this heart and announced that its time had finally come. At that moment, a huge airship was flying back to the valley of the Khan sect. Suddenly, a huge flash of fireworks lit up the surroundings, and the elder realized that it was a signal fire, signifying the highest level of danger. The elders saw that there was a magical barrier in front of them. Something serious had happened in the sect's mountain range. The head of the elders immediately realized that something was wrong and ordered them to return quickly. Meanwhile, a huge demonic tiger attacked the outer and inner disciples of the sect who remained in the valley. Yoon rushed to defend his comrade's sword in hand. He cut through the air and the demonic beast along with it. The disciples thanked their heroic savior and asked what was going on. It turned out that the heart of the demon lord, which had been dormant deep within the mountain for a long time, had awakened again, and the demonic beasts had begun attacking everyone indiscriminately. It was known that if the heart was found, one could obtain the legacy of the demon lord, and the young man immediately set out to search for it. The elders tried to stop the young man, but he could no longer hear them. He was too fast and unstoppable. The demon lord of fire dragons, Lev, was a 6th-ranked demonic beast. After the lord's heart was resurrected, the lord of the dragon demons began to rule the underworld. A huge number of demonic animals and creatures were created and sent against humans. The sect's disciples resisted as best they could, but there were too many creatures. If this continued, they would be exhausted before they found the demon lord's legacy. The battle with the demonic creatures continued as much as possible. Representatives of other sects also wanted to get their hands on the demon lord's legacy to glorify themselves. The sect elder tried to stop the demonic monsters, but he couldn't hold out and died. The demon devoured him and said that the life cultivation of a battle lord was very delicious, but he still felt that something was missing. The warriors noticed that the monster had instantly killed the master, who had reached the level of a battle lord. They realized that their chances were slim, and they ran away. The monster pursued them. When the monster was about to devour everyone in its path, some force held it back by the tail. It was the head of the Hailong sect. His presence greatly encouraged the disciples. They hoped that he would be victorious. Although he was going to deal with this monster, nothing came of it. Several other elders watched what was happening. They did not want their rival to win, so they did not help in the battle with the monster, hoping to defeat it themselves and take all the power. Soon, Liu Yang, who had the 4th level of combat master, appeared before the demon.